Welcome to the third segment of coverage, the 24 hours of Nürburgring, powered by VCO. We're in the second half of the race now, the home stretch, even though that finish is still 11 hours 51 minutes away. Time in the session right now, 3:52 a.m. We're going to be racing into the sunrise in this segment of the broadcast. It's a delight to have you with us. Tyler Maxon is on production. I'm David Haynes, and joining me for the minute, Arjuna Kankapati. We're going to have some other folk joining us in the commentary booth to keep this coverage rolling uninterrupted all the way to the checkered flag of this fantastic 24-hour esports event, the 24 Hours of Nürburgring, powered by VCO. A big hello to everyone tuned in across the several platforms we're broadcasting on, the iRacing Esports Network, some Twitch platforms, and also some RaceSpot platforms. Wherever you're watching, it's a delight to have you for this race. We have absolutely some of the best sim racers and real racing drivers in the world competing here on iRacing and at this virtual Nürburgring Nordschleife. Let's have a look at where they stand right now with 11 hours, 50 minutes left to run. The four classes, of course, in this race: GT3, Porsche Cup, GT4 and TCR. In that GTR field, Team Redline Black lead at the moment, 25 seconds over BS competition. Third place is Marlow Racing Team. Then there's a little bit more of a gap to the rest of the field. You've got the BS competition number 7 car in fourth, then MSI Esports Blue, VRS Coanda SimSport. The last car within a lap of the class leader is the MB Esport Racing 23. Arjuna, come take a look at our next class, the Porsche Cup.
Yeah, and the Porsche Cup class currently being led by the 911 Porsche 24 driven by Team Redline, currently driving that Alexander Thieb, and that is the car that, yes, Max Verstappen is in. Max Verstappen in the split. Then you have a second Team Redline car, 1 minute 11 seconds behind. Then you have the R8G Esports, the Romain Grosjean brand new esports team making its debut on the podium positions right now. Then you've got HM Engineering, the last car on the lead lap. And then SDL Esports by Logitech G Black, TQ Engineering, the second HM Engineering car, and then Eclipse Sim Sports rounds out the top 8 in the Porsche Cup class.
Next one down the order is the GT4 division, made up entirely of Porsche Cayman 718 Club Sports. That's being led right now by Core Sim Racing, who have quite a comfortable number of minutes in hand ahead of Sorg Rensport Esports. Then it's Team RSO in third. ASD Elite Yellow are in fourth in the last car within a lap of that class leader, because then in fifth it's DRS Wave Italy. We've got Team Hoisingfeld 301 in sixth, Burst Esport Rio Toro in seventh, and OTR Esport E2G in eighth, which is the last car running in that class. And take a look across at our fourth and final, but potentially most exciting at times, class.
Yes, SimRC leading that class right now. They were on pole position, continue to lead. They're down in third place. They are leading, but they qualified in third place. I'm getting myself mixed up there. Then you got Full Send Racing number 85. I spoke to one of their drivers, Steen Ledger. He was feeling very confident coming into the race, and they're 2 minutes behind the leader. Then Vendaval Sim Racing Blue, the last car on the podium. Then you've got Craig Setup Shop and Friends, the man himself, Craig Williams, is in the car right now. Then the combined effort of Team Heiskenveld and Geodesic Racing, they're going to be in fifth. Then you got Team RSO, number 597, another Team RSO car. Then Lada Sport and XVR Sim Racing rounds out the top 8, all on the lead lap. And like David said, that could be the class to look for some excitement.
Yeah, it certainly is. TCR cars always race very, very closely together in sprint races, but in endurance races, exactly the same thing. Probably the class most susceptible to sucking up in the draft. And, you know, while there's some tight and twisty technical sections around this circuit has just about everything. There's quite a few flat-out sixth gear sections here that makes it so difficult for anyone to break away in the TCR class, and also feels like the strategy in that class is moderately homogenous as well.
Yeah, and being front-wheel drive cars, you do change the front tires every single stint. But some of the cars are going to be doing some variable things about how they change the rear tires. There are benefits to having warm rear tires when you come out of the pit lane. So like you said, there is a little bit of strategy, but most of these cars doing 10 laps and on very similar strategies to the end of the race.
We're looking at your TCR leader right now. Felix Ludding is behind the wheel of the Sim RC car as he races through the pitch black darkness of this mountain course. And I mentioned it a little bit earlier, we're about to tick over to 4 AM. Sunrise can't be too far away, and while the visibility will be a bit of a boost later on, I think also psychologically seeing that sunrise lets you know you're just over the hill and heading towards the home stretch.
Yeah, and both David and I are running in this race, and I don't know about you, David, but when we talked about this race as a team, we really talked about the sunrise as being the moment where we can start to relax a little bit. Now, I'm not saying you're going to relax completely. You still have a long way to go to the finish, but the night is some of the most tricky driving here, especially with 4 classes of traffic to contend with. And so, like you said, it is going to be a relief to get into those morning hours and have a little bit of sunrise to just light the path for you.
Yeah, we've had Daytona already this year, and that, while a 24-hour race never really gets too dark within the confines of the oval course with the lights on it, Sebring can get pretty dark. There's a lot more reflectors around the circuit here. I'd say 80% of the circuit illuminated by absolutely nothing but the headlights on the front of your car.
Yeah, and compared to last year, iRacing has updated the headlight model, so slightly better visibility for the drivers as they make their way around the track. But at the same time, it's very difficult, and like you said, Sebring slightly dark and Daytona fully lit, so the first time this year for the special event drivers really getting a chance of proper nighttime challenging.
Yep, indeed. I was going to wait a little bit longer to let everyone know that you and I, Arjuna, are both racing in this race, drove earlier. We're not in this one, we're in the third split. You're racing a GT3 car, I've been racing that Cayman GT4. As someone who's, had some time behind the wheel of the fastest class, traffic is so difficult around here, especially in sort of the back half of the lap. How have you been finding that?
I've had a few close calls, but, for the most part, everyone in iRacing wants to get to the end of this race, and they all just really appreciate how difficult a feat it is. Being the faster class, you do take a lot of responsibility on to be safe and to make sure that some of the slower cars don't feel pressure on you. And so something that I do as the faster car is, if I see a slower car, if I'm catching them at maybe a slightly awkward position, I just let off the gas a little bit. Don't crowd them a little bit too much and just give them the space so that they don't feel pressured by me. And then you can make the move slightly further on. However, you and I, David, again, we're not in this split. We're in the third split of the race. But talking to some of the drivers in, some of the slower classes in this race, they talk about knowing that you can't win the race if you crash out, but at the same time, every single tenth that you lose and gain in traffic is going to matter after 24 hours of racing, and so they're all trying to minimize that time loss every time that they catch a slower class car.
Yeah, this circuit absolutely unforgiving, so even at this level of competition, a lot of people carry the mindset of, for 24 hours I want to beat the track, and then we'll see if I can beat my competitors. If there was no other cars out there, completing 24 hours of this circuit at speed would be one hell of a challenge. So there is no forgiveness with Armco this close around the entire way of this track. We're looking at your overall leader right now, the number 71 car, Team Redline Black, Jonas Vollmeyer driving that one at the moment. We've got 25 seconds over the BS competition car behind. Last round of pit stops. This is the second stint on the tyres for Team Redline Black, and they were still 1 second faster on the last lap. They're going to come to the line shortly and we'll see some of those times update, but that's a great effort that they are still pulling away from most of the field, the second stint on those tyres.
Yeah, and you know, when I'd kind of been doing some pre-race preparation, I looked at some of the digital NLS races that were put on, again, by VCO in conjunction with the VLN organizers. And the team that had performed super strongly in GT3 wasn't Team Redline, who currently lead and have been leading from the start of this race. It was actually Williams Esports. And I kind of thought, you know, maybe they'd found some kind of secret in the Audi and they were going to make this race their own. But from the start, Team Redline, they got Max Benecke, Jonas Wollmeyer, Patrick Pickler. They've got some of the strongest drivers in the world here, and they're really showing just how strong they are here today.
Yeah, we've just been looking at the last GT3 car running, Emily Jones for Trans-Tasman Racing. She's just had to navigate her way through a little bit of traffic. Now onto the Dottinghur, where it is much, much easier. That car, unfortunately, 4 laps down on the leader, but they're still running, which means they're ahead of 5 cars in that class that have bowed out. A little bit further up the order, 3rd place, Marlow Racing Team. Alex Arana in that car took tyres at his last stop. He's currently the fastest GT3 car out there at the moment. Went about a second faster than Team Redline Black. So it's great that at this point in the race, we've still got 3 cars solidly in the fight. And then with 11 hours still to go, there's absolutely no possibility that you would count out. Weird things happen around this place, particularly in the dark, and hearing that we're sort of in that daylight savings potentially. Sunrise still a couple hours away. Who knows, we might see some hints of light in the sky before the sun officially breaks the horizon. But for the moment, still absolute darkness out there for our drivers. And I've been in the situation of this TCR car right here where you can absolutely tell when someone is behind you because their headlights massively light up the inside of your cockpit. There's no way you're going to be unaware that someone's right behind you in a situation like that.
Yeah, and when you see headlights behind you as the slow cars, like I mentioned a little bit earlier, you do sometimes feel a little bit of pressure, just the speed differential, especially when you're in a TCR car, which doesn't have the top end speed compared to a GT3. Now, we did see there, I think that was Sage Karam at the wheel of the VRS Coanda BMW being very careful there on their run up towards Flugplatz, but we have seen some other incidents in your field with traffic. One of the big ones that I noticed was a 3-car incident that involved the Bieler Racing team that was down at Wersheifen, and that took out, I think, 2 cars in that incident. So traffic has been a factor here, and we only have, I think it's 36 cars still on track, and out of 55 cars starting, you talk about racing the track, but it's also racing your traffic fairly and making sure you get through them cleanly.
Busy time on pit road for our TCR class. We had the leader, SimRC, just leave the lane. 53-second stop for them. That is full fuel and potentially just the front tyres. I'll have someone clarify that one for me. But we've got Craig Setup Shop and friends on the lane just leaving. No, they're still there. It was Full Send Racing who were just leaving back into 3rd place. So a couple of these cars on the same cycle, the TCR cars, almost all running to some 10-lap stints there. If we see any driver swaps, well, there's a driver swap going on for Craig's Setup Shop because the man with the docks himself leaving the car and handing it over to Jack Sedgwick, which is, well, not a bad move. Jack Sedgwick, a very, very quick wheeler in a TCR.
Yeah, he's a regular in the Apex Racing League TCR series, which they run, which is always great fun to watch, but also the dock maker for CSS, so that Craig Setup Shop car having a good run so far today. There was also a driver swap slightly in front for the Full Send Racing car. Steen Ledger was in the car, and now it's Lars Boll, so 2 new drivers into the car. They're separated by quite a little bit of gap, but Craig Setup Shop were running pretty well further up. They've had a few issues recently. They're going to be trying to get back up towards the front with Jack Sedgwick now in the car.
I do love these combination teams, of which there's a couple out there. Obviously, the biggest one's Team Hoisingfeld Geodesic, which has got a bit of a hybrid livery on, got drivers from both teams, and a similar effect for the Craig Setup Shop and Friends car, because it's got a few of the Apex Racing decals on it in various places, and also a little bit of a hybrid driver lineup there as well. Very interesting to see that, you know, to compete and compete well in this 24-hour race, you need a couple drivers, and you'll pull all the experience you can get, I think.
And you talk about Apex Racing Team, but Jack Sedgwick, actually driver for Inex Racing, so there's a little bit more of a collaboration, if you will, going on there. And just like you say, collaboration important, but something else that I don't think a lot of people really talk about within sim racing, but one thing that I found over my time is that friendships and really developing relationships with your teammates, that really helps propel you further and to just learn and develop more as a driver. And so you see here, Craig set up Shop and Friends. It's a group of drivers who typically you may not expect to be working together, but coming together and in the spirit of collaboration, having a good run here in this broadcasted split.
Got our eyes on the 75 right now. MSI Esports Blue, 5th in class. Silver Talons driving that one. Full service for them last time out, so he's got the benefit of some fresh tyres underneath him, and track temperatures have been, I think, quite cool overnight. Some of the coolest I've seen. We're at 18 degrees Celsius right now, and these guys are putting in lap times matching their best of the race, despite the darkness. Once you've done enough laps around here, you know which way the track goes. A lot of confidence for a lot of these drivers at this point, and the last lap for Silver Talons was a little bit off, but we did see him have to negotiate a fair chunk of TCR traffic. This one, I think, is looking very committed, very precise to all of the apexes, exactly where you'd want the car coming across these crests, and this is looking pretty quick at the moment.
And just going back to the slightly cooler track temperatures, you mentioned that Team Redline car doing a double stint, and for a lot of the GT3 cars, I would expect at this point in the night, they will be double stinting their tires. When you have that kind of track temperature, it just allows you to push that little bit harder and still not wear the tire as much as you might slightly later in the day. So take advantage of that now when you can really abuse the tire over the double stint as much as you can.
Silver Talons just 3 seconds behind BS Competition for 4th in this class, and he might be able to close that one in here. It depends where the traffic falls for him, but it's looking good for the Ferrari. He's got Full Send Racing in front of him, going to find a way past there, and GT3, the fastest class, TCR, the slowest around here, probably makes it a little bit easier than trying to pass a Cup car or a GT4 car trying to pass a TCR car. That can be difficult in places as well.
Absolutely, but something very tricky with the TCR cars that I think some GT drivers sometimes forget. Being front-wheel drive, they sometimes push a lot out of the corners, and so a GT3 driver may be trying to set up a good run coming out of the corner, can get a little caught out by that. And I've seen incidents specifically at the Nordschleife where sometimes a GT car just sets up a move that isn't really possible with the front-wheel drive nature of the TCR. When we're talking about the other classes, though, the 911 Cup car is very difficult because it doesn't have that much downforce, so it's fairly slow in the corners for a GT3 car, but then it's a really rocket ship in a straight line and might even be a little bit faster at times, especially on that main back straight, the Dottinger Hoa. So there is a lot of difficulty navigating traffic here, and it happens for all the classes, especially when you get all 4 classes intermingling at once. That can be a very dangerous situation.
Car that was our overall leaders on the lane right now. Team Redline Black have a driver swap. Jonas Vollmeyer is getting out. Maximilian Benecke is getting in, and of course that means a stop with a tyre change as well. So this is going to be the works, the full service. BS Competition and Marla Racing, of course, have one more lap on their stint. They've cycled through into 1st and 2nd. Just depends where that checkered flag falls relative to some of these stints. You can see TCRs in the background there as well. They're still making some of their pit stops in this class, but down off the jacks for Benecke, away and rolling. 1 minute 2 seconds, about what you'd expect. Yeah,
and let's now see what BS Competition and Marla Racing do. I don't think they double stinted tires, so maybe this will be their double stint. And so maybe we're going to see a little bit of a charge from Beneke, one of the best drivers in iRacing, and maybe he's going to have to try and catch the Audi and the BMW in front of him.
This is Sage Karam and the VRS Coanda car still not able to work his way through the traffic here. Maybe a little miscommunication there. That was the exit of the Hudson back where the corners go left, right, left, right, left, right. It can be very hard if you catch some traffic there. It's immediately followed by this long straight up towards Flugplatz, and the VRS Coanda car does get on through. They're in an unfortunate little no man's land here with basically a minute to the car behind and then a couple minutes up the road to the next car. So fighting for what they can get. You never wish too much ill on your competition, but this is a race you do enter knowing that if you keep your car clean, other teams won't, and that's a way to pick up spots.
And one of the real drivers racing in this race is in that car. It's Jesse Krohn, but very unusual, David, to see just one VRS Coanda entry into a special event. And I have to assume that some of the focus for that team is on the upcoming Porsche Esports Super Cup. I do know that Josh Rogers was actually taking place in a Formula E virtual race as part of the Porsche Works team. So Josh Rogers, one driver who was maybe had some conflicts for this race, but when you have such a strong and deep driver lineup like Coanda, to just have one car in one class, it's a little bit odd. And maybe that's just affected them here, not focused as much on this race as maybe someone like the Team Redline or BS competition cars.
That's certainly a possibility. There's also clearly been some poor luck for them, considering that they are bunch of minutes down the road. That's not going to be entirely on paces. He had a bit of a wiggle coming in. It might have been Versifen there. So, yeah, struggle street at the minute for the VRS Coanda car, but they're still in it. And we've only just gone past halfway. You always say anything can happen in this race. A bit more traffic for him to deal with, and I felt like that's kind of how it happened. You might get one clear lap in, and then the next lap you'll find yourself catching 3, 4, 5 more cars, and occasionally in places you don't like. So, in theory, the traffic should be relatively randomly, evenly spread, but it never quite feels like that.
And when you're in the car, I mean, you can attest to this too, David, it always feels as though you're getting the worst of the traffic. You always feel as though your competitors are having it easier than you, and it can be frustrating at times to sit there and just be patient, be calm, and not push the issue too much. But we have seen for a lot of the drivers here so far in the 30 minutes that we've been in the booth, David, everyone's been clean and respectful and not really pushed the issue too hard yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's all looked pretty clean at this point, and I guess part of that is if you're the kind of team that wasn't giving just a little bit of space, having a little bit of respect for your competition, then you might be one of those teams that is no longer running. I mean, we've had 12 hours and some of this race for, things to go wrong, miscommunications in traffic to happen, drivers to just be too eager on cold tires. Any of those, easy mistakes to make that, dent the panels on your car. It could have already been made for some of those teams. So we're kind of looking at this point in the race at almost a selection bias of teams that are reliable and clean.
Absolutely, and we're right now taking a look at your GT4 leader, that's Core Sim Racing, and talking about being clean and dependable. I was talking to Carly Jansen right before this race, and he was talking about the fact that this is actually his first ever Nürburgring 24 for, just a few reasons. He didn't have, teammates available to drive with him, and it's not been a race that he's entered before, but in VLN races, in prior years, he's got a lot of experience in a lot of cars. And in the VCO NLS races this year, they had 2 cars entered. They had pole in every race. They won both of them. They had a second and third for the other cars. So Core Sim Racing, they've had a very strong build up to this race. Pascal Stick's currently in that car, and his teammates Sindre Sestes, Carly Jansen, and Samuel Liebert. They've also got Matti Sippola in the car, actually, so an extra entry from when I was talking with Carl, but they've very much kept it clean and very consistent pace to this point. And halfway through the race, they have a nice 4.5 minute lead behind them, so looking good for that team.
And I tell you what, their livery, white-orange with some stripes on it, doesn't look bad on the Cayman either. It's a car that very similarly resembles the road-going car in its dimensions. Same too for the Porsche Cup car, unlike the GT3 and the TCR, which have a bit more aero work on them, a bit broader flares. And I think the simpler liveries look a lot better on the cars that look a little bit more like a road car. So, I mean, we get a shot of, we got a little bit of a look at it there. White, orange, solid blocks of color, some little black pinstriping, very smart.
Yeah, that course sim racing livery has always been one of my favorites. Specifically on the Cup car, we're gonna get to see it, the upcoming Porsche Esports Super Cup, but I think we're right now taking a look. I think that's, I'm not exactly sure what car that is. It's a bit dark to tell. David, can you tell?
No, but I've definitely been helped by the fact that on some of these cars, the number panels are illuminated. Some of them have got those panels, the illuminated number panels, and you know, they help us here in the sim, and that's what they're around for, is they're very, very useful if you are beside the track. Taking a look here, heading towards the pit straight, and sometimes that was well communicated. I've seen some times where a car tries to pass on the right hand side of a car that's trying to get to the pit entry there. So Marlow Racing Team, we said we're going to go one lap longer than Team Redline Black. Marlow are on the lane. Right in front of them is the BS Competition 89 with Alexander Voss. And this will see Team Redline Black cycle back through into the lead. That one lap that they are further on the strategy definitely doesn't look like it's going to hurt them at this point. But that's the kind of thing you can't let get too far out of hand. So I think they'll have their eyes on the numbers. They're probably good. Team Redline Black are leading 6 out of every 7 laps the way it's going at the moment.
Yeah, and
no
you
tires
talk about
for BS89.
Sorry, you talk about it not wanting to get out of hand, as actually, I think Alexander Voss going to get out in front of Max Benecke here. So the no tire strategy definitely playing out here. One team electing to do it a stint earlier. So Max Benecke now on new tires chasing down Alexander Voss. He's only 4 seconds behind here. It's going to be an interesting fight, but 1 lap of fuel is about 16 liters, and that's a not inconsiderable amount of fill time, David. So like you mentioned, don't want to let that get out of hand early in the race.
Yeah, this is good for BS Competition to have the track position, even though their next stop is going to have to be longer to take tyres than Team Redline Black that are now in the position to double stint. But if it ever gets to the point where Team Redline Black have to make the pass out on circuit, that's tough around here in cars that are anything close on pace. So it's good to have that track position right now.
Yeah, and something just to note, the BMW not as strong in a straight line as the Ferrari of that Team Redline Black car. So some of the spots where the Ferrari is going to be very strong on track, the BMW might be a little weaker. And then when the BMW is maybe stronger in some of the tighter, twistier stuff in the middle of the lap, that's where it's going to have an advantage over that Ferrari. So your main place where I would expect Max Benecke to really try and pass here is potentially on the Dottinger Ho, that long back straight. But if he does catch Alexander Voss earlier, that does mean he's got to sit behind and just be a little careful as not to cause any incidents himself.
Yeah, Ferrari's definitely got some long legs. It's a prancing horse indeed. We just saw our Cup leader, who we've got our focus on here, was Max Verstappen driving that car. Alexander Thebes been in the car now about 7 laps, and He had to put the move on one of those TCR cars before Vipperman, and he didn't go side by side like we had seen out of some of our other drivers. So, sorry, yes, the Redline Cup car has got Guven now after 4 laps and had Max Verstappen Porsche 24 by Redline. He's got Alex Thied now.
Oh, I think, David, I may have got them mixed up slightly earlier and given you some bad information there. So Max Verstappen in the Team Redline Cup car with fellow Real Racing driver Aykan Guven, I believe Porsche Super Cup driver. So that car in second. So Team Redline still running first and second here. And it's good to see, David, obviously lots of drivers on the service right now, but good to see them competing here at the top level amongst sim racers. Obviously, it shows just how competitive these drivers are to be able to compete with sim racers who, we know spend a lot of time and effort into understanding how sim racing works as compared to, the real racing.
So the Porsche 24 driven by Redline on the lane right now, and that will cycle Redline Cup back to the lead. It's kind of a Redline 1-2, but under different names, wearing different hats, whatever way you want to look at it. So an enviable position for them, but the 69 is going to go back into the lead, and the Porsche 24 car back into second once their pit service is done. There it is, up on the jacks. Alexei Yakola going to take that car now, so driver swaps are plenty. What's normally your strategy within your team of how long you leave a driver in? I've been seeing some TCR teams in the third split changing every single stop. I've seen some teams double stinting. What's the approach that you think is best?
Well, I think it comes down to how you build your setup. And unfortunately for this race, we didn't really build a setup in the GT3 cars that effectively allowed us to double stint tires, even at night, unfortunately. And as a result, we can be a little bit more flexible. And like you say, you see some of the TCR drivers changing every stint. In the GT3 car, we do have that flexibility since we're not changing every stint to do that. Now, in the past, though, I personally, especially at a track like this, which requires so much mental concentration, I feel like a double stint is potentially the best kind of way to structure it for yourself, because it lets you have enough time to get into a rhythm around the track, but then you can come back into the pit lane after a few hours when you kind of get mentally shot. You have to make sure you're always 100% focused around the track here, and so a double stint kind of works best to minimize the amount of tiredness you get through a long 24-hour race.
Yeah, I've been finding the Cayman absolutely draining because the way its suspension is, how floaty that car is, it wants to get away from you across every crest, and this circuit is just 20-something kilometers of crests, dips, dives, blind corners. Your hands on the wheel non-stop the whole way around the lap for hours on end, and a 10-lap stint is already 90 minutes in those Caymans, so even if you were swapping drivers every stop, it's quite a bit of time behind the wheel to each run on the fuel tank. And the GT3 cars, things happen quicker in that way. You might get fatigued, but finding that the Cayman even tougher than I'd previously found the Porsche Cup car.
Yeah, and I did mention my chat with Carl Jansen. He was saying similar things about the GT4 car being very bouncy and having a lot of places where, because of the bounciness, it can be very unsettling as you try to maximize the speed of the car. But David, so how much driving have you done so far in this race, and how much more will you do after this commentary stint?
Well, I qualified my team's car and did the start for 2 11-lap stints in that car, so that added up to about 3 hours 30 minutes in one go. Then handed across to my teammates, had a little bit of a nap, had something to eat, and now I'm up here in the commentary box. I've got another double stint ahead of me after this, so that'll probably add up to a total of about 7 hours.
Alright, so 13 hours then almost in total for this race. combined with your 6-hour commentary stints. So, like you said, you had a nap, but kind of how do you keep your energy up, especially here in the commentary booth? I don't think a lot of people really appreciate. It's not as hard as driving, obviously, a double stint, but 6 hours in the commentary booth, it can be hard to keep the energy up and the to be able to stay focused. So how do you keep your energy up in the long race?
I'm a hardcore Kyle enthusiast. No drywall is safe around me when my fridge is fully stocked with the good stuff.
Okay, I'm similar. You know, for this race, I got a few Red Bulls ready to go, just working my way through them, and it should be good. I'm not.
Oh, close moment on our screen here. We'll get back to that one, but Full Send Racing did not look like they wanted to yield in this one. They went side by side for a couple corners there. All good now, but the TCR car's not jumping out of the way of second place in our GT4 class.
Yeah, and that's Lars Boll at the wheel of the third place car in your TCR class. So trying not to lose time here and not making friends. You do want to make sure over the course of the race that your competitors around you recognize you as a car that isn't going to do, things that negatively affect them, cost them time, or potentially do any contact. But you can see Lars Boll, he's going to get out of the way here of the Porsche Cup car getting, that's the leader, the car who just came down pit lane, the Porsche 24 driven by Redline car. So no issues there, but just wanting to make sure you don't maybe irritate too many people, still with 12 hours to go in this race.
Yeah, in my team, maybe not so much around the Nurburgring where you don't come across the same cars quite as often, but some of the other 24-hour endurance races like Spa or Daytona where, if you're driving the Cup car and, you'll see the GT3 leader come by and put a lap on you every 40 minutes or so, or maybe more often. We end up with shorthand or little nicknames for some of the other teams where we're competing against, and I'm not sure I can repeat all of them, but you'll get a reputation if you're, flashing the lights from all the way back every single time, if you're dive bombing every time, and you'll there was one team we raced against a couple of times, and we ended up just calling them the prison guards because it was never pleasant every time we had to interact with them.
I think
you'd get radio calls like, all right, prison guards 3 seconds back, prison guards 2 seconds back, all right.
Yeah, I think, like you said, though, that's one of the few names that is really safe to be said in the broadcast. Many drivers get quite heated, even though, some people call this just virtual racing. For all of us who spend time and effort to really prepare for these races, there's a lot of work that goes into it. And so when you maybe don't get helped out by another car, you can't help but feel frustrated. And that usually transforms itself, at least in my case, in the form of profanity.
Yeah, well, the prison guard nickname actually had a nationality in front of it, but that's not for broadcast. On our screen right now, we've got the 7th place GT3 runner, MB Esports Racing 23. They're on their outlap on the GP circuit here. They've come out right behind Trans Tasman Racing, who they are 2 laps in front of, and Emily Jones decides, I'm not going to have you with the blue flags waving right up behind my rear bumper coming through the Hudson back. So that's a place I'll often let someone go. On the GP circuit, there's more room, there's more space between the corners, but sometimes you're thinking it's not worth having this person right behind my bumper as we turn onto the narrower, bumpier, less sighted confines of the old circuit.
Yeah, and the first corners in the Nordschleife, the Hadsenbach part of that first complex, very tricky and like you say, confined. So Emily Jones and the Audi just getting out of the way. We're currently seeing, I'm not sure exactly what car, but they're making their run through the GP circuit right now, and that's one of the GT4 Caymans, the DRS Wave Italy 718. Currently at the wheel, Filippo Orlandi.
Yeah, GP circuit's definitely one of the easiest places to dispose of traffic. You've got these longer straights leading into tougher braking zones. There's just a little bit more room to get on by. At the lead of the motor race, though, we mentioned this when it was 4 seconds the gap. BS Competition are on their second stint of the tyres. Alexander Voss re-entered just in the lead of the race, with Maximilian Benecke with a new set of tyres starting to hunt him down. That's come underneath 1 second. You mentioned the legs are just a little bit longer on that Ferrari, so I think just close a little bit, it'll be relatively even between the two of them. But once we come to that run up towards commitment corner, and then I think the Dortmund, if Benecke is within 1 second, we'll see those legs start to stretch. We'll see the effect of the slipstream on these cars, and I'd give it about a 50-50 probability Benecke is in the lead by the time he gets to Tiergarten.
Yeah, and he's actually closing here now. Alexander Voss got a good exit there, but Maximilian Benecke getting an even better run up the hill on the exit to Bergwerk. Like you say, coming towards Bravery Corner, and he's going to be close enough. He's not going to want to try and make the move done on the Nordschleife, but once he makes his way to the Dottinger, he's going to have the move basically secured here. He's fairly close. All he's going to have to do is just be careful for the next half of the lap and just keep it close to that BS Competition BMW.
If you're Alex Voss, what are you doing in this situation? What's your thinking? Are you gonna hold him up for all you're worth because you've got that track position, or are you gonna say this isn't my fight? I think if it's the battle for the lead, you've double stinted those tyres to get the track position, you're not gonna let him go until the dot in the hood.
Absolutely, and at the same time though, I don't think Max Benecke is the type of driver who's really gonna force the issue here. With still 11 hours to go, that would be a very risky pass, even if the BMW is struggling a little bit more on its tires. But if you're Alexander Voss, you do know once it gets to that Dottinger main straight, you're not going to really be able to put up a fight. And at that point, I think your main focus has to be how close can you stay to Max Benecke, maybe save a little bit more fuel, just cut that next pit stop down a little bit in time. And that's going to be your main focus in terms of minimizing your time loss once the Team Redline Black car gets on by you.
Yeah, indeed. Benecke will be fully aware of the legs that he's got there. Actually catching a GT4 car that could play into this. If I'm driving a GT4 car and I see first and second in GT3 in a battle closing up behind me, I'm not going to want to spend too long in their way. I'm not necessarily going to jump out of the way, but my goodness, you know that it's a risky time. So, oh no, on the grass and in the barrier, potentially trying to let our leaders go. Which GT4 was that? There's only a couple out there.
I believe that was the ASD Elite Yellow. He did try a little bit to jump out of the way, unfortunately, David. He got the flashing lights from the BS Competition BMW, and that's not a great place to really have too big speed differential. The Cayman bouncing a little bit through the Beloff S's as he came to the start of it through Flansgarden 2, just getting on the grass a little bit and unfortunately losing it. But fortunately, I guess, Maximilian Benecke not getting any contact, but he's not going to get the move done here. He's a little bit too far behind this time around.
Looked worse the first shot we saw it. The next time we had the look back there, you see it was just a graze on the barrier, but still a scary moment there. I know that that's a fully committed section in the Cayman, a very, very difficult part, not an easy place to let someone go. Those tall curves are killer. You do exactly make the point though, it cost Benecke a couple more tenths than it did Alexander Voss, and I think that's the only thing that's kept him in the lead of this race, because you see once that Ferrari got wound up, he pulled 6-7 tenths, and maybe the look towards turn 1 on the GP circuit.
Looks to the inside once, looks again, and he is alongside, and I think he's going to get the move done down into Yokohama S, into the turn 1 and 2 complex. And indeed, Max Benecke moves back into the lead of this race on fresh set of tires.
Yeah, no defense there from Voss either. He saw that move was coming quite some time in the making, stayed to the left-hand side of the circuit. I guess he's hoping now to stay in a little bit of the draft of that Ferrari, but he's realized that the way it is right now, he hasn't got the tyres. Benecke has got the tyres, and Benecke is Benecke. So if you're BS Competition, your best bet is to minimize the damage on that second stint of the tyres. Do what you can to stay with Team Redline Black, and hopefully when the pit stops all cycle back around again, you can, at least for a lap or two, be back in the lead and keep Team Redline Black on their toes, thinking about that they can't mishandle any of the strategy or they will not be leading this race.
And something interesting on the strategy, the 1 lap of fuel difference right now isn't that significant. The thing I find more interesting is how they've approached this tire strategy, and the fact that Team Redline are slightly offset in their double stint strategy as compared to BS Competition and Mahler Racing. So Mahler Racing and BS Competition currently on the second stint of their tires. Maximilian Bilecki in that Redline car on brand new tires. And it's going to be interesting to see at what point each of these teams have decided they're going to stop double stinting and move to single stints. And maybe that's what's produced the slight little offset in tire strategy right now. Max Bilecki, he's already going into the Hadspin with a 1.5 second advantage, so we can see just how important tires are, David, in this GT3 class.
Yeah, indeed. The tyres are confidence, and confidence is speed around here, as well as that extra grip. It's also, keeping the throttle pinned in some places where otherwise you might need a little lift. Seeing the car was running in 6th right now. Co-anda car with Sage Karam getting past a GT4. There's still plenty of traffic out there. This is the run on the Dodinghur, looking at the Porsche Cup cars, and they're pretty good in a straight line, typically.
Yeah, and I think I said before, they might even have a slight advantage over the GT3 cars in a straight line. It can be a little frustrating if you catch them on the Dottinger. You slowly start to pull towards them, but then as you come down on the run towards Tiergarten, you can start to lose them a little bit, and that's the MSI Esports blue car down onto pit lane, so that's Salva Talons. I think he's going to stay in the car right now, and so maybe he won't take tires either.
We'll keep an eye on this pit stop then, or we'll look away, but the time now creeping up to 20 seconds. The red lights above the door match the red on the paint, but the rest of that car is indeed black. Bit of a Italian stealth fighter in the dark here. He can see where he's going. Everyone knows he's there with those lights, but the rest of that car quite dark. Salvatalons indeed does get on out of the pit lane. No tyre change, just filling the tank in that Ferrari GT3. What's the size of the tank in those? Around about 120 litres?
Yeah, I believe 120 liters, and then the only car that I think has a slightly different tank is the BMW with 115 liters of fuel capacity.
Yeah, we don't have the McLaren GT3 in this one, which has a 130 litre fuel tank. Be interesting in future runnings to maybe get it back, because its exhaust absolutely would light up the night. But it's good that with the GT3 marks we do have, there's a competitive mix. Obviously, the Ferrari's gone through into the lead. We're looking at the Ferrari that is in 4th place, was in 4th. It's actually in 5th now. Number board still says 4th because that's where they were when they crossed the line. And of course, with the length of this lap, doesn't update that often. Yeah, so we've got Ferraris and BMWs both equally in the mix. And you were speaking about you hoped that the Audis would be a little bit closer. Do you think that's because over the long form of the race, the Audi hasn't been quite as competitive, or do you think just a team with an Audi just hasn't brought it at the level of the leading Ferrari and BMW?
No, I actually just think that the Team Redline car has really shown today just how strong they are. I don't think Max Bilecki was really participating in those digital NLS races hosted by VCO. And that's where we did see the Williams Esports team, and we have some of those drivers in that Mahler Racing Team Audi. So Alex Arana currently at the wheel of that. He showed some great pace in those DNLS races. So He's only 13 seconds behind the leader, so he's not that far off right now. And I think we've said a few times, David, 11 hours still to go. Anything could happen. And they're still sticking pretty close to the lead. So even if they're not maybe showing the level of performance that I kind of expected, they're still in the fight for the win. And that's all they can really hope for at this stage.
Yeah, so 3 marks in our top 3. That's how you'd want it, really. So, yes, some of them, of course, have their own different uniques and strengths and weaknesses. We've talked about the straight line speed for the Ferrari, talked about the sort of the balance of the BMW through the twistier bits. And then, of course, there's also going to be some difference between them in the different weather conditions. Obviously, a lot of this race has been quite cool. It started cooling off from about an hour into the race. It wasn't a massively hot start, then it's cooled off. It's very grippy conditions right now, and you typically see in the morning, the sky lightens up and then the sun starts peeping above the horizon, and it's a couple hours after that where the sun's higher in the sky, actually has some angle on the track before you really see the track's temperature heating up. So I'm not sure we're going to get that many hours of really hot track temperatures.
Maybe not, but it does sound like then we might have what's called golden hour in the real world. That just as the sun is starting to peak up, the temperature on the track is the lowest possible, and you get the maximum speed out of the car. So maybe we're going to get a few hours of a window where we can see some of these GT3 cars really battling at the maximum performance and kind of see how the cars compare there. I think you talk about the weather differences. I would have to think that right now, a car like the Ferrari, very strong in a straight line, but not so good in the corners, that has to be helped by the low temperatures here. Whereas something like the BMW might be benefiting slightly more from the warmer weather that we saw slightly earlier in the race. But just a theory there, no data to really back that one up.
No, but I agree with the feeling of it. Our leader is going to come across the line, and the number board is going to update to say first for Maximilian Benecke and Team Redline Black. 11 hours to go in this race, 24 hours of Nürburgring, powered by VCO. Wherever you're watching, we're delighted to have you. We hope you're enjoying this great race that is in its second half now, heading towards the finish. We're going to ride on board with Maximilian Benecke for a little bit here. We're going to take that RaceSpot TV fan immersion. Don't go too far because commentary will resume in a couple minutes. Welcome back to coverage of 24 hours of Nürburgring powered by VCO. 10 hours, 51 minutes to go. We are still racing in the darkness. I'm still David Haynes and it's still Arjuna Kankapati with me. Here is how they run at the moment. We were riding on board for a lap there with Maximilian Benecke and the team red line black car that leads. He's built that gap out to 6.5 seconds or so at this point. Head of the BS competition 089, and it's Marlow Racing team in third with their Audi, and the other BS competition car, the number 7, in fourth place. A little bit further back from our leading trio, still on the lead lap. Same too to be said for MSI Esports Blue in fifth place. VRS Co-Anda Simsport, first car in class off the lead lap, and they share that honour with MB Esport Racing number 23. Final GT3 running at the minute, and a teeny bit further back is Trans Tasman Racing, but they refuse to give up. They're on an outlap right now. Emily Jones has handed the car over to Kurt Stenberg. We'll take a look at the Porsche Cup class, and I'm going to steal this one away from Arjuna this time. So leading that one by a couple seconds, Porsche 24, driven by Redline. That's got Alexiusi Yakola at the moment, 25 seconds over their friends and teammates in the Team Redline Cup. Guven driving the second place car. Look a little bit further back to R8G Esports. Roman Grosjean's new team, recently announced basically in the last week, running third in class at the moment, and they've got a handy margin over fourth place HM Engineering. STL Esports by Logitech G are in fifth, a little bit further back than the other HM Engineering car, the 746. Eclipse Sim Sports have seventh place in class, and at the moment, TQ Engineering in eighth have been on pit road the last hour. I'm not sure if we're going to see that car again. Maybe think of that one as a retirement. For the second half of the field, Arjuna.
Well, let's start by looking at the GT4s, all Porsche 718 Caymans, and still leading Core Sim Racing in the 304. Pascal Sticks still at the wheel. Then in second place and 5 minutes and 10 seconds behind, so quite a ways back, the Sorg Rensports Esport number 333. Then you have Team RSO number 397 in third. And the last car on the lead lap, ASD Elite Yellow. Then you have DRS Wave Italy 718 in fifth, the only car one lap down. Then you have Team Heinzgeweld 301, Burst Esports Ritoro, they're both 2 laps down. And then OTR Esports, they are 6 laps down and the 8th car in that class. Then your TCRs, Sim RC continue to lead, but they only have a 1 minute advantage over Vendaval Sim Racing Blue. A further 1 minute back, it's Full Send Racing number 85. Then you have Team Heinzgeweld Geodesic Racing, one of your combined entries for this race. You also have Craig's Setup Shop and Friends, one of those other combined entries. They're sitting in 5th place right now. And Team RSO number 597, they're in 6th. They're the last of those 4 cars that are all within a minute, so still a little bit of fighting going on there. Rounding out the top 8, it's Lotto Sport and XVR Sim Racing, also on the lead lap. So many cars still on the lead lap in your TCR class, and might be some movement further on in the race, David.
You know, I've had some time to think about those combined cars, and I've got a theory that leads into it. You know, if there was a 6-hour race like Watkins Glen and you're speaking with your teammates and you're thinking, which model of GT3 are we going to pick? If all of your teammates are set on one car, you'd probably say, all right, we'll drive that one. But for a 24-hour race like this, if all of your teammates were set on driving GT3 and you were thinking about TCR as your first preference, you're not really going to commit to a 24-hour race at this level in something that isn't your absolute first priority. And that's probably seen some drivers then, you know, sniff around for someone else entering that model of car that they can they can go and join, because it is such a commitment, this 24-hour race, more so than even some other 24-hour race, just how draining it is around this circuit. I would intensely struggle to find the effort if my team had told me I had to drive the TCR car, which is not my first preference. Nothing wrong with it, but it just wasn't my first preference, and you'd be asking for a huge commitment to something that wasn't, 100% someone's passion.
Well, you talk about TCRs not being your passion. Joining us in the booth now, Paul Smith. And I know, Paul, you are a fan of the TCR class. I believe you're participating in the race in that TCR class. How's the race going for you so far?
Yeah, I've currently been awake for many hours. I've lost count. Yeah, we're in split 6. It's going well. We're 5th place in TCR class. I'll fight you on that one, David, because the TCR is so much fun around this track. It really is.
Me and Arjuna are both in 3rd split, so be thankful we're even stoop as low as to speak to you.
But well, I mean, the overall leader in our split has just literally crashed about 10 seconds ago, so it's been a race of attrition.
So Paul Smith, who's running 4th in his class, joins us now. How close are you to that lead? You're probably going to pick up a spot from that one?
Well, that's the overall race leader, not TCR.
Oh, okay.
We're currently 21st overall out of a 55 car field. That says a lot about what the rate of attrition has been in our split. It's all been about keeping out of trouble. Unfortunately, I didn't keep us out of trouble, and on the start of my 2nd stint, because we were double stinting, found a wall up at Adnau Forest. So, yeah, 8.5 minutes spent in the pit lane, but we're back out running, and it's all good.
Fantastic to hear. I've forgotten precisely how many splits there are, but when I was looking at registering my team, I was seeing something on the order of 1,500 teams or more. If each of them had 3 to 4 drivers, we're talking potentially across all of the splits 5,000 drivers for this event. Sim racing participation this year and over the last couple of months has been ridiculous, hasn't it?
It's been sensational, and I think a lot of people are finally getting clued up to what the sim racing malarkey is all about, and it is fantastic that so many people are taking part. I think there was 22 splits in total I saw earlier on when I joined, because I was late joining in with the team because of producing the Porsche Mobile 1 Super Cup Virtual Edition, which again is another thing that has come about for sim racing, and getting that onto European television. So that's been a great achievement for people in sim racing, and I think John Hindhaugh actually said it best earlier on in the coverage in the first 6 hours, when he said, "End of the day, a race is a race. It doesn't matter what sort of category it is, be it Formula 1, be it endurance racing, be it RC cars, be it sim racing. A race is a race." And a lot of people may say, "Oh, but this isn't a real race." Yes, it is. It is real. It is a real race. You are competing against other people to take part and to potentially win your chosen category in this endurance event.
I've been thinking about this one with 22 splits. If they didn't run in parallel and they ran one after each other on the track, it'd take us 3 weeks. Yeah, it'd take us more than 3 weeks to get through all of this racing. Such is the turnout, such is the level of the competition. I mean, we're very, very fortunate that we can run all of the races in parallel. No one gets turned away from experiencing endurance racing, experiencing racing with their friends, and experiencing racing this track. But that's one way to put into perspective the amount of participation, is that if we had to run each race back to back, one after each other, with no brakes, it had taken till after my birthday.
Oh, is that a good way of getting you to plug your birthday?
That's just how I'm measuring time at the moment. It's what's keeping me going, man.
Do you know what? I now know how you feel on the 60 Plus Racing Adventures commentary, by the way. I am utterly exhausted. I'm spent.
You got a drinks fridge? What are you sipping? Are you your tea man?
It's the diet lemonade. I had my can of energy drink earlier on whilst I was driving, but right now I'm just trying to keep hydrated with a bit of lemonade and that. Whilst I'm basically spotting still. I've literally got my teammate in one ear and you in the other. And basically, I'm just spotting for him until Jess comes along to take over for their split stint. So, yeah, as you can tell, I'm tripping over my words as well. That's how tired I am.
I had my energy drink while I was driving, and I'm very, very fortunate that this track is surrounded by Armco, not drywall, because I didn't hit any.
Well, I did, so, yeah, you've got that over me, that's for sure. But it is, I tell you what, it's been... I last took part in this race in 2017, back when they used to run the Kia. And we didn't have the day-night cycle then. I found out the hard way, having jumped into the car in the dead of night, that yes, it's a lot more difficult is this track when it's completely pitch black when you're coming in to start your first stint, because all your normal braking markers, you can't see them. Because the headlights on this TCR, please, iRacing, if you can, put for these endurance races for 24 hours, put the little light bar on the bonnet that they have for the real Nürburgring 24, because we need it in this TCR.
Couldn't go to Stratty at Easter, so put the light bar on the TCR for Nürburgring. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Quite a few of these models of car have their regular headlights and their endurance racing headlights, and then sometimes you'll see an extra set of headlights that comes out just for the Nürburgring, because I don't think there's any track that gets darker and more challenging than the Nürburgring at night. I mean, other tracks get dark-ish, but there's so much forest cover, there's so much cloud cover sometimes, fog, snow sometimes. I mean,
with other endurance events that we have here on the RS Sports Network, cheap plug, thank you very much. I'll tell you that the tracks are a lot shorter, so you get the headlight effect of those cars lighting up the track. So you get to see more of the track because of that. And you've generally got more runoff, and at some of the tracks they even have lighting in key places. Here, you're so far apart that you can go laps without seeing anybody, and you're on your own in just the utter darkness. It's a great event, and it's a great it's a great experience. And if you ever get the opportunity, if you're watching this now, have a look and see if you can do this event next year on iRacing, because it is a challenge like no other. We've got Le Mans coming up as the next 24-hour event on iRacing. That in itself is special, and I'm looking forward to that. I'll probably be just doing broadcast for that, but Nürburgring has just got something else to it, and it's a challenge that you set yourself against. It's not so much you challenging yourself against other drivers, it's you challenging yourself against the environment and against the track.
Taking a look at this action on screen, Vendaval Sim Racing in the 5th place. On their outlap, they've just made their pit service. They've come out right behind Craig's Setup Shop and friends. So 4th and 5th for TCR, close on the road here, underneath 1 second, and I think on average Juan E. Lopez is just closing that gap, and he's definitely going to be assisted by the draft in some places around here. Paul, I've seen in 5th and especially 6th gear, once you get past about 170, 180 k's an hour, you really do suck up to the car in front in the TCR, more so than in GT classes, and definitely more so than in the Porsche Cup.
Oh, you're down, either through Vauxhall or even down the Dottingerhohe. You get within a second, 1.2 seconds of the car in front. You just gain so much time. It really is good. But half the time, you're better off just sticking behind, save yourself some fuel, so that then it helps you out in the long term with your strategy. So I don't know about top split, but in this in our race, we've been seeing some TCR teams going 11 laps on fuel, which we are struggling to do. We're having to stick to the 10 lap stint, but we've been seeing teams going for 11 laps, and it's really paying off for them.
So Paul, I actually have a... Sorry, David, I have a question for you, Paul. So we were talking a little bit about tire strategy in that TCR class, and now obviously you'll be taking tires every single time at the front, but I've heard some conflicting information from some of the top split TCR drivers, some saying they will take fresh tires at the rear every 2 stops, some saying every 3. So for you guys, how are you managing that? How do you feel about having warm rear tires when you come out of the pit lane?
It's a tricky one. I mean, we personally as a team, we've just been taking 4 tyres every stop because the fuel is the limiting factor in the pit stop time. But there is a performance advantage in keeping warmer rear tyres on. That's for sure. So it means that you're going to be quicker on your outlap. And with the rear tyres, you use about 10% of the tread. So it's plenty. There's plenty of time for you to be able to use those tyres. So 2 and 3 stinting does not surprise me at all.
What we're just watching there, Vendaval Sim Racing Blue couldn't get close enough on the Dottingerhohe. Little slip up on the way towards that, and Craig's setup shop going to hold it onto 4th place for the minute. We're also seeing car that was in our overall lead, Team Redline Black, onto the lane. Still Max Benecke, still the same set of tyres. They're continuing that one driver does a double stint on one set of tyres strategy for Team Redline Black.
Yeah, we're currently looking at one of those split engines. Oh, we were looking at them. Now we've switched back to Vendaval Sim Racing Blue, Juani Lopez. That gap to Jack Sedgwick, it's now 1 second. And just something funny to note here, Jack Sedgwick, obviously Inex Racing driver, so he'll be familiar with the Vendaval Sim Racing team from their battles in World Championships and stuff like that, so they will be renewing the rivalry right here on track.
Certainly will be. New rivalries are made every race as well. This is a GP section of the circuit, quite a bit brighter than out around the mountain and in the forest, so the TCR headlight's not going to be a problem for them here. On E. Lopez doing what he can to stay within 1 second. And Paul, what's that draft window like? I mean, for most of the cars, I think of it as around 1.5 seconds. There's some cars where it extends a little bit further back. There's other ones like maybe the HPD where you want to be a little closer than that. What sort of distance do you see where you start feeling that effect and picking up a couple extra kilometers an hour?
With the TCR, you're looking 1.5 is where you just start feeling that the car in front isn't pulling away. It's more around that 1.2 where you really start feeling the effects of that draft and that slipstream. So definitely, it's knowing how to balance things out and seeing where you need to push, where you don't need to push, to keep yourself in that window, because you can save yourself so much fuel. You can gain so much time through that. I mean, just down the Dottingerhohe, you're gaining the best part of 7 or 8 kilometers an hour. So it really helps when you're going up that uphill bit before you head under the Bilstein Bridge. So,
any struggles with the rev limiter?
If you are in the draft, you will be bouncing off the rev limit underneath the Bilstein Bridge, heading towards Tiergarten. But otherwise, you're pretty much there or thereabouts. When you've got no draft, you're okay with the rev limiter. You're fine. It's only when you've got the draft that you feel that effect.
So it's just bouncing around between underneath 1 second, over 1 second for this battle that's now third and fourth. Team Heusingfeld's Geodesic have come out of the pit lane 10 seconds or so behind this battle, maybe a little bit more. Hard to read that one off, but interestingly, these guys have started to catch Full Send Racing in second place. It's just a bit further up the road from them, but Craig's setup shop was 3 seconds faster on the last lap in second place, and we know that the TCR class is the one that is, at the moment, the closest, because it's, well, part of it's that slipstream, part of it's the fact that everyone's on the same strategy, and the TCR car just maybe a little bit more survivable across some of the bumps than, for example, GT4 or the GT3s.
And something to keep in mind, both the Cayman GT4 and the Audi RS3 LMS TCR cars, both cars have the new damage model within iRacing, but because they're in a session with some of the older cars that don't have the new damage model, they're on a slightly more basic damage model, if we can put it that way. And Paul, I mean, you can maybe attest to this, but while the TCR cars in the old damage model is kind of a tank when it comes to car contact, the new damage model really shows that you can have some good racing, but if you push that line a little bit too hard, suddenly bits start falling off your car, and suddenly you can't drive in a straight line anymore.
That's what us touring car drivers call extreme weight loss on the car, you know, because as Colin Chapman once said, to make a good racing car, you've got to make it lighter, and that was it. To make a fast racing car, simplify and add lightness. Yeah. So that's what we're doing. We're simplifying the car. It's got too many bits on it. Let's get the bits off it so we can just really go for it. But no, our team has proven today in this race that it is a bit of a tank here today, but quite frankly, it needs to be around here because you clip a curb wrong and you're heading directly towards the scene of the accident.
Well, Paul, it's been a delight to have you share some insights with us and some new thoughts as well. How much longer have you got to stick around with us? I heard that you heard a rumour you might have to go soon.
I need to head off because it's getting a bit busier for my team. So basically I'm the only person spotting for Michael, who's in the car at the moment. So I'll need to head off in a second here.
A pleasure to have you. Best of luck in 20th split with Team Mad.
Hey! Oh, whoa! 20th split? How dare you! We're in 6th split, thank you very much, which you can keep up to date with on twitch.tv/SmilerBall.
That's great. If you want to keep up to date with 3rd split, you can go to twitch.tv/HJMotorsport. But that's good to hear.
No conflict of interest or anything there.
None whatsoever. You've got to get your plug in where you can. But I do appreciate you coming to have a chat with us. I hope you stay well.
That's not a problem.
Forgot to say A-up when you came into the box.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot, guys, and have a good rest of the broadcast.
Cheers, bud. Go RaceSpot TV and Team Mad's Paul Smith joining us. I'm not sure that man's ever driven a rear-wheel drive car in his life, but he's enjoying himself, and apparently things are going moderately well for him. And this is one of those races where, personally, a lot of other races, you want to do well, you want to absolutely maximize your performance. Around here, my focus, and what I perceive as the challenge, is to finish and survive this 24-hour race. So, top split, 3rd split, 6th split, 20th split, if I saw that checkered flag with a car in one piece, I'd feel like I'd achieved something.
You know, I've been trying to complete this race for, I think it's 3 years now, David, and I still haven't been able to do it. And that's not just in this official iRacing Nürburgring 24, but, you know, private events as well and things like that. It's just a race that's so challenging. It requires so much concentration. It requires everything to go, you know, almost perfectly. And, you know, even my race today, it's not been going perfectly yet. We're still going, but there's so much time, 10 and a half hours still to go. You know, you can't ever feel 100% confident in the outcome of the race. You're always, like you say, fighting the track and just trying to get to the finish with one clean car.
There's just so many variables across a 24-hour race like this. I mean, there's, you know, you can do everything perfectly, then you hand the car across to your teammate who has a problem, a technical drama, a momentary lapse of concentration, any of those things, and then the weather's not consistent for the 24 hours, and then, you know, we've got 4 classes of car. If you're the GT3 class, you're lapping cars almost every lap. If you're TCR, you've got 3 different speeds of car ranging up in your mirrors, you know, getting close and trying to find a way past. And then there's just, you know, driving through the night. There is a million things that for 24 hours are trying to stop you getting to the end. But one of the things I've noticed over this lap, it's not pitch dark in the sky anymore. I'm starting to see just a little bit of glow on the cloud layer. Still a while away from sunrise and the sun, you know, piercing the horizon. But you can see in some of these places just a little bit of glow in the sky. I think that will be a welcome sight to some of these teams and drivers.
Yeah, they've almost got through the night. First glimpses of the day starting to creep through. When we had talked about it with my team, we had kind of said about 6 a.m. was when the sun would really start to make itself known. It's 5:20 in the sim right now in the session, so starting to get to that point, and we're going to get to the point, David said it slightly earlier, it's going to start heating up, but it's not going to heat up straight away, and it might take until maybe 11 a.m. before we actually get some really warm track temperatures. So it's going to be interesting to see how the sunlight really affects the race.
Yeah, we'll know we've really broken through in the day when we see some of those leading GT3 teams decide that it's not worth double stinting anymore. I'm still of the opinion that, you know, if the sky starts lightening now, sunrise is officially 7 or 8, we'll really be looking to 10 a.m. in maybe 5 hours time before the track temperature rises above 23 or 24 degrees. It's currently a very, very fresh 17.8. I think that's, well, I'll speak as an Australian, I think that's long pants wearing weather, but you're not really going to need a jacket. Great weather, I think, at the moment. 17.8, not bad. This is closing up just a little bit. The last couple of corners, maybe the last half of a lap, Juani Lopez has gotten himself a bit closer to about half a second, and I think it's going to be difficult to drop too much further back from there, because now, from what we've learnt from Paul and my feelings having watched the TCR cars race in quite a bit, half a second back, you've still got good visibility, you're not right up behind their bumper, you can see your braking markers and your turning points, and most critically, some of those very tall curbs around the Nordschleife section, but solidly in the slipstream in all of the important places, one of which is just coming up on the way towards Flugplatz, and then from Flugplatz towards Schwedenkreuz. I think this is quite a bit of high-speed running here, where Juani Lopez is really going to feel that slipstream. I'm calling it, he's going to be 4/10 behind it at Schwedenkreuz.
Well, we'll see as they run down towards there, but I was talking to Full Send Racing, they're 12 seconds down the road in second from this battle for third, and they were saying that you can be 2 seconds a lap slower than the driver in front of you, but the effect of that slipstream can help you just suck up that much more and keep you in the draft. So maybe for Juani Lopez, I think Paul touched on it just briefly, but maybe saving a little bit of fuel, just biding his time right now, because, I mean, even if he gets past Jack Sedgwick here, he's not really got, you know, anyone in front of him. There's still 12 seconds to Lars Bolt in that 85 car, so maybe just saving a little bit of fuel, like you said, just keeping a little bit back and not blinding any of his references and stuff. So maybe a little bit of strategy playing out.
Lap 3 of this race in third split, I was driving, and of course we were all in a train at the start of the race there, and coming up from Bergwerk up the hill, someone was right up behind the bumper of the car in front, lost some of their reference points, clattered across the curb, lost control, and slammed into the Armco on lap 2 or 3 at about 220 kilometers an hour, right at the top of 5th gear in the Cayman. And that's the kind of thing that would happen if you were too close behind the car in front. He couldn't see where that super tall curb was, played it a little risky, and unfortunately their race ended very early.
And I always get a little bit scared at the start of this race here, because the start of the race is the one time where every single car in your class is in one little battle pack. And so if you have an accident at the front of that group, it could affect cars all the way at the back and really cause a chain set of incidents. So, like you said there, first laps of the race, very crucial to being able to stay clean, to be able to position yourself to really be in a strong position. Here, we're 10 hours and 20 minutes left, and cars like Vanderbilt Sim Racing, they're not on the podium right now, but they're still on the lead lap, and they're still in a good fight as the sun starts to rise.
I always get a lot of nerves and feel some of the expectation at the start of one of these endurance races, knowing that my teammates have spent a lot of hours in the week beforehand putting so much time and effort and emotion into preparing for this race, and I start the car, and if I was that guy who messed up on lap 2 or 3, I'm not sure when I'd hear the end of it from my friends and teammates, and I would not want to be that guy who put the dent on the car, put the car on the tow hook and ruined it for everyone. So this battle here, 3rd and 4th, not closing up massively. In the GT3 field, we've got someone I think a lot of people want to see. BS Competition are running in 2nd. They've had a pit stop. Philip Eng is driving that one now, and in the Mahler Racing Team Audi, 3 seconds behind, is Augustin Canapino.
Yeah, and I know our YouTube chat filled with Augustin Canapino fans. They'll be glad to see him back in the car, chasing down Philip Eng. Both of them obviously drive in the real world. Philip Eng, BMW factory driver, and Augustin Canapino, he's had a few IMSA appearances in the DPI class, but also races in South America. So I think that Mahler Racing Audi is going to slowly catch that BMW that Philip Eng's in. Even though Philip's got a decent amount of iRacing experience, Augustin Canapino's got a lot of iRacing experience at a very high level. And yeah, I think some of the fans in our chat, David, are going to be excited to see this battle develop.
I'm feeling very badly that I never took the time to learn enough Spanish to appreciate some of the messages from all of his fans, but I can feel their passion, and I'm glad they shared that with us. Both of these cars are on their out lap, about to come across the line to start their first flying lap since the pit stop. Both of them filled up the fuel, both of them took a brand new set of tyres, so really the biggest difference is the drivers in the cockpit and the model of car, BMW versus Audi. All things considered on the strategy, not a lot between them.
No, the one car that's slightly different on strategy is Maximilian Benecke in the Team Redline back car. Now, Maximilian Benecke not taking tires on this last pit stop, whereas Philip Eng and Augustin Canapino, just having got in the car, will have a fresh set of tires underneath them. And that gap is starting to close. It's down to 2.6 seconds now. When we started looking at the battle, it was closer to 3.5, so Augustin Canapino in that Audi starting to make traction on that gap in front of him.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes on this one because it is close, and on that different strategy to Team Redline Black, there's a possibility at some point the battle for the lead might be between these two cars. As we keep our eyes on it, we're going to bring in Sunil Arora. We had Paul Smith with us not long ago. Sumil's going to join us for a fair chunk of this coverage. Great to have his insights and opinions on this one. Sumil, I don't think many people would disagree with me that 24 hours of the Nürburgring is maybe one of the most difficult iRacing endurance events of the year.
Well, firstly, hello David, hello everyone watching. Hey guys, how are you doing? Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, Nürburgring, the circuit, just remembering the way it goes is a challenge itself. But driving it for such a long time and racing over here, well, that's a completely different ball game. So a lot of drivers, they really struggle to understand which way the track flows, where is your braking point for certain corners. Just understanding the circuit is such a hard task, and considering that it's one of the longest in the world, that has to happen. So racing over here makes it even harder because sometimes you just have no idea about which corner is going to go, and it puts you in some sort of a tunnel vision. So driving here itself is quite a tricky task, as we've seen in countless YouTube videos. But racing here, that's on a completely different level, and that just makes it one of the toughest endurance races in the world, whether in real life or virtual.
iRacing says there's 170 turns on this circuit. If you count some flat-out kinks, potentially. It feels like there's maybe 100, not quite 170, but the way that they calculate that is why you get all of those delicious safety rating gains if you make it to the end of this race. There is a lot of corners. However you count them, and however you name them, it is indeed a track that takes longer than others to adjust to. I think I've found my rhythm around here amongst many runnings of this 24-hour event myself. Okay, here comes the humble brag. I saved a couple hours for it, including winning second split in 2018.
Nice.
But yeah, you know, when you first try to acclimatise to the circuit, it takes quite a while. But once you find the rhythm for this place, you kind of can feel it. Whatever car you bring here, the circuit can be the constant. So there's definitely some people who adore this racetrack, view it a step above every other permanent circuit in the world, and it might be the longest permanent racetrack in the world. Apparently this layout of the 24-hour layout, 25.95 kilometers, which is some people's, you know, daily commute round trip. Here it's just one racing lap.
Yeah, this circuit, it's pretty much the ultimate racing circuit. Everything that you could ask for is here in this very track. So the fast corners, the slow ones, and you've got the carousel as well. Long straights, extremely quick kinks. You name it and you've got exactly that in this circuit. It's just a variety and a mixture of everything. And the thing about the Nürburgring is, so many people say that once you've driven here and once you've mastered this particular track, anything else just feels a little down because it's just so challenging, it's just so exciting to drive. So if you've mastered this one, nothing else just comes close. It's just a fantastic circuit. But as you correctly mentioned, David, it's incredibly hard to pass in this one.
Arjuna, some circuits have one famous corner, maybe like Turn 8 at Istanbul or something, a particular corner that characterizes the racetrack. I feel like around here there's 5, 6 or 7 corners that you just don't get anywhere else. I think key amongst them has to be the carousel, of which there's nothing like it left in the world. There's a bunch of other corners around here that are sort of unique to the Nürburgring, their own unique challenge, and if you see them, it's distinctly Nordschleifer.
Yeah, and not just a challenge for the driver, but also a challenge for the driver here is setting up the car, and how do you really get it to work well in the slower speed stuff and the higher speed stuff. And then you have stuff like the carousel as well, which requires you to maybe raise the car up just a little bit more to not bottom out. So as a driver trying to evaluate how you give feedback and how you feel about the car, that's also very important. And to find the ideal setup and the fastest setup here is really a really tough challenge as well. And it takes hours and hours of spending time just testing different combinations to just understand what the car is doing at all the different parts of the track. And at such a long track, you can imagine how long that takes.
This battle on our screen's getting a little more interesting. When we checked in with them initially, it was about 3.5 seconds, came down to about 2, and now Agustin Canapino's within 1 second of Philip Eng in their battle for second place in GT3 at the moment. I think that Audi might have just a little bit more legs in a straight line, but there's probably not a whole lot car to car to separate them. But he'll be in that slipstream now, and if he can close up a couple more tenths in this sector of the racetrack when they come towards Schwalbenschwanz, the Kleines Carousel, and on to the long straight, I think this is going to keep getting closer, Sumil.
Yeah, this could be an advantage for Agustin Canapino here, and all his fans in the YouTube stream will be extremely happy if he can make a move on Philipp Eng. But Philipp Eng, as we all know, is a quality driver, and although he may be struggling on the straights, if he can somehow keep Canapino out over here, he may have a tough time trying to keep him out on the straight. But still, if he can manage to keep Canapino behind, then he can keep it for a long time, because remember, the first part of the track, the first pretty much half, say, of the Nürburgring is a lot of tricky and twisty corners, and even in the main circuit he can still try and make sure that he keeps Canapino behind. So it's all about this particular straight here, and if Philipp Eng can do it, he can keep holding that position for a long time. But still, Canapino has the momentum and he could be making a move.
We're going to get an idea of the modus operandi of this BS competition 089 car, because we watched them earlier as Team Redline Black were closing in to try and steal the race lead, and it was a different driver, but the team still made no attempt at defending that track position. They said, no, that's not our battle at the moment. It's still way too early to take any risk. We've got to bring this BMW as clean as we can for as many laps as we can, and we'll see what happens later on. But what about in this one? This is a little bit even more so of a battle for position, because they're on the same age of tyres. Canapino is looking, and how hard is Philipp Eng and BS Competition going to defend this, knowing what we saw earlier? Here comes the run onto the Döttinger. Canapino just a couple of tenths back. They got a little bit of traffic in front as well to clear some TCR cars. Flashes the lights from Canapino. What are we going to see here?
And there is a little bit of damage to that front of the BMW of Philipp Eng. Not exactly sure when he got the damage, but I think it's clear at this point Agustin Canapino has the superior pace advantage as they work their way through two TCR cars. This is some crazy battling we're going to see, I think. Agustin Canapino is going to try and maybe make the move down into Yokohama S. Is he not close enough here heading into the last corner?
I think Philipp Eng was really saved by being able to pick up a slipstream off one of those Caymans, but then the TCRs battled side by side. He had to put two tyres into the grass to get past. Didn't hear him lift, but Canapino's had a similar run. Couldn't close on the Döttinger. What about here when Eng gets no draft? Canapino still 3 tenths back. A dive into turn 1, potentially it's covered by Eng. So this is what it's going to be. That's how it's going to be. BS Competition going to defend where they can. Philipp Eng's not giving this position up, and there might have been the lightest of taps through that opening couple of corners. Canapino, flash those lights as you want. Philipp Eng is already completely aware that you are there. What role is the traffic going to start to play? They had a clean run for most of the Nordschleife at that time around. All of a sudden, bit of traffic, TCR cars jumping out of the way, because if you want to keep your car clean, you're not going to impede a battle for position of faster cars.
Yeah, definitely, and thankfully for these guys, I mean, it would be good if they counter traffic right here at the circuit, because this is especially wider than the other parts of the circuit. So if they make sure that they can pass the traffic over here, then it's alright. But if they get them on the Nordschleife, that's going to be super tricky.
Really just depends where. This is fascinating to see that these guys are going to put up a bit of a fight. Canapino has his headlight flashing button bound to his push to talk or his drink bottle button or something. Philipp Eng is giving it a weave on the way towards the chicane here before they go out onto the Nordschleife. It's great to see these guys are going to put up a battle, but I hope no one does anything foolish. But this is some of that pump of adrenaline, some of the action that we'd maybe been missing. It had been on the slow boil, it had been on the back burner, but now these two drivers are willing to fight for second place, and into the Hudson back, they might start catching some of these Porsche Cup cars. Philipp Eng's on the headlight flashes now as well to say, hey guys, I'm coming through and I don't want to lose a tenth of a second with Agustin Canapino right behind me. Bunch of traffic for Eng here. What's going to happen? Porsche Cup car, a GT4 car, and then a TCR. All four of our classes represented on screens. They're going to head towards Flugplatz. Too wide in front of our leaders. Philipp Eng needs to pick his line carefully. He gets past one. He gets past the TCR car. Bit of air at the front there. Is he going to be impeded on the exit by the Cup car here? No, if anything. Eng's had a bit of a better run than Canapino.
Canapino got a little bit held up there in the initial first right-hander. That's Quiddelbacher Hoa, not Flugplatz as it's commonly called, but he's now got a 1.2 second advantage, Philipp Eng, over Augustin Canapino. And this really helped him, this little traffic now. There's the R8G esports car. It's Andre Martins, I believe, in the middle, but heading down towards the foxhole and the compression, he's got a nice little gap back to that Audi.
Great run from Eng through the traffic. He was forceful, but I didn't see him move anyone out of the way. He was also maybe just a bit lucky. Typically, you'd expect if you were 2/10 behind another GT3 car, they'd go through on a car and you'd follow them right on through. But for whatever reason, Canapino just didn't quite get that run he wanted in the Mahler Racing team car. But from what we've seen, that gap that's now out to 1.1, 1.2 seconds, not going to be hard for him to close back down.
It's going to be a bit tricky for him to close it down over here. And Nürburgring, as we all know, well, it's one challenging racetrack, so it may be a bit tricky to try and close the gaps down because, of course, knowing the quality of all these drivers, they're evenly put out pretty much. So for Canapino to get in there, get even closer at this part of the track, it's going to be very challenging. And getting closer here is one thing, but passing, as we all say, time and time again, it's a completely different ballgame. So there are not really a lot of places where you can actually go in and make the move down the inside, or maybe around the outside for B2. So Canapino needs to be incredibly smart about where he needs to get that done. So maybe at the end of the long straight could be one possibility, maybe at the main circuit, but for now he just needs to sit behind and try and close up a little bit more on Philipp Eng and his BS competition BMW.
Arjuna.
Yeah, just something that now that it's starting to get a little bit brighter, David pointed out the flashing of the headlights, and while the night is upon these drivers, headlight etiquette is actually something to consider. If you're abusing that headlight button, it can actually distract the driver, maybe potentially blind them just as they're getting into a braking zone and needing to find a reference. And so I just thought it was funny that you made a little quip there, David, about some drivers maybe having the push-to-talk bound as the same button as their headlight button, because I actually know for a fact there's quite a few drivers, some of the real drivers who have obviously jumped into the sim world for the first time, they have that actually have happened to them. And so it's quite funny on a broadcast, you'll see them flashing their headlights when all they're trying to do is actually just talk to their teammate. But sometimes that can irritate the car in front of you a little bit, and when we're talking about slower traffic, maybe they're not going to be as helpful for you if they recognize that you're a car that has been abusing the headlights.
Yeah, I feel that sometimes driving one of the slower cars, if someone's approaching fast, gives you one headlight flash, you let them by where is convenient without jumping too far out of your way. But if every single time they're just holding the button down, flashing the headlights, then at some point some guys are going to say, no, that's rude, don't like you, not going to give you any preferential treatment, not going to help you whatsoever. And there's a couple places around here where a little cooperation goes a long way between classes, between does a GT3 car lose 0.2 of a second getting past traffic, or does a GT3 car lose 2 seconds? Do they lose a tenth, or do they lose 2 seconds getting through traffic? There's some of these sections here where that can be the case. There's also Hutzenbach, which is, if get no cooperation there, you can lose a bit of time. So a bit of etiquette can actually go a long way.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, over here, if you encounter some really good traffic, really bad traffic, in the first part of the track, near Flugplatz and Gothenburg and all that areas, you're pretty much in a pretty bad situation, because these guys, even if they let you pass, there's not really a lot of room for 2 or 3 cars over there. So over there you could lose a whole lot of time. So you would be desperately hoping that you encounter the traffic, maybe at the permanent circuit near the GP layout. But yeah, in the other parts, it's going to be super tricky for all these guys. As now Augustin Canapino is getting even closer here, near to Philipp Eng.
Yep, you're not watching a replay of a lap ago, but it is the same situation. Augustin Canapino just a couple tenths behind the BMW of BS competition. Once again, he gets a better run out of the little carousel, and this time I'm not seeing any GT4 cars in front that Philipp Eng is going to pick up a draft on to help him. BMW has actually looked pretty reasonable in a straight line on the last lap, but in 6th gear with the throttle pinned to the floor for as long as it is down this straight, the draft is king, and Canapino is closing less than a car length. He's going to look to the outside under the Bilstein Bridge, the door-to-door for 2nd place around the Nürburgring, and it narrows down to one line after this. Who will have their nose in front? That is what matters. Still door-to-door here, and I think Eng's got his nose back in front. Canapino's not going to back out of it. He has to in the end. But what about the run onto the GP circuit through the pit straight? That was very, very close, but Philipp Eng is not giving up on this one.
He's still fighting hard here, defending that inside line. He's going to force Agustin Canapino to the outside of turn 1. It's going to switch back into the... Oh, he's diving down the inside here!
Oh.
He sold the dummy there, he switched it to the inside, and he still managed to get it stopped. Oh, he gets a little bit of contact there on the way through from Philipp Eng. Eng's back in this. I'm not sure Eng was entirely happy with this, but I feel that move was on there, and he did get it stopped. We're taking a look at the replay. To the outside, to the inside, 1 car width for Agustin Canapino, and I think that was fair and square by Canapino, but Eng is not wanting to give up on that in the slightest. He gives a little rub, gets a better run through the GP circuit here, and he's back into 2nd place. But Canapino will have learned from that, and he knows, okay, that's how we're going to race, is it? So watch this one to continue with some sparks and some fireworks between these two real-life drivers racing here on iRacing. Oh, and he sells it again!
Oh goodness, they're going side by side, Canapino and Eng once again in the top position. So Canapino is finding it super hard to try and make his move on Philipp Eng, and Eng is literally fighting till his last breath. He's just not letting it go as he weaves past through this right-hand kink. Oh, this is fantastic. Oh, they're going once again side by side, door to door, and Eng blocks it off for the chicane. Now they'll be heading into the Nordschleife, and this could be an advantage for Eng because it's super hard to pass over there. But Canapino and Philipp Eng, oh my goodness, they've been nose to tail side by side with each other, and they have just shown us a different quality of racing altogether. They've shown that you can be quick, you can be fast, and you can be hardcore while being clean as well. And Philipp Eng is still up ahead in P2, so Canapino is finding it to be quite a hard task to pass him.
This is a completely different attitude than we saw from the 89 car when it was Team Redline coming to put the pass on. This, though, is truly for position these cars on the same strategy. But while they do this, they're losing time here and there, and the other BS competition car, the number 7, is faster on the last lap and might start getting a bit closer to this battle. I'm seeing some of the panels on both of these cars, not how they were a little while ago. The rear valence for Mahler Racing Team, not sure that's going to affect them much at all, but it is just a little bit crinkled there. These guys, you know, Philipp Eng steadfastly refusing to give up that position, and now Agustin Canapino has been told, you are going to have to fight and fight like hell to get past, and that just ups the stake, ups the risk. These guys are battling for 2nd. They've been racing for 14 hours now, these two teams. I hope no one does anything too foolish, and it's interesting to see them give each other just a little bit more space on the narrow, bumpy confines of the Nordschleife than they were going to do on the GP circuit, where I think the elbows were a bit further out there, knowing there's a little bit more runoff room.
And we're seeing Agustin Canapino put a lot of pressure on Philipp Eng. You actually saw him take a look to the inside of Schwaudenkraut, which is not really a corner where you can really make a move. But someone who's got to be smiling when he hears that these two cars are fighting so hard, Maximilian Benecke, he was 5 seconds faster than both of these cars on the last lap. So out front in that Ferrari and just extending his lead in that red line black car.
Sumit.
Yeah, Philipp Eng and Canapino still battling it out, and as Arjun rightly mentioned, Maximilian Benecke is just pulling away thanks to this battle as we now approach the sunrise spot of this race. Well, I just had to put this reference in, but and the GP circuit, they know that all the time they have to leave the space. They know Fernando Alonso has.
Yeah, indeed. So there's still just a couple tenths between them. Canapino a little closer on the GP circuit here. There's definitely, on the Nordschleife, there's definitely still places you can pass around here if you get a good run. There's a couple places these cars get wound up all the way to 6th gear, and one of them is if you get a great run out of Bergwerk here. Still requires a little bit of cooperation from the car in front. And I wonder what Canapino is thinking for how he's going to get this move done. Now he's seen that nothing is off the table for Philip Eng defending that second spot.
And they're catching a GT4 car pretty quickly right now, so it's going to get interesting. They're going to catch them after Bravery, which is this corner that we're just getting to right now. Gustin Canapino not pressuring him too hard here. But going down into the carousel, maybe Philip Eng going to get held up a little bit by the 718 Cayman of the Heisenball Geodesic racing car.
Well, he looks to the inside again. A little bit of contact between second and third, just the slightest tap as they go down the inside of the Huizinfeld Cayman into the most photogenic corner on the circuit. And if you get in a bit too hot there and slide up out of the groove and have to go the long way around, I always call that doing the walk of shame. Neither of these guys are going to do the walk of shame on this lap. And my goodness, Canapino's still right there, maybe looking to... Maybe he's learned from a lap ago about when to pull out of the draft on the Dodingerhua if you're going to complete that move. He was so close to it a lap ago, but he pulled out of the draft. Was it maybe too early? He got his nose in front, and then the BMW just seemed to have 1 kilometer an hour more, 2 kilometers an hour more, maybe a difference in the rear wing setting on these cars as well. That is a big compromise in setup you have to make around this circuit. Everything in the setup is a compromise when you've got very long 6-gear straights, but then undulating, twisting sections of track. And Arjuna, I know you're driving a GT3 in this race, so don't spill too many secrets about the dock, but which way do you lean? A bit more rear wing angle so that the car is consistent and safe and good through the twisty bits, or are you a jet down the straight?
Well, you definitely have to balance both, but there's so many more compromises as well that we should kind of mention. Are you going to go slightly lower and risk maybe getting some damage from the curbs and jumps like the Flansgarden, which we saw these cars, they're making their way towards now, but also potentially, like you say, the wing issues, but also I know a lot of teams are playing around with the error rake and things like that, but personally, I like a slightly looser car in general, just because in iRacing, that seems to be the most effective way to find pace from the tires. Make sure you don't slide them too much, but you have the most amount of rotation in the car. And we have seen for some of these GT3 cars, the rear end being just a little bit dancy in some of the higher speed stuff.
Alright, let's watch this once again. Down the longest straight on the circuit at the highest speeds, Philip Eng just a couple tenths ahead of Augustin Canapino, who's flashing those headlights, closing in the slipstream, and it's getting pretty bright out on circuit. Those headlights for the Audi still will be shining into the mirrors and lighting up the cockpit. Philip Eng. When's Augustin Canapino going to pop out of the draft? He's waited longer than last lap, but maybe has he left it too late? Is he going to look for the GP circuit? Eng still leads. What about into turn 1 of the GP circuit where we saw some action a lap ago? You can see Canapino trying to set up that drive onto the pit straight. These guys have got 3 more laps in their fuel tanks. Canapino holding in line. Eng not defending. Are we going to see another dive from Canapino? We are. This one not as tricky as before. He gets the nose in front. He's got a little bit more clearance on Eng this time. And I would say that is a move very cleanly done, in contrast to a lap ago between these two guys. Marlow Racing Team into second, Augustin Canapino into second, and I'm expecting the YouTube chat to look very Argentine in a couple moments' time. Arjuna, what did you read in that one?
Well, I don't think Philip Eng defended too hard going down into turn 1, but it was interesting to see the lines coming through that last corner. Philip Eng was taking a slightly extra amount of curb compared to Agustin Canapino, and you could see Agustin run very wide all the way out to that wall on the exit of the track where it marks the pit entry for the Nordschleife. So I think now we're going to see Agustin really run away. I think Philip got the message in his ear to just calm down a little bit and let that Audi go.
Sumil, I'm sure you're going to have some thoughts about that one. That was an exciting couple of laps between these guys. A little controversial, but in the end, the move's done cleanly.
Yeah, these guys have shown us that you can actually race here at the Nürburgring. Regardless of whatever part of the circuit, regardless of how fast or maybe how slow you are, you can still make sure that it goes side by side. It's an incredibly hard task to do, but it's still possible. And Canapino and Philippeng, well, they pretty much fought to the last breath, you could say. And I was a bit surprised to see Philippeng just let him go so easily. But maybe he wants to just conserve a bit of tires, conserve a bit of fuel, stay back in the draft, and maybe, well, make sure that his car lasts a bit longer, perhaps, maybe be a little less aggressive. Well, this battle has made sure that the leaders, in fact the Team Redline car, are pulling away even further. But yeah, it should be fun to see how Canapino and Philippeng, maybe they close them down, and we still have around 10 hours left, so maybe they could get in and maybe have a battle for this race.
Well, with that move done, let's take a look at our top 8 in class. As you said, Team Redline Black, healthy margin of 51 seconds. I think they've almost broken a pit stop clear of second place, which is now Muller Racing Team. BS competition cars are going to run line astern then, with Philip Eng in third in the 89 car and Nils Koch in the number 7 car in fourth place. The car on the lead lap is MSI Esports Blue. That one's being driven by Marc Perez at the moment. I think he might have jumped in at the last stop. Give the Spanish fans something to cheer for there. Then we're looking at 6th place, MB Esport Racing number 23, being driven by Martin Christensen. Then Trans-Tasman Racing have jumped up into 7th place. Kurt Stenberg giving way to Lee Ellis, go Lee. And unfortunately, looking like a retirement, or at least some lengthy repairs for the VRS Coanda SimSport car. They are in 8th and not on the track at the moment. They've been on pit road the last 30 minutes. Sumil, you've joined us since our last recap. I'll give you the honour of the Cup class.
Well, yeah, in the Cup class, there's the Porsche 24 driven by Team Redline that seems to be in the lead at the moment. Then I think we go further down to the Team Redline Cup car, the Marcus Jensen one that is in P2. So that's car number 69. Then it's RAG Esports by Andre Martin, who's in P3, and then we've got HM Engineering, Norbert Leitner, who is in P4 in that class. Then we move down to SDL Esports by Logitech Black in P5, 2 laps down in fact, and then HM Engineering in 6th, Eclipse Sim Sports in 7, and TQ Engineering 18 laps down, so there may be something wrong with that car, but yeah, they still are in P8 in this Cayman Cup class.
TQ Engineering car is on the lane, has been for the last 2 hours. Unfortunately for them, attrition always plays its toll around here with how close the Armco is and just how challenging this circuit has been through the night. Next class down the order, my favourite, the Porsche Cayman making up the GT4 division. That's being led very solidly by Core Sim Racing, almost 6 minutes in the books ahead of Sorg Sport Esports GT4, the 333. Team RSO 397, then the last car in class on the lead lap in 3rd place. 4th place, 1 lap down, that's ASD Elite Yellow. We saw a hairy moment for them towards the Stefan Baloff S's a bit earlier in this segment of the broadcast, but they have carried on without too much damage, still holding down 4th place. They've got a couple of minutes in hand over DRS Wave Italy in 5th. Go 1 more lap down to the Team Hoisingfeld 301. First Esports Rio Toro in 7th. And OTR Esport E2G are in 8th. And they're the last car running in that class. Arjuna, TCR class is yours.
Well, no change since we've jumped into the booth for this segment. It's still SimRC out front. And Jürgen Frank at the wheel of the 76 Audi RS3 LMS TCR car. Then Vendaval Sim Racing Blue, they've jumped up into 2nd. And then you've got Full Send Racing 85 in 3rd. And then you got the Craig Setup Shop and Friends car in 4th. Currently at the wheel, it's still Jack Sedgwick, one of the friends in that car. Then right behind them, you have the second one of the combined team entries, the Team Heinzgeweld and Geodesic Racing car. Currently in that car, Blake Neck, representing Geodesic Racing. So still on the lead lap, so a strong race so far. Then Team RSO 597 looking to get their first win in the TCR class here in the Nürburgring 24. They've obviously won other classes such as the MX5 quite a few times. And then the last cars in the top 8, Lauder Sport and XVR Sim Racing, they both are still on the lead lap, but XVR Sim Racing just hanging on. They're about 8 minutes behind that 76 car of Jürgen Frank.
Well, we're going to take a RaceSpot TV fan immersion, go a lap or so on board with one of our cars. I've been looking up and down, and I'm not sure. Do we have any thoughts who we want to pick? I'm thinking we went GT3 last time. We'll mix it up. Anyone in the other classes that we're thinking, fellas? Nope. Okay, let's give some love to SimRC, because we haven't looked at them a whole lot, and they're doing a great job in the lead of TCR. So let's give some love to our TCR class leader. Jürgen Frank is driving that one at the moment. 2 laps into a stint, so he's got quite a way to go in this one. You're watching 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, powered by VCO, the iRacing Esports Network, produced by RaceSpot, and also on other platforms as well. Wherever you're watching, we're delighted to have you. Hope you stick around. I'm David Haynes. Tyler Maxon's producing at the moment. We've got Arjuna Kankapati and Sunil Arora with me, and we'll be back in a minute. Until then, right on board with the Audi RS3 LMS of SimRC. Welcome back to the Nürburgring. A pleasure to have your company here for a fantastic and thrilling iRacing special event. 24 hours of the Nürburgring powered by VCO, and RaceSpot coverage here is going out on multiple platforms, and wherever you're watching, we're delighted to have you. I'm David Haynes. The MVP in the producer's seat is Tyler Maxson. I've also got Arjuna Kankapati and Sumal Arora joining me on commentary for this one. And while we were on our little break there watching SimRC in the TCR lead, car that was our leader in GT3 made a pit stop. That's Team Redline Black. Here they are on an outlap. Christopher Dambeats is driving. Maximilian Benecke might be taking some well-earned rest at this point. We'll see, but as you can tell, they've come out into third place. They're not far behind those two battling cars of Marla Racing and BS Competition that we were looking at earlier. These guys are probably going to pit at the end of this lap. That'll cycle Redline back through into the lead. And Sumil, we're seeing here that Agustin Canapino's not building out a huge gap over Philip Eng, but the possibility of a BS Competition fight back is looking a bit slim.
Yeah, at this stage it's turning out to be a bit tricky because both of these guys were just so close to each other. And then of course Agustin Canapino just stretched out a little bit, and the BS Competition car is now approximately 1.7 seconds behind. But the thing with Nürburgring, as our producer Tyler mentioned on our chat, is that the decimal points over here, they just need to be moved 1 point further up. So although it's 1.7 seconds, you can expect it to be around 0.17 seconds over here. That's the tricky nature of this track. So although they may not be so close to each other at this stage, expect them to come a bit closer as we get past the pit stops and when BS Competition have fresher tyres. But I'm expecting this battle to go a long way through this race. And with 9 hours and 30 minutes still to go, I think this could be the battle that defines the race pretty much.
Arjuna, it's starting to get pretty light out on circuit. Visibility is, well, I think it'd probably be fine without the headlights at this point. Everyone's still got them on for the minute. But, you know, obviously if these guys are coming towards a pit stop here, they're, well, what do you think for tyre strategy? Because the sunlight isn't reaching the circuit just yet, but you know that you opt for that double stint, you're committing to one set of tyres for 2 hours. Is the track temperature still going to be favourable 2 hours from now?
The track temperature is still 18 degrees Celsius, that's 64 degrees Fahrenheit, so I would have to assume that it is cold enough to continue double stinting. We saw before Christopher Dambeats got into the car, Maximilian Benecke double stinted his tires, and so I assume that Agustin Canapino and Philip Eng are going to follow suit here. They've got still half a lap to go though. The gap's only 1.3 seconds. It's interesting, guys, that Agustin showed great pace when he was behind Philip Eng, but he hasn't really been able to build it out as much as maybe I would have expected.
Maybe he doesn't need to, but yeah, indeed, that was kind of what I alluded to when we came back, that for all of the speed that Marla had closing the gap, for all of the aggression we saw making the move, it's still looking like BS Competition are picking up a bit of slipstream still at that distance back underneath 1.5 seconds, and this run up the hill, my goodness, do you feel the slipstream coming up here? It's such a steep incline that the Porsche Caymans, if you shift up into 6th gear, you stop accelerating and your speed starts going backwards. You just have to hold the car in 5th gear coming up the hill. So that also feeds into how important the slipstream can be. He's only closed a couple of tenths, but he's still absolutely there. They're coming towards a pit stop, and if they only need a second less fuel, these guys will be still neck and neck, nose to nose, coming out of this pit stop that they're approaching. So the battle is nowhere near done for these guys. And as you see, Redline are not a full pit stop ahead. These guys are currently being scored in the lead. Agustin Canapino will be scored leader as he approaches pit road this time. So one lap of glory there. But, you know, in that manner, they're still theoretically in the hunt for the win in this race. Only would take a small mistake from Redline, a small technical problem. If the Redline car had to go on the tow hook for any reason, this would become the battle for the lead of the race.
Quite literally, and The stakes here at the Nürburgring are super low, so as you correctly mentioned, one tiny mistake, and in fact, even if you go on the grass for a little bit, this track just bites back a lot, and that could be that one crucial mistake that could allow the Marley Racing team and the BS competition ones to get back up. Not jinxing it for the team red line, but that's just what it is. The stakes are super high at the Nürburgring over here. And yeah, as Arjuna has correctly pointed out, that the red line at Spa last year, that it didn't even have to be a crash, so it can be anything else as well that can pretty much jinx it up.
Yeah, and if those of you who do remember that incident last year where Max Verstappen, with less than an hour to go in the race, leading by over a lap, he had a brake failure. His actual sim racing brake failed on itself. And so, you know, he had to pull to the side of the track, reset, get a tow back to pit lane, and get one of his teammates to jump back into the car. Now, in that situation, the red line team did win, but I'm sure they won't appreciate me really pointing that out right now with you know, they're hopefully will be back into the lead of this race after the pit stop cycle, and they'll want to avoid a repeat of that this year.
The pro tip to everyone driving, check your brakes properly, make sure that they're working well.
Check yourself before you wreck yourself is the advice that gets given. But this is an endurance race. It's a 24-hour test of your internet service provider, of all of your drivers, of your setup, of your preparation. And in a way, it's also a 24-hour test of your sim racing equipment. I had my force feedback brake on my wheel at Daytona, and luckily, look, I won't say I'm a hoarder, but I had a spare G27 in the garage, so I've switched over to that one, no real change, but force feedback went just because of, you know, hours and hours consistent use there, and it was already going on 5 or 6 years old, so it didn't cause as much dramas for us as a brake failure. But, you know, it'll happen. You're stressing your sim racing equipment and yourself as much as the virtual car. You know, something will eventually be a failure point in your team, whether it's the drivers, whether it's someone's equipment, whether it's a computer. Eventually, in an endurance race like this, something gives out.
Well, they don't call it the green hell for nothing. That's what the cruel nature of this track is. And at times the force feedback, as you correctly mentioned, and if you get on the curbs, and some of these curbs are properly high over here, and they could pretty much wreck your curbs, and they could pretty much wreck your force feedback as well. So that is one thing to look out for. And as we speak about that, there is some battling going on in the TCRs, the totally chaotic racing cars. The full send racing car is battling it out against Craig's setup shop. And Arjun, this seems to be a good battle.
Yeah, and Jack Sedgwick, he's in that Craig's setup shop and friends car, and he's chasing down Lars Boll. Now, we saw Jack Sedgwick, he was involved in a fight with the Vendaval sim racing car a while back. I'm not exactly sure what's happened. So that Vendaval car promoted into second, while Jack Sedgwick back in fourth. But we talk about just how much draft these cars have, and maybe Jack Sedgwick, through this tight, twisty section of the track, just saving a little bit of fuel, just making sure that he can put a little bit less fuel when he comes down the pit stop next time around. And you call them totally chaotic racing. I really like that, Sumo. That's a really accurate name for the series.
Well, the TCRs, they never seem to disappoint. Whatever track you put them on, whatever series you put them on, and whatever weather condition you put them on, the TCRs, they never disappoint. They just always make sure that they get some good racing. And that's what I love about them. Front wheel drive or not, I mean, some people say that they're just a tad bit boring to drive in comparison to rear wheel cars. And that could be true, I mean, it depends on personal tastes. But say what you want, the TCRs, they just make sure that they get some good racing action at any circuit in the world.
I've had a look at the past couple of laps, and I'm not seeing any huge dramas for Jack Sedgwick. He's absolutely flying along now, right up behind Lars Boll, looking to put the nose to the inside somewhere, but eventually you run out of 6th gear in these cars, and around the outside of Schwedenkreuz is a dangerous manoeuvre to do. Jack Sedgwick has absolute confidence in himself and the car, and that is a bold move to sweep around the outside there and grab 3rd place. Great to see the grip and confidence that he had, because many a time I've tried that and ended up in the Armco on the outside. Very, very easy to do. Fast corner like that across a crest with no runoff.
And I'll be honest, guys, that's not really a place I even like passing slower class cars. It's a very dangerous place, very high speed place to make a pass happen. But Jack Sedgwick, full confidence right now, and he's passed Lars Boll into the final podium spot in that TCR class.
And it's that crest that you come over approaching the corner as well. You know, the car gets a bit light in the air, and when it comes back down, it'll upset the car a little bit. Either it'll understeer and you'll find the grass and find the barrier, or it'll wiggle, it'll have oversteer, and then maybe you'll find the grass and then the barrier. So that was I'm thoroughly impressed by that car control, that he managed to stick that move. And Sedgwick flying along, he might be the fastest guy in class by a couple of seconds on the last lap. So for Craig Setup Shop and friends, Jack Sedgwick is making himself a couple more friends within the team. Not sure he's making friends with Full Send Racing, but yeah, it's a smiling face of Craig on the side of the car. That's not dynamic, but if it was, that smile would have gotten a little bit bigger with that move.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I remember speaking to Craig in one of the Neo Racing broadcasts, and he said that his setups, well, they have helped quite a lot of people, and over here it seems like Jack Sedgwick with this particular setup is going quite well, in fact in B3 at the moment. And as you mentioned, he was literally on fire. I mean, a couple of seconds faster than anyone in the track on the track at this moment in the TCR category. So that's some good racing going on by Jack over here. Can he be able to close up to P2 or maybe even P1? That is the question that we must answer over the course of this race.
Check the numbers, tell me if I'm wrong, but was the last lap for... actually, I don't have the data going all the way back to the very, very start of the race, but from this segment of the broadcast since we started, I believe the last lap for Jack Sedgwick was the fastest TCR lap that we have seen yet. It's confirmed by the broadcast graphics of Tyler Maxon, who also joined us at the start of this segment. So yeah, Jack Sedgwick on a tear. That's the best lap I've seen from anyone in a TCR while I've been watching this race.
And that was 2 seconds faster than the leader, Jürgen Frank, in the SimRC 76 cars. So that 63 car starting to pick up the pace now as the sun begins to shine. Now, I think we talked about it quite a few times, David, just how important it is to just survive the night. And so maybe now Jack Sedgwick starting to just pick up the intensity here and maybe close in on that Vendaval sim racing car that's a full minute in front of him right now.
Yeah, I wonder if there's any strategy games they can play. There's only one more lap on the fuel for Vendaval in second. Jack Sedgwick is about halfway through his 10-lap run here, so you know, you've got to start counting backwards. You hear that a lot in some endurance races, but you know, counting backwards, how many pit stops do you still need to get to the end? How many pit stops does your competition still need? And there's a possibility where that window falls in a place where Craig Setup Shop can still get second out of this. And with 63 laps still to be run, if they're several seconds a lap quicker on every lap, they can take that out of the hands of fate, put it back into their own. They're doing everything right, and they're already starting to leave Full Send in the dust here. Great work by Jack Sedgwick.
Yeah, and SimRC's fastest lap, as Arjun has mentioned, 9 minute 4.146, only 5 seconds quicker. 0.5 seconds quicker, that is. So that's some tricky racing going on over there, isn't it, Arjun?
Yeah, and we're getting into Golden Hour here, so lots of visibility for these cars, but also low temperatures, lots of grip. And so for Jack Sedgwick, he went 3 seconds faster than his last lap around, so
What?
we're really starting to see the pace here, guys.
Wow, and they don't call it happy hour for no reason. I mean, this is the time when the lap times really fall, and Jack Sedgwick is just showing us exactly why. And just look at the marks on the track, the rubber marks and all the tire wear that we can see under the sunlight. It's a properly good time to be driving over here. This is when the lap times completely fall down. This is when you get a lot of daylight, and this is when you can absolutely push hard and maybe get even faster lap times. And as for Jack Sedgwick, maybe close up to the win as he gets a little bit leery over there as he gets on the grass a bit. Well, it's risky driving on this track, especially at this point of time when you're completely pushing hard, and as we all know, one tiny mistake and your race could be over. Thankfully for Jack Sedgwick, it's still not.
David Haynes in the studio with the weather report. It's 6:22 a.m. The track temperature still 17.8 degrees. Maybe pack a light jacket. But what I am seeing here is that the headlights have turned off on our TCR cars. Same will be true of some of the other classes. So the main headlights are off, just the daytime running lights for the TCR cars. The tail lights are now only the brake lights. So officially, we're into the second day of this race. Sun is risen, starting to hit some places on the track, and what a emotional relief that might be for some of these teams.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a completely unique feeling when you drive across through the night and suddenly you see the sunlight. It's one of the most satisfying things that you can ever have, be it virtually or be it in real life. And doing it in real life, in fact, at the Nürburgring, maybe even better, because it's such a tight and twisty track and you have to really fight your way to survive through the night. And then you see the sunlight and you feel, oh, eureka, finally, that's one moment that I've been waiting for. And these kind of moments, well, these are the small things that make racing all the more special. So watching the sunlight as you drive up and maybe watching the sunrise pretty much. So those kind of things just makes it all the more special as we now see the Team Redline car cycling back into the lead, is it? Yeah, they've got P1, yeah.
The LED number panel shifts from 03 to 01 to indicate that Christopher Dambeats is come across the line leading the race there. Marla Racing Team and BS Competition both took their pit stops a lap ago. No driver changes there, so it's still Augustin Canapino ahead of Philip Eng. But it must have been a good in-lap and a good out-lap for Marla, because I'm seeing they're now 4 seconds clear of BS Competition. They've managed to shake that BMW that was hanging on a little bit. So that's the state of GT3. Ferrari back in the lead, and you know, it's still looking good for Team Redline Black, but they're just not stretching that lead out too far now that it's settled down for second and third. Pit stop's done, and 22 seconds is the lead for Team Redline Black, Arjuna.
Yeah, and just something to keep in mind, Christopher Dambeat's brand new in the car. He's got brand new tires underneath him as well, but Augustin Canapino and Philip Eng, I just checked their pit stops, both on, they're both double stinting their tires, so they're on slightly older rubber right now. And so as Christopher Dambeat just gets himself, you know, warmed up and gets himself up to speed in that Ferrari, I think we're going to see him slowly pick up the pace. Now, Augustin Canapino's done a good job to build a little bit of a buffer to Philip Eng. It's almost 4 seconds, that gap now. And, you know, I think both of us, David, we exclaimed just how surprised we were that Augustin didn't build up that gap after he made the move on the BMW, but now maybe he was just waiting, biding his time, maybe having to do a bit of fuel saving in these colder weathers just to make that extra lap, but now really putting on a show for us.
That's one thing I've noticed in recent times is when the air's a little bit colder, the engine seems to go through just a little bit more fuel, and when it's hotter on track, when it's hotter in the air, those two things combine to mean you have to roll out of the throttle earlier approaching the braking zones, and also it seems like in a straight line that the engine uses just a little bit less fuel when the intake air is just a little bit warmer. So true, these cars would be their most thirsty in these cooler temperatures. Expect to see them rise in the next hour or so. Wasn't sure that GT3s needed a whole lot of fuel saving to make it to 7 laps. Guess you're the expert on that one, Arjuna.
Well, I can only speak from my personal experience, but in the day it's not a problem at all, and even at night, if you have a decent amount of traffic and you have to lift a little bit for them, usually you're going to be able to make it fairly easily. But in my last stint before I jumped into the commentary booth here, I got fairly lucky, and I didn't have any traffic in front of me for basically 7 whole laps, and as a result, I was using just that little bit extra amount of fuel. Had to do a little bit of fuel saving just to stick on the strategy. It's nothing major, but when you get yourself into a rhythm at such a long track like this, any changes to that may disrupt your flow, that can be a big factor. So, maybe for Augustin, he was a bit slower just trying to get that fuel saving because he wasn't as comfortable doing it when he's been fine in every other stint so far.
That's actually quite a good point. And the thing with these cars and these endurance races is that you need to be completely aware of everything that goes around you. So as David mentioned, it could be the tire temperature, the air temperature, the track temperature, and now as Arjun has mentioned, the fuel saving as well. So all these things really make up for a good endurance racer, because it's not just simply braking and turning and putting the accelerator on. It's being aware of all these other factors that influence your driving style. So some drivers, naturally, they may be a bit more better at fuel saving, so you may see them being a bit more comfortable whilst preserving their fuel and their tires. But well, someone like Agustin Canapino, who's naturally a more attacking racer, that's when you see him a little bit better when attacking, and maybe once he got forward, that's why we saw him struggling a little bit to build up that gap. So that could be another factor. And being aware completely of all the circumstances around you is crucial to winning an endurance race, because you may go all out, you may push hard, and you may clock in the best of lap times, but if you have to make more stops and if your tires get worn out a bit earlier on, that's when you lose the race. So on the track it may seem like there's not much happening, but in the strategy sense there's really a lot going on that influences how this race can be run.
Well, to play for second and third, it's still just 1.9 seconds here, and you feel like the speed's very equal so far on this second stint of the tyres. Not sure if one or either of these models of car is better than the other in preserving the tyres into the second stint, but that's again also a consideration you take into this. The one lap pace for one car might be better, but if it can't double stint the tyres as effectively, then you're hurting in that second stint. So you've got to fully evaluate all of those things. And it gets me thinking here, these guys are into the second stint of those tyres. They're going to be pitting next in maybe 30 or 40 minutes. That's going to be towards 7 AM when they take that pit stop next. Is that set of tyres going to be able to be double stinted, or will that begin the cycle back to changing tyres every stop?
Well, it's all going to depend on just how quickly it starts to heat up in this session. Now, there is a decent amount of cloud cover over the circuit, so, David, we've speculated that maybe 10 or 11 a.m., it might take until that point in the race for it to really start heating up on track in terms of the track temperature. It's still only 6:30 in the morning, though, for these drivers, so a long way to go there, and I think that is going to be the strategy that plays out here. The Team Redline cars, obviously Maximilian Benecke was slightly offset when we first jumped into the booth, David. And so they're maybe playing strategy slightly different. Maybe they know something we don't in terms of when they're going to switch to the single tire strategy.
Jack Sedgwick, we saw his fantastic pass on Full Send Racing. Now he's back behind, so maybe he's pushed those limits a little bit too hard. Don't see any damage on the car. Don't see precisely how Full Send Racing have gotten back past, but that's no good for Craig's Setup Shop and friends. It's not quite what they needed after such a stunning pass.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's...
You might have seen.
Yeah, no, I just was taking a look at the replay. Unfortunately, Jack Sedgwick just getting a little high midway through that first carousel. I think we might get a replay here. No, this is back.
Was
at
it
the
the walk
circuit.
of shame?
Kind of, but I'll be honest, David. He kind of got out of the groove quite late in the corner, which surprised me quite a lot. Maybe the front-wheel drive nature of the TCR playing a factor here. But usually when you see the walk of shame, you usually pop out almost immediately after trying to drop in. So a quite peculiar incident there.
Interesting. Back to the live pictures though, and was that a little bit of a bump draft? We see Vendeval coming into the lane from second, which will elevate those battling cars into that second place. This is tactical from Sedgwick, staying in the draft a little bit longer, pulling out later, pulling into the draft of a GT3 car. That might help him complete this pass, but then our second place driver, Augustin Canapino, moves back across to give the draft a full send. Doesn't matter. Jack Sedgwick back up into third, might soon become second place. It's a move he wasn't planning on having to do twice. Well, pit stop for Vendeval. Their TCR car is in the lane right now, about to get passed by two cars we had our eyes on. Driver swap there. It's going to be Matty Cartasoya for at least one stint. And here you see Craig Setup Shop and Full Send Racing cycle through ahead. Still tyre change and fueling going on for Vendaval. I think it's still fueling. Fueling is done. Car rolls away past one of those Redline Fanatic cars. And that's not too far behind those battling guys. Second, third, and fourth is going to be quite a battle getting into the final reaches of this race. Sumil.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tricky to see how these guys manage all the things out, considering all the tyres and the strategy and the fuel elements. But with the DCRs, you kind of expect them to bunch up towards the end. I mean, although they may be a bit far spread out at this particular moment in time, you do get an idea that they are going to get a bit closer towards the end and maybe produce a good race towards the end of this race. At this moment, the Craig Setup Shop car, Jack Sedgwick in second place, and it's going to be fun to see how they manage things out from there. The Simasi car is, well, far ahead pretty much, if I'm not mistaken, around, what, a lap ahead of everyone? So getting them down is going to be a tough task, but as we have seen, the Jack Sedgwick car, the Craig Setup Shop car does have the momentum, so they could maybe get back closer up and challenge for the lead. Maybe not now, but some hours down the line.
All of that talk of the battle for second, third, and fourth, and you've got to remember this job that SimRC are doing, building out a 2-minute gap. They are not worried about the battle between Full Send and Craig Setup Shop, and I wager that they haven't seen them in quite a couple of hours. It's interesting how this track works like that because of its mammoth nature and speed differences between the cars. I drove the opening 3.5 hours in a Cayman and didn't see a single TCR because they started right behind us, and then we didn't come around to put a lap on them in the first 3.5 hours of the race. Such is the size of this place. You can get lost around here.
Yeah, but one person who's not lost right now, Jürgen Frank, 2 minutes ahead of that Craig Setup Shop car rather. They started in third position, so not maybe the fastest one-lap pace, but they've shown over the course of the last almost 15 hours that they really have good, consistent long-run pace, and they've managed to keep it out of trouble. That car, not a single scratch on it. And comparing to some of the other TCR cars that do maybe show a little bit more battle scars from the contact they've been in.
Yeah, Sumal, there is a big difference between some of the cars out there that look pristine and some of the ones that are carrying a bit of damage. I think the car that's carrying the most noticeable amount of damage is the Trans-Tasman racing car in GT3. How much do you think that affects? And that rear wing, honestly, looking at it makes me a little upset, like hearing nails on a chalkboard or something. But on the other hand, I do admire their perseverance, and despite that little bit of damage they're carrying, they're actually, picking up a spot every time someone else retires. So perseverance for them.
Yeah, I mean, in races like this, you just have to stick in there and, last it out pretty much. And although you've got a lot of damage, you have to make sure that you stay in the race, because you never know. I mean, you could look at Olivier Panis in the 1996 Monaco Grand Prix. I mean, you may not be the fastest car, but if people around you are making mistakes, you need to be there to capitalize. And the rear wing of this car just pretty much looks like it's doing the Egyptian mummy dance in a way. It's just a bit peculiar, and that will be causing a bit of damage to them on the straights as well, because of course the rear wing, it not only provides you a lot of downforce, it can give you a bit of an advantage on the straights as well. So they definitely would be losing out time, but the key over here is just to persevere, as you correctly mentioned. Just stick in there, just stay in the race, and maybe hope for the best. And if you're lucky enough, maybe you can be Olivier Panis in the 1996 Monaco Grand Prix. When everyone falls apart, when everyone makes all their mistakes, you need to make sure that you're the man right there to claim it up, and that is exactly what they need to be doing at this point in time.
Not confident that Lee Ellis is going to change his name to Stephen Bradbury at this point in the race, but it is fair to say that, the course of this segment of the broadcast, we've seen them pick up one position as VRS co-anda SimSport dropped out, and with still, about a third of the race at this point left to run, more than a third of the race still to be run. You can't count out the possibility of any of those other cars having some issues, some problems, and some dramas as well. And, well, I don't like the shape of that rear wing. I think neither does the airflow across it.
No, definitely not the most optimal aero package on some of the cars, but someone who does have what appears to be an almost pristine car, that's Sindre Setsas in the Core Sim Racing GT4. They took the pole position and they've led basically every lap of this race so far. They have it's an almost 8-minute lead here, so they're going to, within the course of a few stints here, I would assume, lap every single car in this field. So an absolutely dominant performance from Core Sim Racing. And we're going to see Sindre Setsas not at the wheel of this 718 Cayman, but he's going to be part of the Porsche Esports Super Cup in the 911 Cup car that's going to begin in just a week's time, I think, guys.
Yeah, that Cayman, not a panel out of place on it. You could roll it back onto the dealership with a certified pre-owned sticker on it, only driven on Sundays, and I think you'd get about 90% of the retail price still for that thing. It's looking very good. What isn't looking so good is his dramas he's having getting past the Vendaval TCR car. Couldn't do it at Bravery Curve. Couldn't do it after there. Hasn't been able to do it through the carousel. When is he going to be able to stretch the legs of the GT4 car, get past the TCR? It might be up the hill here. They, with the lead in hand and the immaculate car, didn't need to push the issue and immediately get on through. But yeah, it took a little bit longer than I would have otherwise thought. But I guess patience is how you end up with a Cayman that, could be certified pre-owned.
Well, yeah, exactly. At this stage, you just don't want to lose your cool, and seeing traffic that doesn't really go past can make you tick a little bit more. But yeah, thankfully for the Cayman, the 304 car, in fact, they have gone past. And Core Sim Racing, they haven't really been impacted by this traffic a lot, but they could still be approaching a lot of traffic. Of course, this track, it just seems to happen that at certain stages the traffic is widespread out, and then at certain stages they're just so close to each other. So it's still going to be a tricky ask trying to negotiate all the traffic for the Cayman. But still, the Core Sim Racing car, the GT4 Cayman, is doing quite a good job at the moment, leading this race, leading this class as well. And yeah, for them it's all about staying clean, staying hard, and making sure that you are a bit consistent. And for them it's just about holding on to the lead pretty much. They don't really want to make any mistakes, they just want to stay clean and have a good race till the end. And 9 hours to go, it's still a long time, but they can certainly do it well.
Arjuna, he's rounding out the 10th lap of this stint. That's about the stint length we've seen out of all of the Caymans. Seeing a lot of fuel saving out of Sindre Setsas here, so be a pit stop coming up. You think they're going to leave him in? You think someone else is going to jump in? Doesn't really matter for Core Sim Racing, does it? Would they be happy either way?
Well, you know, the stints in a GT4 car slightly longer than the GT3 cars, so GT3 cars just under an hour. A GT4 driver is looking at a stint of about 90 minutes. So I would assume for Sindre Setsas he might do another stint here now that he's just found his rhythm around the track. Let's just leave him in there, keep putting in some good lap times, and maybe bring him in next time around to do a full driver change.
Well, we're going to know shortly, because I think he's got the length of the Dodingahoe, and we're going to see him on pit road. Of course, the lead in hand for Core means that they can take whatever full service pit stop they favour, and they're still going to rejoin handsomely in the lead. It's going to be with cold tyres, and one thing I've noticed is that particularly for this GT4, the cold tyres absolutely lethal. Like watching Bambi on ice, you've really got to tiptoe it for the first 3, 4, 5 minutes. More so than the TCR cars that are a bit more neutrally balanced, more so than the GT3s that seem to work their tyres in a little bit quicker. Going to see this stop here for Core, and we'll see what they do. We're going to see that car up on the jacks, because it's one of the cars that can take fuel and tyres at the same time. Sindre's looking for the box, and I missed ours on my first pit stop because we were the very first. We had to turn around the Armco, but that looks like a driver swap, Arjuna.
It is Pascal Stix getting back into that car, so they've actually been single stinting for most of the race so far, now that I go back to look at it. So an interesting strategy here, and you mentioned it. You mentioned first the effect of cold tires in the GT4 class, but also the fact that because you can do tires and fuel at the same time in this class, you're taking tires every single stop. So that cold tire effect is something that the driver has to deal with every single time that they exit pit lane.
Sun's getting higher. Track temp still has not budged from just a smidge under 18 degrees Celsius. So, yeah, we're still waiting on any change in the temperature at the minute. Pascal Stix is going to grab that car, leave pit lane, and still with very, very comfortable lead. That's exactly what I'd want from my teammates. A nice healthy lead, a clean car, and oh, you see, that's what I'm talking about. I've done that every single stint in this car. You have those very, very slippery cold tires. You bounce a little bit in turn 1, and the rear just wants to keep on going. Call that a quarter spin for Pascal Stix there, helping warm those rear tires in the very first corner, Sumil.
Oh yeah, but the rear tires, I mean, they can be pretty cold after a pit stop, and you need to make sure that they're right on temperature, because the Nürburgring, it's an unforgiving track, and if your tires aren't on the right temperature, you could just make that one mistake, that one tiny error that could pretty much compromise your entire race. So making sure that the tires are up to temperature early on is a crucial ask for all these drivers, and it's a hard ask to ask pretty much, because this track over here, although it's pretty hard on the tires, you need to make sure that you warm it up pretty quickly, and that's a tough thing to do in these Caymans. So as you correctly mentioned, that new tire effect will be there in every single pit stop, and negating that out is going to be an important task to win this race. As we now see the BMW Z4 on the screen, it's Philippe Eng if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we flicked away from Pascal Stix, who was still having an absolute handful of a time with that car. But yep, here we are, the BS competition vehicle, Philippe Eng. What's his gap up the road to Marlow Racing Team? I feel like that's been just slowly extending the tiniest bits. Marlow were actually faster by 1.7 seconds on the last lap, and that's the biggest difference I feel like we've seen between these two cars in the last maybe hour or so. They were so absolutely neck and neck for a couple of laps there before their pit stops, Arjuna.
Yeah, and since they got out of the pit lane, Agustin Canapino's gone faster by about a second and a bit on each of those last 2 laps that we've had. So Philippe Eng, he was flashing the headlights there as he catches the GT4 car on the entry into Nurburgring. This is an important exit here to climb up the hill, and he's going to clear that GT4 car, and I think he did get a fairly good exit there despite being slightly compromised.
You'd know there's a bit of camber up against the curb on the inside of that corner. There's a few places around this circuit where the camber and the crests, you need to know it intimately to take the correct line and make the car turn so you don't get spat out at the Armco. And I feel like Bergwerk is absolutely one of those where you've got to hook the inside tyres to the camber.
Yeah, and you can see not just at Bergwerk, coming through Bravery that time around, you can see just how close Philippe Eng got to the grass on the entry there. There's a little bit of curbing on that entry into the left-hand kink, but if you're not careful, you can clip that with your right front tire. And unfortunately, as I found out on many occasions in practice, the new tire model for these GT3 cars does not like that little bit of grass, and as a result, it sends you spinning around. So taking some risks here. It's still a fairly cool track, but I think Philippe Eng, he's trying to push hard and just keep that gap to Agustin Canapino as low as he can on these older tires.
Yeah, there is the possibility that the Audi has just looked after them a little bit better. There's the possibility that Agustin Canapino's driving style has looked after them a little bit better, because they were quite equal on the first stint on the tires. And now Agustin Canapino's just slowly, second here, 0.2 of a second that lap, and walking that gap out. We're inside the final 9 hours of this race. Let's take a look at our top 8 in every class. Gives that rundown and status report here from the Nurburgring. We're going to start once again with your overall fastest class, where Team Redline Black have 22 seconds in hand over Marlow Racing Team. This surprises me. Agustin Canapino was actually faster on the last lap with some slightly older tyres. Traffic, of course, always a factor around a large lap like this. We'll continue to monitor that gap like we have between second and third, where the BS competition 089 resides. And the other BS competition car, still being driven by Nils Koch in 4th place. MSI Esports Blue, Mark Perez in 5th. We look to MB Esports Racing in 6th. Trans-Tasman Racing, like we mentioned, moving their way up into 7th. Lee Ellis is on a double stint now. And first retirement in class, VRS Coanda Simsport. Never rule out the possibility of some zombie cars in the final hour coming back out onto circuit. But we'll see. We'll see what happens with that one. We'll keep you abreast of that. Arjuna, take a look at the Cup class, which I think is a little bit further spread out.
Yeah, a little bit more spread out and a lot more retirements. Unfortunately, we're currently being led by the 911. That's the Porsche 24 driven by Redline. Then in second place, you've got the Team Redline Cup car. That's the one that Max Verstappen is in, or is scheduled to be in. He hasn't actually driven a lap just yet. Or rather, sorry, he's done 1 stint or 2 stints so far, but expect quite a few more, I think, later in this race. He shares that car with Ayakan Guban, fellow real racing driver, drives the Porsche Super Cup in real life. So that's another strong lineup team. Then you've got R8G Esports. They're 2 minutes behind the brand new team with Roman Grosjean as the team principal. And the first car a lap down, that's HM Engineering. And then some more cars. You have SDL Esports by Logitech G Black. They're 2 laps down. A second HM Engineering car, that's 5 laps down. And then you've got Eclipse Sim Sports. They're 8 laps down. And I think the first retirement in your class is TQ Engineering. They're 25 laps down from your leader.
Over in the GT4 division, where the Porsche Cayman is infinitely popular, Core Sim Racing, as we checked in with them earlier, a 6-minute lead for Pascal Stix, who looks like he's settled in just nicely. He's last... No, I don't actually have a flying lap for Pascal Stix, but he does indeed have quite a comfortable lead. Sorgren Sport Esports then in second place, a little bit further back. Team RSO 397 in third have just come onto the lane. I think they'll still hold on to that from ASD Elite Yellow in fourth. DRS Wave Italy 718 in fifth place. Then Team Hoysinkveld in sixth. Burst Esport Rio Toro in seventh. And still the last car running in class is OTR Esport. TCR Sumil will have a look at that one.
Yes, so the TCRs, or the totally chaotic racing cars, Sim RC in the lead, 2 minutes ahead of the Craig Setup Shop car. So although the Craig Setup Shop guys did a superb job to get into P2, they still have to get back by around 2.4 seconds to get into the lead. So that's your top two. Full Send Racing, car number 85 is in P3, with the Vendal Sim Racing Blue is in P4. So car number 24 back there in P4. Then we go to the joint entry of Team Hoysinkveld and Geodisc Racing in P5, and the Team RSO 597 in 6th. The Lara Sport Rosneft, in fact, e-racing team, sorry about that, is in P7, and then the XVR Sim Racing car in P8. Well, I guess now it's time for RaceSpot fan immersion, isn't it, David?
Yeah, it certainly is. We've reached the top of the hour. Take a short break in commentary, but the pictures remain uninterrupted here on the iRacing Esports Network and other platforms, wherever you may be watching for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, powered by VCO. Going to go on board with Team RSO. Manuel Weibel has just left the pit lane, and it's always fun to watch someone in these cars navigate a set of cold tyres. Twitchy beast underneath him. Watch as Manuel Weibel settles in, warms up those tyres, and tries to find a rhythm for the third place running Cayman GT4. There we had a lap with Manuel Weibel and Team RSO. Their Porsche Cayman's looking pretty good in the GT4 class. Not as pristine as the leader core, but I think this far into the race, third place, you'd be pretty happy with sitting there at the moment with a car that's pointing straight. 8 hours, 43 minutes to go. I'm David Haynes, and I've got Arjuna Kankapati and Sumal Arora with me. Tyler Maxson behind the scenes, producing the coverage and staying awake however he can. What a trooper. On the lane though, we've got Full Send Racing, the number 85. We saw them in that great TCR battle for second, third and fourth. Lars Boll has spent a lot of time behind the wheel of that one, and that is going to change. It's going to be Cohen Klopman. Arjuna, how do you see the TCR battle playing out here? Some slightly different strategies, but a lot of guys that are really close, and you noticed exactly how much the, Jack Sedgwick was flying along the last couple of laps.
He was flying along, but somehow he's managed to go one more lap as compared to Lars Boll, who's now come in and given that car over to Cohen Klopman. So Jack Sedgwick, I'm not sure how he's doing it, but several seconds faster than your leader right now. And he's also seemingly able to go an extra lap as compared to some of his rivals right now.
Witchcraft is what they may say.
I think we saw that was 10 laps to the stint from Full Send, and the end of this lap is going to be 10 laps for both SimRC and Craig Setup Shop. So I think end of this lap, which is, still 6-7 minutes away, expect SimRC and Craig Setup Shop to pit. But you see those numbers, 3 laps in a row. Jack Sedgwick has been by far and away the fastest TCR driver out there. And I'll throw this one in. He also won the HJ Special Events Raw before the Daytona 24 in the TCR car, so I know he's quick.
Yeah, he's actually one of the fastest drivers around over here. And Jack Sedgwick is doing a good job, and as you previously mentioned, he's flying around while conserving his tires as well. That is a superb ask, and he's doing an incredible job at this moment in time. Still 2 minutes behind. He needs somewhat of a miracle to get past the SimRC car, even though we have 8 hours and 41 minutes left. You just don't close in a 2-minute gap without anything special happening. And although Jack Sedgwick has been doing a special job in terms of his driving, you need some external factors to kick in at this point of time to make sure that he fights for the lead. So far though, Jack Sedgwick will be pretty happy and pretty satisfied with his drive, and he's made sure the team Craig Setup Shop is completely doing, they're doing the maximum that they can at this point. So they just need to hope for the best, and maybe if something happens, only then they will be able to challenge for the lead. But for now, they're having a good P2 slot, and they're fighting really hard and really aggressively to maintain that.
They certainly are. Weren't impeded by the traffic there. That was Manuel Weibel, who we were looking at earlier. He's just gone and put that lap on Jack Sedgwick, and gives you an indication of where the TCR cars are quick and where the GT4 cars are quick. Rear wheel drive, a little bit more horsepower. The GT4 cars punch off the corners pretty well, but some of these fast braking zones, you can see the TCR cars can really commit with a bit of downforce on the way into the corners. GT4 cars are kind of quicker on the way off those corners. So we're going to see where Craig Setup Shop end up compared to Full Send Racing and some of the others when they pit at the end of this lap.
Yeah, and I just wanted to point out, guys, we're praising Jack Sedgwick here, and rightfully so, showing some great pace. But in the 24 car for Vendeval Sim Racing, Mattia Kaijasoa, I hope I didn't butcher that name too badly, but he's showing similar pace. He was only 0.2 slower than Jack Sedgwick that last time around. Jack Sedgwick doing a 9:04.7. But so for Vendeval, who are a little bit, further on strategy, they came down on lap 96, whereas Craig Setup Shop came down on lap 90. So for Matti, he's only 20 seconds behind right now, and with 6 laps more fuel in the pit strategy. So it's interesting, guys. So we're talking about Craig Setup Shop doing really well here, but maybe Vendeval are putting themselves in an even better position when we think about the long game here.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Vendeval are going to slide back through into that second place at the end of this lap, because it will be the end of that fuel run for Jack Sedgwick.
Well, interesting play of strategy over there, and that's a good point, Arjun, that you pointed out over there. That Van der Waal, for the long run, and you need to consider this in the long run as well, because the Nürburgring 24 hours, we often forget the fact that it's a 24-hour race. So while looking at the here and now, we often need to think about the later as well. So at that stage, the Van der Waal team is doing quite a good job. As we see the leaders coming in, yes indeed, that's Christopher Dambeats, the leader. Team Red Line Black are into the pits, and this could mean some changes for them.
I've got my eyes on the service right now. At the moment, I'm not seeing any driver swaps. Still seeing Christopher Dambeats for that car. Believe they might be due a tyre swap at this one, but we'll keep our eyes on it for Dambeats. At the moment, the fueling is still taking place. Car is not yet risen on the jacks. No tyres there for Dambeats, just fuel. So that's a pretty easy service. Maybe we'll see a driver swap next stop, because they're going to have to take tyres at that next stop. But for Redline, that keeps them thoroughly in the mix. They're following their typical strategy of a driver goes in, does a double on the tyres, and then see where it goes from there. So Redline Black from the lead make their service one lap earlier than second and third place. We're going to cycle through for the minute.
Well, I've got a question for David and Arjun, both of you guys. Is it still possible to do a double stint at this particular time? Because we know that when it gets a bit hotter on and when the daylight starts to kick in, the temperatures generally rise, and that's when it becomes even trickier to do a double stint. But it seems that Team Redline Black, they are still able to do it. So is it realistically possible for all the cars in the GT3 category?
I'm going to get my weatherman hat once again and tell you that it's 6 minutes past 7 in the morning. Air temperature has actually dropped a little bit since sunrise, down to 17.3 degrees Celsius, and the last couple of hours have not seen any budge in the track temperature yet at 17.8 degrees Celsius. So track temp still as it was when we were racing in the darkness. Still need that sun to rise a little bit further in the morning for those rays to be hitting the circuit and warming it up, and even then it'll take a while for the track to get into the kind of temperatures where double stinting is no longer possible. Maybe we're talking 25 degrees Celsius, maybe we're talking 30. I think Arjuna can speak a little bit more to that one on the GT3 front, but as it is right now, track temperature is still absolutely pristine for a double stint.
Yeah, and specific to the GT3s, when we're talking about the older tire model, you're looking at kind of a transition point of about 28 degrees Celsius. Now, when it comes to the Nordschleifer, it's a little bit more difficult to kind of put a transition point like that, just because there's so many factors that really come into play. You're not just looking at car setup, weather and all of that, but it also going to matter who's at the wheel, how much are they sliding that car, how much traffic are you guys really having to deal with, and how is that affecting your tire wear? And I think, David, you were right on the money a little bit earlier on when you said 10 or 11 a.m. being the point where the track really gets warm enough to put that seed of doubt in the driver's mind. Now, I did want to quickly point out, though, for the GT3 cars, so Christopher Dambeats, he is one stint slightly offset from Agustin Canapino and Philip Eng, who are now first and second. So he's got slightly worn tires now, and I think we should expect both Agustin Canapino and Philip Eng to come down pit lane this time around, and for new drivers to get into those cars, and also fresh set of rubber for both of them.
Talk about that, we saw SimRC's pit stop, full service for them, some new tires, full tank of fuel. Jürgen Frank pulled out and away on the lane into the racetrack. Then we looked back to second place, who was still coming down the Döttinger. That's the kind of advantage SimRC have got. A pit stop and then a straight in hand. Quite a gap. Jack Sedgwick is on the lane like we thought at the end of this 10-lap run. We'll see what happens for Craig's setup shop and friends. In this case, looks to find his pit stall. Car, of course, goes up on those jacks. There's 2 tyres going to get changed there, and it's the driver swap. So Sedgwick out, Chepelevsky in. Let's see if they can match the pace that Jack Sedgwick had. Craig's setup shop going the full change all around.
And what a stint that was for Jack Sedgwick. So finally it's coming to an end for Craig Setup Shop, and this means this is the crucial time, because now that they've had a supremely good stint, this is where they really need to build up and clock in another good stint immediately after another good one. So this is the time where they can actually build up and get closer on, and it's a crucial phase for now for the DCR's one. And Arjuna, I guess you have something to say here.
Yeah, and Craig Setup Shop and Friends, one of those combo cars that we have here. So Jack Sedgwick, he got out Inex racing driver, and he's handed over to Stelian Chepelevsky, who drives for Apex Racing Team. And he's actually more, I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, but he's really a rallycross driver. Competes in the World Championship for Rallycross, the Thrustmaster IRX Championship, I believe it was called. So let's see how he does here. I know he does love his touring cars, but he's just been given the keys to the car by one of the quickest drivers on the track, so some pressure on him.
Well, God forbid, I mean, if he does crash and if he does go on the grass, he certainly knows how to control the car. That's one good thing.
Yeah, the TCR car, you can get one tyre on the outside onto the grass, and then the front-wheel drive nature tries to pull you further off the circuit, but conversely, throwing it in sideways into some of these corners, you give it a little bit of throttle and have those front tyres pull you out in some places. So front-wheel drive's not without its advantages, but it can be a little difficult and needs some management out of the corners. But he's still just trying to warm up those tyres. No word if it was fronts only or all fours, but well, not that that's going to mean a whole lot of difference after about half a lap, when TCR tyres will be a bit closer to optimal.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit tricky for them to manage this. And normally when you think of a pit stop, you tend to think, and often in the movies it's also portrayed, that when you get a pit stop, you get fresh tyres, and all of a sudden it's a fresh feeling, it's a whole new world, and you immediately go faster. Not so much here, because you need to make sure that the tyres are warmed up to the correct temperature, because if they aren't, they will certainly snap back on you and you won't have the optimal grip that you really need. So it's not like in the movies that you get a pit stop and everything is all fun and games once again. Here at the Nürburgring and here in iRacing, you need to make sure that the temperature is correct, because if it isn't, you won't really get the optimum grip that you are looking for, and that could literally compromise a big chunk of your race.
We're looking at Augustin Canapino. His Mahler Racing Team Audi is leading for the moment, a couple seconds in hand over BS Competition behind, but we expect both of those guys to jump onto the pit lane this time, just dotting a hoor and a couple corners before pit entry for Augustin Canapino. That'll cycle Team Redline Black back through into the lead. Note over this stint of the second run on these tyres, Augustin Canapino started to pull a little bit more on Philip Eng. They were nose-to-nose, bumper-to-bumper when they came onto pit road a stint ago, 7 laps ago more precisely. Over that course, Canapino's built out a little bit more gap, and a little bit of confusion there with the GT4 that is not quite as clean as the core car, it must be said. But we're expecting Canapino on the lane, we're expecting a tyre swap for this Mahler car. And with that, a driver swap is on the cards as well. So we keep our eyes on the pit road for Mahler Racing Team and BS Competition to see what the driver change might be for these teams. Fully expecting the tyre change. You can see that BMW of BS Competition in the background coming into the lane. The nice railroad crossing lights of the BMW when the pit limiter is engaged. You're not going to miss that one on pit road. So Canapino's found his box. Philip Eng is looking for the pit stall for his team. It is a change for Mahler Racing Team. Augustin Canapino out. Going to be Sami Matti Trogan getting in behind the wheel. It's high time for a lot of Finns getting into the car right here. It must be getting towards crunch time. Looking at BS Competition. Still seeing Philip Eng on my end. Waiting for that to update if there is going to be a driver swap. Otherwise, Eng might be in for the long haul on this one. Fueling going on for both of the cars. Mahler Racing have almost reached the end of that fueling, and then we expect to see it go up onto the jack stands to change those Pirelli tyres. And just see that happening there. Say Pirelli on them for all of the GT3 cars on iRacing. So Sami Matti Trogan getting ready. Still maybe 15 more seconds for that tyre swap to take place. And again, I'm seeing No driver swap for BS competition, so I hope Philip Eng is still feeling fresh there, Arjuna.
It's a very interesting strategy call to me here, guys, because 2 hours here, I know that a VLN race typically would last around 4 hours, and there are drivers who do that solo in real life, but when you have the flexibility in this virtual world to really tailor your schedule to people's availability, I would have thought that maybe give Philip Eng a break here. There's 2 other very quick drivers in that car, Lauren Heinrich and Alexander Voss, so interesting strategy from Philip Eng here, and I would have to assume that they're going to leave him in for another double here, since it's still fairly cool, and we expect most of these cars to double stint for the next few hours.
Precisely, so a pretty identical pit stop time, of course, with full service for Marla Racing Team and BS competition. Gap between them still stays at around about 12 seconds. While we were watching their service, of course, Team Redline Black cycled through into the lead. And Sumil, we've had some people join us in the middle of this broadcast. We're delighted to have them. Some people are curious about what cars are competing, what the class structure is, and what to expect from those different cars.
Oh yeah, definitely. There are lots of different classes competing here in this weekend. So firstly, let's begin with the GT3s, and they are the prime category. So these guys are the fastest on the grid at the moment, and they're pretty much the ultimate customer GT cars that you could ask for. So there are different categories. You've got GT2, GT3, GT4s. In terms of proper hardcore racing, the GT3s is the fastest that you can race, because of course we don't really have a GT2 category as such over here, but these cars are a bit easier to drive, let's say, in comparison to the GTEs. So they've got traction control, they've got ABS, but they're still quite a handful, and they're super quick. So in terms of the fastest GT machinery that you can race, these ones are the ones apart from the GTEs. And lots of factory teams go into this one. So there's Ferrari, there's Corvette, no, not Corvette, I'm sorry, there's Ferrari, there's BMW, there's Mercedes, there's Audi, McLaren in fact have a GT3 car as well, Acura with the NSX. So there's a whole lot of factory manufacturers, Nissan as well with the GTR. So lots of teams, they come in and they make their GT cars into GT3 race cars, and they fight at races like the Nürburgring 24 and the Bathurst 12 hours. So these are the top GT categories. Then we move on to the Cayman Cups, and these are the Porsche Cayman cars that they use in the Cayman Cup. So it's exactly the same car that they use over there. Of course, the setup will be slightly different. So these are the second category. Then we move on to the GT4s and TCRs, which I think, David, you and Arjun can explain pretty well.
Yeah, of course, GT4 and TCR, both a category of homologation with multiple manufacturers, but we only have one representative model for each on iRacing. In GT4, it's currently only the Porsche Cayman 718 Club Sport. We are eagerly anticipating the BMW M4 GT4 to join the iRacing service shortly. It's been laser scanned by iRacing, and they're putting the finishing touches on it to make it ready. That'll be great to have 2 different marques competing against each other in GT4 on iRacing soon, but until that point, only this Porsche Cayman in the GT4 class in iRacing at the moment. In TCR, it is that same story. We've got the Audi RS3 LMS. There is probably more than 20 models globally of TCR cars. The only one that iRacing has laser precision scanned with all of the full data to make it as realistic as possible is this Audi RS3 LMS, and they are of course a front wheel drive touring car, but very popular in sprint racing, in endurance racing, and a very affordable customer racing platform. So that's what we have here for the iRacing 24 Hours of the Nurburgring, powered by VCO. We've got GT3, where teams have got their options of manufacturer. We've got the Porsche 911 Cup car, which is of course, as in reality, a single make class. And GT4 and TCR each represented with one model. Very fiercely competed all of our categories. I think at the moment it's GT3 that's keeping most of our attention, save for the occasional battles, especially in TCR, Arjuna.
Yeah, and the battle brewing here, Stilian Chepelevsky, he's just finished his outlap, and Cone Klopman in that full send racing 85 car, he's slowly chasing him down. And so Stilian, part of the Apex Racing team, They have a lot of TCR experience in that car. But right now, Koen Klopman, he's showing some really good pace. That gap's come down from, I think it was almost 6 seconds when Stillion came out of the pits. It's now under 3 seconds. And Koen's going to get the advantage of that draft soon. These TCR cars have a very strong draft. And as soon as Koen gets to within about 2 seconds of that rear bumper, he's going to start feeling just a little bit more, less resistance rather, as he cuts his way through the air.
And Klopman pitted 1 lap earlier, so on the lap just completed, while Chepelevsky would have been trying to warm up the tyres, trying to get comfortable with the conditions with the car, Klopman would have been a little bit more up to speed. So if it starts to stabilise from here, wouldn't be entirely surprised, but you can absolutely see why the full send racing car and its driver of Klopman would have been a little bit more in the zone, tyres a little bit more in the window, and that would have helped them close a bit on Craig's setup shop and friends. Still just taking a couple tenths out of it here and there.
Yeah, they're doing quite a good job at this point in time, and they just need to make sure that they get into the draft as soon as possible. We still have a lot of time left in this race, but you do want to realistically get back in as close as possible, as soon as possible in fact. And for Klopman, well, he's closed down the gap even more. He's now only 2.7 seconds behind, and as you can see in this graphic, he's constantly been chipping away into the Craig Setup Shop's lead. So this is getting really close back here between the Full Send Racing and Craig Setup Shop car. And for Full Send Racing, well, it may be like a little boy in a store of candy shops. Whenever you see the other car right in front of you, there's a little bit of an exciting feeling that, oh look, I finally got them out. And that feeling just keeps on growing and growing when you just eventually get past and get through the lead. So for Craig Setup Shop, they had a good stint the last time out with Sedgwick in the car. Now with Chepelevsky, they need to make sure that they preserve that position. But Full Send Racing, they will definitely be sending it full on, and they need to get that P3. Well, this should materialize into a good battle. Maybe not now, maybe in the next, let's say, 2 or 3 laps, but still, Full Send Racing and Craig Setup Shop are fighting hard for P3, and this should be one fun battle to watch out for.
Certainly will be. Traffic can always play a little bit of a role. Of course, the TCR is the slower of all 4 of our classes. That means that GT3 cars, Porsche Cup cars and GT4 cars are catching them every lap. Some will wait patiently to get past. Others might force the issue, dive down the outside or dive down the inside. That might make a TCR car have to go a little bit wide, lose a little bit of time as some of the other class cars catch them. Plenty of clean track and empty open real estate for these 2 guys at the moment. That can change rather rapidly given the speed difference between our tip of the iceberg at the GT3 and the speed that these TCR touring cars do.
And you talk about traffic playing a part. When I talk to some of these TCR drivers, they actually take that into account, especially later in the race. If you have, let's say you're Stillion Chepelevsky and you have Koen Klopman behind you, maybe you think about how you can use the traffic to help build a little bit of a buffer and just ensure that you stay outside of draft range. So some of these drivers, they are aware of how much of an effect traffic can have on their fighting. We'll see exactly how it's going to play out. We still have 8 hours and 20 minutes left, so plenty of action still to go. There's still a long way for some of these cars, not just to fight the track itself, but they're going to have to fight some of their competitors as well.
Yeah,
Indeed.
And at the track like Nurburgring, that's going to be super tricky. The TCRs, as we know, they are the slower class, and so they often get embroiled in a lot of traffic issues. And let's say if you see a GT3 or maybe even a Cayman coming along, this could mean trouble for them. It's not the widest track in the world, so finding a good position to let the other guy pass could cost you and the other guy a lot of time as well. So for the TCRs, it's not just about fast driving, it's about the traffic as well, and even more so about how you make sure that you let them pass at the right time. Otherwise, they will compromise your lap time and you'll compromise theirs by a lot of time.
You can see exactly how hard Chepelevsky is fighting to try and keep that gap, and he pushes too hard. Very, very wide coming up the hill there. You see the brake lights coming on quite late in the corner as he tried to make that car turn and then rode up the curbs a little bit. It's cost him maybe a tenth or 2 into Verzeif, and you saw exactly how tail happy that Craig Setup Shop and Friends car has been, and that kind of gives you an indication of just how on the limit Chepelevsky is trying to keep Kloppman at bay, but still he's lost 2/10 or so. Can't afford to lose too much more, because at about a second and a half is when Kloppman will pick up that slipstream and that toe that is so important in several places around that track, including this run up the hill towards Bravery Corner, where you're going uphill and sometimes you can start to top out unless you pick up some of that toe.
And you talked about the run up the hill. It was really critical that Stillion didn't get on the grass on the exit of Bergwerk there, but 2 wheels on the grass, and it did cost him a little bit on that long run up the hill. Something to point out with this new tire model is it can be very slippery when you get on the grass here. And I think Clone Kloppman on the grass a little bit in the background himself. You can see both these drivers pushing hard. But if you do risk putting a wheel into that grass, it could be the last thing you do here, guys. Sometimes when you get on the grass, you just lose all feeling in the car, and suddenly you'll be pointed at the barriers with significant amounts of damage.
In the gap updates, Kloppman did lose about half a second or maybe a teeny bit more through that segment. Car rode up over the curb, got the outside tyres on the grass, and when you try to put the power down with half of the tyres on the grass in a rear-wheel drive car, that'll snap you around with a lot of oversteer. But in these front-wheel drive cars, the tyre on the tarmac gets more grip, forces the nose of the car further out wide, further onto the grass. Dare I say it, it's a slippery slope at that point, and you have to get out of the throttle to be able to rescue the car, get it back on the tarmac. And that's how you see it's cost Kloppman quite a bit of time, just a bit too eager, car pushing a bit wide. And for all of the great work he'd done and the pressure he was putting on Chepelevsky, he's released that pressure just a half turn, given Chepelevsky just another half a second, maybe 3/4 of a second to play with. I feel like Chepelevsky is getting more comfortable, getting into his element. It's a great battle, but at medium range quarters.
Yeah, this gap is building up quite a lot, and Chepelevsky, he's done a superb job in the last couple of laps to just increase the gap and get into his flow. As you can see him driving, he completely seems to be in the rhythm. He's just flowing along and having a good time here at the Nürburgring, which can be hard to do at times, but he's doing a superb job in that TCR, managing everything extremely well. He's pushing hard, really. He's on a roll pretty much, Chepelevsky. 3.7 seconds the gap now between him and the full-send racing car of Cohen Kloppman. So that's one thing to look out for. And all of you watching, if you're just new to iRacing, all these factors that we're discussing about the air temperature, the track temperature, the tires, how they wear out, how you get on the grass, it just makes it completely realistic. iRacing, in fact, is one of the more realistic sims. In fact, the most realistic sim around. So all these factors, they just make it as if you're racing in real life. So if you're free and if you really want to get a taste of what real racing is like, but at your home, get iRacing instantly. And if you're not able to get iRacing, don't worry, we've got a lot of races on the iRacing esports network that you can tune into and get a good taste of it. But for now, it's the Craig setup shop of Chepelevsky that's in P3 with Kloppman battling it out for P4.
And of course, we're going to have those Radio Show Limited, Radio Le Mans guys joining us for the last 6 hours of coverage of this race. It's an absolute delight to have them with us. So if you're watching iRacing for the first time, you are going to want to stick around, because the last 6 hours is going to be fantastic, covered by what people would consider the absolute pros in the business. It's going to be fantastic, and the racing is still proving really, really compelling as well, which is going to give those guys plenty to talk about. And it's going to be an exciting end to this race. We're seeing these battles in TCR still. We've still got 3 cars within a minute for the lead of GT3. And while your Porsche Cup and GT4 leaders have a bit of time in the bag, just don't count out something crazy happening towards the end of this race, because it's a long race. This is a tough circuit. The fatigue sets in, the wear sets in, and weird things happen at the end of 24-hour endurance races.
They do indeed, but right now we are watching Sami Matty Trogan, the Rallycross crossover star, if you will, competes in Rallycross both in the real and virtual worlds. So part of the Williams Esport team. He's now racing in this collaboration with Mala for the Mala Racing team. And they're running up in second, and he's slowly chipping away at that red line car of Christopher Dambiet. The gap started at the last lap at about 47 seconds, but by my timing screens, that gap's down to 43 seconds now. So 4 seconds chipped away on this first full flying lap for Sammy Matty Trogan. And I think that's the effect of fresh tires versus the worn rubber that Christopher Dambiet's Ferrari is having to make do with.
Long laps around here on the Nordschleife means it's difficult to get the correct data to illustrate your well-made point there. The last lap for Sammy Matty Trogan was an out lap. This is his first flying lap, and that will give us a little bit more data to work with, give the graphics something to work with, but we can see the live gap between the two of them, keep our eyes on it, and see that you can see it with your own eyes. Sammy Matty Trogan is absolutely flying and comfortable in that Audi. You don't even need the graphics package to see how precise he's pointing that car, how close he's getting to the curbs, and how late he's waiting to get on the brakes. Just the way the car flows looks purposeful. It looks smooth, but it looks fast as he rides exactly the right amount of the curb, gets close but not too close to the Armco. We'll see what this flying lap is for him. This is his first flying lap on a new set of tyres. They come across the line, and it's an 8.06 for Sammy Matty Trogan, which is almost 3 seconds faster than Christopher Dambiet's.
Yeah, that's a great lap there, but just something that I thought about, guys. Now, comparing the real world with the virtual world here, now, the Audi R8 GT3 in the real world has a reputation for being a slightly more difficult car to drive maybe, but for having a great amount of speed. And I think it's fair to say that that reputation carries over into the virtual world. The Audi has always been a very difficult car to set up and drive in a controlled fashion, but especially at a track like this, a track like Spa, it's always been a very strong option. Whereas something like the Ferrari, it's known maybe in the real world for being a bit more amateur friendly. It was designed to, encourage the customers that purchase the car to really be able to get the most out of it. But I think if you talk to some of these Ferrari drivers, they'll tell you that in iRacing, it requires a very unique driving style, and it's very different from the other GT3 cars. It's still very hard to get the maximum pace out of, just like the Audi.
Definitely hear people
and that is exactly
describe
why,
the R8 GT3 as a little bit curb phobic. So some of the bumpier tracks, some of the tracks where you make a lot of time jumping across the curbs, think about Montreal, for example, tracks that people don't really favour the Audi at.
Oh yeah, that's actually a very good point. And another thing is that's exactly why we love GT3s, because we've got so many different cars in different categories who are made in different philosophies, and it just still produces some good racing. So the Audi, as you mentioned, it's a bit more tricky to drive. The Ferrari may be slightly easier. The BMW Z4, well, it has a completely different philosophy, and yet these cars are so similar to each other in terms of the performance, and that is the beauty of GT3. So many different cars, so many different types, so many different driving styles, and yet they produce some of the best GT racing in the world. And that is why I absolutely adore this GT3 category. I mean, they just produce some fantastic racing action, although they are just so different to each other. But unity in diversity is exactly what they say for the GT3s. It's a superb category. And moments like this, in fact, of Sammy Matty Trogan, where you completely are in the flow, pretty much in a flow, where you don't really think of anything and just keep on driving fast and smooth and hard. Well, this is exactly why you take up sim racing for, when you can just feel the car with you. I mean, you don't really have to put some extra efforts. It's as if it's subconscious. And that is exactly what's going on for Sammy Matty Trogan at the moment. He's doing a superb job in that Audi, and you can see it with the times as well. And even in the way he's driving, he's completely precise, on point, and he is closing down the lap times. As now on the screen we see the MSI Esports blue car of Alejandro Sanchez in the pits.
Yeah, indeed, MSI were running in fourth. They come into the pit lane, and that allows the BS competition number 7 back up into fourth. I think we might be going to see a driver change on this one for MSI Esports Blue. Last car in class still on the lead lap, and there's definitely going to be a tyre change as well. And Arjuna, we've definitely seen tyre changes and driver swaps go hand in hand in GT3 so far.
Yeah, the favorite strategy for most teams has been a double stint for both the human element and the rubber element there, so it's been interesting to see. But Philip Eng right now, he's in that BS Competition 89 car. He's the one driver who maybe on slightly different strategy here. He's in his third stint this time around in the car. He took tires last time around, and I think we're all expecting that he's going to stay in that car for another double stint, so a quad stint from the driver. So very interesting strategy there, whereas everybody else seemingly just giving their drivers a little bit more chance to rest in what's going to be a very dramatic sprint to the finish. We've only got 8 hours left almost here, so we're really approaching the last third of this race, and we're going to see the pace start to ratchet up now.
Yeah, it certainly is interesting to see what's going to happen in GT3. 3 different marks, 3 different teams, and yeah, all to play for the win in GT3, the overall victory here. Looking one class down to the single make Porsche 911 Cup cars, and this is kind of a Team Redline lockout at the moment with these guys. We've had a little switcheroony. The Team Redline Cup currently being scored in the lead. The Porsche 24 driven by Redline that has logged a lot of laps led is back into second place. Only 5 seconds to keep these cars apart, and both of them are in the second stint of their tyres. An update to this car not long ago has made those tyres a little bit more durable, and that's what we'd like to see. I love it when there is options to the strategy about, you know, like in TCR, changing all 4 or changing only front tyres, or double stinting and where that crossover point is. If the tyre drop-off was such that everyone changed tyres at every stop as the only option, I think it'd be a little bit more boring than what we see here, Arjuna.
Yeah, definitely, but the reason that I think we can point this battle out right now is I think it's a common refrain at this point in the YouTube chat. Is Max in the split? When's he in the car? He's not in the car right now. Marcus Jensen's in that 69 car. But Max Verstappen is apparently due to get in shortly, so we're going to see maybe the Dutch army joining the Argentinian army that we've had in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, the number 69 specifically chosen on that car because it reads the same if the car is upside down. That car does not look like it's been upside down so far in this race. We hope long does that remain so they can put on a fantastic battle in this class.
Well, that number would make sense if Richard Hammond is driving, because the guy has a reputation of rolling it around. But thankfully for them, it's all straight and it's all going well for them. Marcus Jensen in that car. He's done a 7-lap stint at the moment, so you can expect him to stay out just for a little bit more. And just adding to that point that David, you made a couple of moments ago about the update. The good thing about iRacing is that this service is constantly updated to try and make it just a tad bit more realistic all the time. So if you're looking for any sim to drive, and if you're thinking, okay, which is the most realistic one, get iRacing. I mean, there's nothing as good as this one. And the kind of effort that the team makes in to try and just make it slightly more realistic, slightly more better. We've got tyre models coming in every other week pretty much, and we've got updates to each car, track, and pretty much everything that you can imagine every fortnight. So the game just keeps on getting better and better and better and better, just so that you can get a more realistic feel of everything. And yeah, that's why it's the most respected sim around pretty much, as we now see Marcus Jensen jumping around pretty much on the track here.
Yeah, he's getting towards the end of a second stint on those tyres. Track temperatures have not moved from 17.8 degrees Celsius, but regardless of those cool track temperatures, eventually those tyres start to cry enough. What kind of stint lengths have we been looking at for these Porsche Cup cars? Because he's coming towards the end of the 7th lap. Is that similar to what we're seeing in the GT3 cars, or are the Cup cars going a bit longer, Arjuna?
I think the Cup car is able to go 1 extra lap, so an 8-lap stint here. So I'm expecting Marcus Jensen to potentially stay out for at least 1 more lap, depending on just how much fuel he's saved. But I think it's going to be interesting here, guys. The gap's not that big, and there's only even if this 69 car has to come down the pit lane, the gap's not that big, and 8 hours left to go, guys. Anything could happen here. So 2 Redline cars fighting for the win of the 911 Cup class, and I think it should be a fascinating fight to the finish.
They've got some really strong drivers in both cars. Yeah, really interesting to see how it can play out. This is the end of the 7th lap, and in towards that unique and interesting pit entry comes Team Redline Cup. You've got good visibility of it, you don't hit that pit wall, and that does move the 911 back into the lead. Alexander Teeb is only 2 laps into that stint, so he's probably got 5 more to run there in the lead. Marcus Jensen, definitely going to be a tyre change for the number 69, so I've got my eyes on a potential driver swap there. Is going to be a driver swap. It's going to be Hansen Guven back behind the wheel of that one.
And Guven is one fast driver. I mean, every single race that I've seen of his, I've been totally impressed by him. He's aggressive, he's hard, and he knows exactly how to adapt his driving to the current scenario. So Ançen Guven, the Turkish driver in the Porsche Cup car, expect him to throw up some miracles. He is a fast driver, and I've seen him in sprint races particularly. That's when he is at his best, that's when he is the most aggressive. But in an endurance race, the things are a bit different. The complexity of the race and understanding the conditions a bit better, that's a completely different ball game. But still, I mean, we all believe in his quality, and he can do a pretty good job in that Porsche Cup car, as he has been doing for quite a while now.
Yep, eyes on that car still. Fueling has been done, driver swap is done, cars on the jacks waiting on an all-4 tyre change. It drops and gets rolling, and the pit stop time I see on that graphic entirely different to what I'm seeing on my timing screen. Regardless, that is a full service pit stop for the Redline Cup car. Driver swap, fuel to the brim of the 100 litre tank, which sits above the front axle for a unique weight distribution, and also all-4 tyre change there. What about the GT4 class? Not a place that we've seen a whole lot of action of late, and maybe we'll get a little bit of it. 6th and 7th here, both of these cars pitted on the same lap 3 laps ago. Quite a long service for Huizinfeld. They might have had some repairs to do. The car's looking a lot cleaner than Burst Esports Rio Toro in front. So maybe a bit of redemption for Huizinfeld. They could move themselves back up into 6th place where they were running before their last pit stop 3 laps ago, Arjuna.
Yeah, and just one detail that we can point out. Unlike the TCR entry, this Team Huizinfeld car is a full Team Huizinfeld entry. No guest drivers, should we say. So that TCR
Pure Huizinfeld, no filler.
There we go, no filler. I like that. But Maximilian Fritz right now in that car, he's done some decent stints earlier in the race based on the lap time. So let's now see what he does with Kasper Henningsen in that Burst Esports car. Now, both of these cars have had some issues since we've jumped into the booth. They haven't been running that high up in the field. But your GT4 class, this is basically the only on-track battle we have. Everyone else is kind of spread out amongst the 26-kilometer track pretty far right now.
14 cars joined the session in this class at the start of this race 16 hours ago. A little bit before that, because we also had qualifying and a warm-up ahead of that. From those 14 Cayman GT4s, 8 are on circuit and running right now. So this is, of the running cars, a battle for second last in a way. But I don't think that's going to stop these guys. All things considered, they've moved up the field significantly based on some of those other retirements. Since we've been watching it, Maximilian Fritz has definitely closed up, gotten in the slipstream range of Kasper Henningsen. Unique, different bits of damage to each car. The right-hand side of both of them, not particularly perfect, but they are still driving them as they can.
Yeah, and although this is maybe the battle for the second last place in the class, on track at least, there's still a lot more to it, because in these endurance races, finishing is actually criminally underrated, because you need to finish first in order to get a good position. So these guys must be credited for at least running on the track at this moment in time. And as Arjun has pointed out in the chat, 33 cars are still running and 54 have started, so that's a lot of people retiring, and that's a good rate of attrition. So for these guys, even staying on track and battling it out against each other should be a big achievement, considering that we're so deep into this race. But so far, yeah, Henningsen having to defend really hard from Fritz in that Hoisingveld car. They're just closing in just a little bit more lap after lap, and that Burst Esports car really has a challenge on their hands. So in terms of the strategy, I'll quickly get back about how new their tires are and how everything is panning out for them. But on the track, they're rather close to each other and they're doing quite a good job. So it seems in the strategy element there's not much to split from each other. Only one lap that separates them from their tires. Or is it? No. Oh, they're both on the same tire, so they both pitted on the same lap, it seems, and only 3 laps new both their tires are. So for them, it's pretty much an even Stevens battle over here. It's all about the track position at this point in time, and if things are going the way Maximilian Fritz wants it to go, then we could see the Hoisingveld 301 car get past rather soon. But Burst Esports, they're doing a good job defending, and they have a lot of it to do here for the next 7 hours and 58 minutes.
Bit of damage on the front of the Team Hoisingveld 301, and looking at these, split times here, what I feel like I'm seeing is Maximilian Fritz is quicker through the twisty bits. Once they get it up to 5th and 6th gear, I think the damage he's carrying is hurting his straight line speed a bit worse than Burst Esports Rio Toro. So we get to the second half of this lap where there's less 6th gear running, there's a lot more tighter and flowing corners. I think that's where you'll see the Hoisingveld car strong. These early bits of the Nordschleife where they run in 6th gear towards Schwedenkreuz and then through the Fuchsruhe and those kind of places. That looks like where the Burst car holds its own. Once you get into, 3rd and 4th gear corners that flow into each other and that's when I think Maximilian Fritz seems to have the advantage. From what I see the pit stop time last time for Burst Esports, they might have only taken 2 tyres. That's a potential strategy. I think you'd probably only take rear tyres, but certainly might have been a slightly shorter splash of fuel. That's probably what it would be for Burst in that case. I think the tyres probably identical. I've misread the number there. But are you going to agree with my assessment on potentially the differences in straight line speed there, Arjuna?
Yeah, definitely. I was actually a bit surprised when you said that the Burst Esports car may have only taken 2 tires there. Now, when you can take fuel and tires at the same time in your pit stop, which these GT4s can, I would have to assume that it would behoove you to make sure you take 4 sets of fresh rubber. Now, the problem is in iRacing, you can sometimes get away with taking 2 tires in a real endurance race, but the tire imbalance in iRacing sometimes just feels a little bit too much to overcome in terms of the handling characteristics of the car. And so I've never really approached that as a viable strategy option, but you obviously have a lot more experience in the GT4 cars. Maybe you can tell me differently.
No, I'm thinking if you had... Remember, we saw Pascal Stix nearly loop it the first corner out of the pits on 4 cold tyres. Imagine if you had cold rear tyres and warm front tyres, how much more lethal that first stint would be. Maximilian Fritz didn't have a great run through Bravery Curve there. You saw the brake lights come on very late in the corner as he had to try and force that car to turn so it didn't push wide onto the grass. Probably not the optimal line there, and you see he's now dropped back to, it's reading 1.5 seconds behind.
Well, that's a big issue for the Team Hoisingveld car, because if they need to pursue that position for P6, they can't make mistakes like that, and especially considering that both of these cars are on the same strategy, so you really need to be error-proof pretty much at this stage if you want that position. And the gap is now closed down a little bit from 1.4 seconds to around 1 second, but still it's a long way down for them to catch it. Until then, I guess we can do a field rundown.
Indeed we are. We're going to see the state of play out there on course with just under 8 hours of the race remaining, starting with TCR, mixing it up, going bottom to top with regards to speed here. SimRC, they have currently 1 minute 10 seconds of lead from Vendaval Sim Racing in second. Then one of the places we've had our attention in the last hour or so, Craig Setup Shop in third, still just 3 seconds ahead of Full Send Racing. Fourth, the Team Hoisingveld Geodesic Racing car. the Hoistingveld TCR cut with geodesic, if you want to call it that, in 5th. You probably shouldn't call it that. Team RSO in 6th, still on the lead lap. Same too for Lada Sport Rosneft eRacing team in 7th. XBR Sim Racing are out on circuit logging laps. They are a full lap behind their class leader though. Sumil, take a look at GT4 please.
Oh yes, the GT4 is the core sim racing car currently in the lead. 6 minutes ahead of the Saug Rennsport car, so that is a superb lead that they've got over there. Then we've got Team RSO 397 in P3 that are 8 minutes behind the core sim racing car. And then we have the ASD Elite Yellow 306 car who is a lap behind. Then of course we move down to the second part of the field, which is DRS Wave Team Italy. Car number 718, which is in fact car number 10 over here, is a lap behind there in P5. The Burst Esports car in P6, and then the battle that we're looking out for. So Burst Esports and Team Hoistingveld 6th and 7th in the GT4 category, with OTR Esports in P8. So that's your roundup for the GT4 category.
Move up to the Porsche Cup division, where the pit stops have cycled through, and the Porsche 24 driven by Redline in the lead now. Handy little margin, a minute 17 seconds ahead of Team Redline Cup, who we saw their pit stop and driver swap. They installed Guven. Third place then is R8G Esports, hanging in there but not quite in the picture for the win right now in third. HM Engineering, their 959 car, it's a great Porsche number, in fourth. STL Esports by Logitech Black, currently scored in fifth. The other HM Engineering car, the 746, has dropped back a little bit, 5 laps off their class leader. Eclipse Sim Sports are running, Dominic Ferraris in 7th, and TQ Engineering, still a retirement, in the pit lane for the last 4 hours, dropping back a bit further. Arjuna, going to give you the pleasure of our leading overall GT3 class.
Well, your race leader overall, the Team Redline Black car, Christopher Dambiet, still at the wheel. He'll come down next time around to give the car over to another driver though. The Audi of Mahler Racing team currently in second, 40 seconds behind though. And 19 seconds behind them, BS Competition, the 089 car, with Philip Eng at the wheel. They are in third. The second BS Competition car is in fourth. That's the 7 car, and they're about 3 minutes and 16 seconds behind your race leader. And then the final car on the lead lap, MSI Esports Blue, that's the 75 car. Then you've got your first Mercedes in this race. That's MB Esports Racing 23. They're the only car a lap down in the GT3 class. And then Trans Tasman Racing, David's been pointing them out, slowly just continuing to creep along here. They're now 4 laps down, but still in 7th and continue to circulate. Last of your retirements in the GT3 class was VRS Quanta Sim Sport. Sage Karen was at the wheel of that car when it retired with an incident. So they're 22 laps down and no one else in your GT3 car class running right now. So just 7 cars circulating right now.
There we go. That is our top 8 at the moment in all 4 of our classes here at the Nurburgring. We're going to take a RaceSpot TV fan immersion commentary break for a short moment. Pictures will remain uninterrupted. We'll get back to you soon. Thank you so much for joining us for this race that continues to build in excitement towards the end of one of the world's most challenging 24-hour races. We're looking at your Porsche Cup leader, Alexander Thieb, driving the Porsche 24, driven by Redline. Let's ride on board with that single-make Cup car as he navigates around in the lead. Back in a minute. There you have a lap on board with your Porsche Cup leader. A full lap of the beautiful Nürburgring combined Nordschleife. A bit of traffic for Alexander Thieb to deal with at this point, and the headlights flash back and forth between himself and I believe that's the 4th place GT4 car. Well, it's just gone past 8 AM in session time in the morning of the second day of this race. Been racing now for over 16 hours non-stop here. Ticking a little further into the morning, still partly cloudy out there. We saw quite a bit of glare on board as the sun had just gotten above the horizon, just gotten above the trees. Partly cloudy means track temperature is still staying relatively cold, but I have seen it sneak up by half a degree Celsius. Really going to take quite a bit further into the morning before we see hotter track temperatures, drivers having to struggle against that reduced grip. Thank you so much for sticking with us here, the iRacing 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, powered by VCO. This is RaceSpot coverage on the iRacing Esports Network, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitch, wherever you're watching. Thank you so much for joining us. It's a delight to have you as this race continues to build towards a very, very exciting conclusion. I'm David Haynes. Our tireless producer for this segment of the coverage has been Tyler Maxson. Arjuna Kankapati with me as well, Sumil Arora. As Arjuna, we're going to see our GT3 leader onto the pit lane. Team Redline Black are in. Do you think we're going to see a driver swap on this one?
Yes, I do, and I was actually just going to call that out myself. Christopher Dambiet taking that 71 car down pit lane again. Sami Matty Trogan in the Mahler Racing Team Audi, he's slowly been closing the gap. Just before he came down onto the box, that gap was down to 35 seconds. So on those older tires, Christopher Dambiet's losing a little bit of time to Sami Matty Trogan on those brand new tires. And he is going to get out of the car. And guess who? Maximilian Benecke jumping into that red line Ferrari.
Certainly will be. So that's going to be full service, it's going to be fuel, it's going to be tyres, and it's that driver swap. And already Maximilian Benecke just scrubbing those new tyres across the pit lane there, making sure his steering wheel is all good and ready. You're feeling like he's going to get out there on track and instantly be fast. That's what we expect from Mr. 10K. I call him Mr. 10K, but he's at 10,900 I rating now. Give it not too long, and I'm going to have to start calling him Mr. 11K or something. But as you see, the car goes up on the jacks. Team Redline Black's going to cycle back into third for one lap before we're going to see Mahler Racing Team and BS Competition on the lane again. Sumil, it's still pretty close for GT3. Team Redline Black net leader still, but they cannot take anything for granted with the kind of pace Sami Matty Trogan has had in this Audi.
Sami Matty Trogan has been flying pretty much over here. He's done a superb job. I mean, you kind of speak about being in the flow at a track like this, where you just are one with the car and you completely unite with each other and you drive in some superb laps. That is exactly what he's done over here. He may not be the closest driver to the lead at this moment. I mean, he's in P2, but he's still a long way off. But that said, we still have a lot of time left in this race so far. So for the Mahler Racing Team, for Team Redline Black, in fact, they do need to make sure they don't make any mistakes, because although they have a big lead in effective terms, of course, in reality they are in P3 at the moment, they still need to make sure that they get things done. I mean, you need to finish it home. I mean, the thing is, it ain't over till the fat lady sings, and in racing it ain't over till the checkered flag falls. So effectively they may be in a big lead, but they need to make sure that they bring the car home, and any mistake, and you could see the Mahler Racing Team capitalize on that. So for Team Redline Black, it's all about bringing the car home safely, securely, and driving good consistent laps to make sure that they don't lose out on the lead. In the picture here is the Craig Setup Shop car number 63.
They've just cycled back through into second place because the Vendaval Sim Racing blue car is a little bit off cycle with some of the others, coming down pit road a little bit earlier. Driver swap for them has seen Max Esterson get behind the wheel of the Vendaval car. That puts Stelian Chepelevsky back up into second place, and it's been very, very close between Craig Setup Shop and Friends and Full Send Racing, who have now cycled through into third. But it seems like over this stint, Chepelevsky got the car underneath him and has managed to be consistent with just a little bit more speed than Full Send, who now find themselves in third. Pit stops continue actually for TCR. I'm seeing Team Hoisingfeld Geodesic on the lane after only 9 laps. This is an early pit call. Sven Glatzel out, Michael Schottler in. I can't imagine running out of fuel in this car after only 9 laps. This must be some kind of strategic call here, Arjuna.
Yeah, and doesn't appear as though there's any visual damage to that car, so maybe some strategy or maybe some technical issues coming into play here. We don't really talk about it too much, but while these drivers don't have to deal with, brake wear and things like that, you still have the fact that you have your own hardware in your simulator. You're dealing with the internet, and some people have internet issues, so there are other factors that some of these drivers are having to contend with, and maybe that's what's playing out for the Team Heiskefeld Geodesic Racing car.
Looking at our overall leader here, Mahler Racing Team, who've just managed to, over the last couple of hours, find a little bit of pace that BS competition couldn't. Philip Eng done some monster drive time in that second place 089, the BS competition Audi, but I feel like maybe the putting fresh drivers in strategy has worked a little better for Mahler in this case. Regardless, both first and second, this is going to be an in-lap for them, expecting them on the lane at the end of this lap. Sami Meditrogan, I feel, is about halfway around on this lap at the moment, so still 4 or 5 minutes before he's going to be on the lane. And they all took tyres at the last stop, did the Audi and the BMW. Track temperature, like I say, yet to budge. Look at that, some sunlight on the circuit in places. They're still going to have no real dramas doing the second stint on these tyres in these conditions. We are just starting to creep towards that point where you need to keep your eye, or maybe your thermometer, maybe your heat gun, on the track temperature to make sure you're getting that strategy right, because if you try and double stint once that window is gone, you're in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, because that's when you lose out on all the grip on your tyres, and you could majorly lose out a lot of time. So it may seem that you're doing a faster job, and by trying to extend the strategy, you may think that, okay, I'm going to extend my pit stops, I'm going to save up on a lot of time in the pits. But still, if you have that drop off once the double stinting time goes away and once the temperatures rise, the grip certainly does fall down, so that makes it even trickier. And if you do something like that in that period of time, expect the unexpected. So you can pretty much lose a lot of time on track, and your competitors all of a sudden may be right on your tail. So managing the strategy element while considering the temperatures, the track temperatures, the tire temperatures, and your fuel readings and everything as well is going to be super crucial. You need to be proper mathematicians to get things right over here. It's not pure driving. There's a lot more involved to it as well. And managing your driving style, managing your driving conditions, keeping everything in mind is essential to winning any endurance race, let alone any race anywhere in the world.
This is my favourite section of the track right here. The corners flow into one another, and Sami Meditrogan is absolutely in the zone between them. You see him just moving the car one side of the circuit to the other, perfectly clipping the curbs but not riding them in any way that would be damaging. He's pushing this car on the in-lap to try and see where he might come out. He's in fact 52 seconds up the road from from Team Redline Black at the moment. If this is a no tyre stop, fuel only, and they execute it perfectly, it's going to come out very close to Team Redline Black. I imagine, Arjuna, that is what Sami Meditrogan is pushing for right now, that delta between himself and Maximilian Benecke, trying to see if he can grab a bit of track position.
Yeah, and when Agustin Canapino and Philip Eng were fighting hard, that enabled both Maximilian Benecke and Christopher Dambietz to kind of eke away a little bit more of a gap. And so when those last pit cycles really played out, we didn't see the red line car having too much of a challenge. But now that Sami Trogan has really closed up that gap, I think we might see track position being a factor here. I think that Maximilian Benecke just has enough, though. I think he might be able to clear Sami Trogan in that Mahler Racing Audi, but it's going to be close on the pit exit this time around. We are expecting Sami Trogan to dive down for fuel only as he comes towards Tiergarten to complete this 119th lap of the race.
How good does that car look racing underneath the Audi Sport gantry? The car very well represented there. It says Audi Sport R8 above it. It says Audi Sport R8 on the bonnet. And Mahler Racing Team are going to presumably head for pit entry here. Indeed they are. So this is going to be one to watch, because I'm still seeing that gap at around 52 seconds. The stationary time for fuel only in this class, it's been kind of around 40 seconds. Add the lane time to that, I think Team Redline Black might just have them covered, but it'll be close.
Oh, definitely will be. And this is exactly what I love about endurance races. It's the fact that you really need to have a good foresight to understand what's going to happen. And it's beautiful to see how the races pan out over the course of this one. So you need to consider the strategic elements, you need to consider what's going on track, the track positions, where the traffic is. And when all this just comes together, when it culminates towards the end of the race, it's a beautiful feeling, seeing everything just come all together towards the end. So it's fantastic. It's an incredible feeling to see these endurance races pan out as we now focus on the Team Redline Black car. For Maximilian Benecke, they comfortably are, effectively in the lead, but with the Mahler Racing Team getting closer on, the pressure is really on them. So although they may be behind the Mahler Racing car at the moment, now they've just passed them ahead, they're in the lead now. So this should be a fun stint to see. So now that the Mahler Racing car will be back on track, Team Redline, well, they have a real challenge on their hands. They need to deliver over here, and they need to make sure that they keep Sami Trogan right behind, because Sami he's now only 9.5 seconds behind, and he just had the stint of his life over there. So if he can just chip away into this lead and maybe challenge the Team Redline car, we should be in for a treat of a battle for the last 7 hours and 30 minutes.
Pit stop's done then for our top three competitors in GT3. Maximilian Benecke in the end comfortably into the lead. You can just see him at the far end of one of those shots there as the track loops back on itself in the Grand Prix section of the course. In the end, that gap ends up as 13 seconds that Team Redline Black have over Mahler Racing Team. BS Competition in third place did also take a pit stop. Still Philip Eng, still on the previous set of tyres, so he is going to be in that car for 4 consecutive stints, approaching 4 hours for Philip Eng. That is monster job for BS Competition, but just not with as much pace as Mahler Racing Team have managed to work out. They've really driven themselves into this race across these last couple of stints.
I think for Philip Eng, the important thing while doing this quad stint has just been to execute and keep it clean. We did see the battle with Agustin Canapino get a little bit physical at times, but other than that, he's kept it clean, he's kept the car on the black stuff, and even though he's 19 seconds behind Sami Trogan, with drivers like Lawrence Heinrich and Alexander Voss still to get into that car, there's some great pace in some of the drivers still yet to drive. So I think for Philip Eng, he'll be pretty happy if he's able to get to the end of this next stint with the drivers out front still, in touch and able to potentially push forward from there.
In the lane is the 4th place other BS Competition car, the number 7. Nils Koch makes way for another very familiar BMW name of Bruno Spengler. He's a little bit out of the battle for the lead, but he'll probably be the man you want to cover off MSI Esports Blue in that battle for 4th and 5th in GT3. Well, we've cast our eyes forward to the TCR battle again, and this feels like a pretty familiar story. Craig set up shop and friends just tantalizingly out of the draft range of Full Send Racing and Cohen Klopman. 3.5 seconds means that every time they get to a straight like this, Cohen Klopman looks up the road and he can see the rear wing and the tail lights of Craig's Setup Shop and friends, but he's not close enough to get any slipstream, any draft, any advantage that would help him close this gap. Look at how tail happy that TCR is coming into these fast corners for Stelian Chepelevsky. That might be a bit of the rallycross driver showing.
Yeah, quite literally. I mean, the TCRs, you don't really expect them to be tail happy because they're of course front wheel drive cars. But when the rear tires do get a bit worn out, you do get to see things like this happen. And Chepelevsky, that is exactly what he's facing at this point in time. So currently in P2, and 3.7 seconds between him and the full send racing car of Cohen Klopman. This battle has been going on for a long time, and for as long as I can remember, these guys have been completely next to each other. And the full send racing car, well, they haven't really been able to make the most of it. As far as I remember, the last time we focused on them, they were around 1.3, 1.4 seconds close to each other. And now that difference has extended to around 3.8 seconds. So Chepelevsky, although he's seen his tires just go away a little bit, he's doing a good job to maintain this position as the difference now goes up to 4 seconds. And for Cohen Klopman, well, P3 isn't too bad, to be very honest with you, in such a prestigious race like this one. But you certainly want to get one place better, just one place higher than you already are. And for that he needs to put in a mighty good effort to try and maybe get into P2 and threaten Craig's Setup Shop. We still have 7 hours and 226 minutes left for that to go, but for full send racing they need a mighty good stint to make that happen.
It's amazing how quickly the pit window rolls around again. It feels like it was just last time we were talking about the pit stop differences between these guys, and they came out pretty close on track. Now Full Send Racing are 8.5 laps into their 10-lap run, and this is going to be their last flying lap before the pit lane beckons once again. So time flies, but we still have a long time left in this race. This is one of the better TCR battles we've got. It's not far down the road behind these guys to Vendaval Sim Racing Blue, who are obviously a little bit off cycle and pitted just a lap and a half ago. So these guys are eventually going to cycle back into third and fourth. The Vendaval Sim Racing Blue car will come forward into second. But for the minute, if you were standing beside the track, you could probably hold your breath from second place to fourth place.
And just something I wanted to point out, if you are Full Send Racing, the 85 car, I was talking to their team owner, Steen Ledger, just a few days ago, and he was talking about how he really wanted to be in this top broadcasted split, but he wasn't confident if they were actually going to make it. And so, you know, to be, not only have made it into the race, but with 7 hours and 25 minutes left on the clock, to be in the fight for a podium, that's a great race so far. And you got to think that entire team is going to be buoyed by the fact that this race has gone so well for them so far.
Yeah, it's been a tremendous effort for them. And the fact that you mentioned that they were, in fact, not even confident about making it in, and now they're fighting for a podium. Well, these are the sort of stories that endurance races are made of, because you have so many opportunities to try and get something done. That's what I love about this form of racing. It may be long at times, it may be just a little bit processional at times, a little bit dull, but in the end, it never disappoints. It always just springs up a new story or something that you just really find fascinating. And this story, well, it's just a perfect example of how endurance racing can have unlikely consequences and unlikely events, and maybe unlikely heroes popping through.
A little bit of traffic there for Chepelevsky has not hurt him, and if anything, he picked up a little bit of tow off that MB Esport car, the 6th place car, our leading Mercedes. 4 possibilities for car in the GT3 category, and our teams had to decide which one they wanted, work a setup for the quirks, features and characteristics of the different GT3 cars. They are the Ferrari 488 GT3, we've got the BMW Z4 GT3, a little bit of an outdated spec, but boy is it a car that had some success around this circuit, and some teams still definitely like it. We've got the Audi R8 GT3, we've also of course got the Mercedes AMG GT3. Those are your 4 options, and the only real similarity you can find there is that both the BMW and the Mercedes have a V8 in the front, otherwise configuration different between our 4 options. Arjuna, which one are you driving? I've forgotten. I think I saw you out on track earlier. and I've forgotten what your team was driving.
Yeah, so we chose the BMW. Like you said, slightly older specification compared to specifically the Audi and Ferrari that we have in the simulator, but it's still a fun car to drive. It's got it's fairly good in downforce corners, which may be a little bit against what a lot of people would say, where a lot of people have said that it's better in the slower corners, but if anything, it's got a really nice balance in some of the higher speed corners, of which there are quite a few at this track. And in general, it's a very balanced car. And for those of you who maybe aren't so accustomed to driving a GT3 car around this track and the speeds that it demands, the BMW is a pretty good choice out of the 4 GT3 options in this race.
Yeah, so our 4 categories, GT3 is the only one where you get to make your pick of car. Adds a little bit of variety, a little bit of spice to the category that people are used to seeing. And again, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I am very much looking forward to the BMW M4 GT4, giving us some similar variety and choice in GT4. The minute I can put that one in my shopping basket, I'm going to do so. I have very much enjoyed the Cayman GT4. The speeds are similar, the tyres are similar. See what the difference is between a mid-engined flat 6 Porsche and front-engined V8 BMW. That'll be one to watch.
Well, they'll certainly make up for a great degree of variety in the GT4s, because so far we've only had the Cayman, and not saying that it's a bad car, certainly it's a fantastic one, but just adding a bit of variety as we have in the GTEs and the GT3s, that would make it a whole lot of fun. And for the TCRs as well, TCRs, I really love that category a lot. They just make up for some superb racing, and the cars are pretty fun to drive as well for a front wheel drive one. So maybe if we can get more TCRs in, I know it's a tough ask because some other simulator in a different galaxy has the rights to them, but if we do get more TCRs and more GT4s as well, that should be a whole lot of fun, as we now focus on the BS competition car, Philip Eng, who has been in this car for a superbly long time. I mean, Philip Eng, I think he's been there since I began commentating on this thing, which has been pretty much 3-4 hours now. He's in there for a long time.
Gonna have to get a spatula to remove him from that driver's seat at the next pit stop, or something else, a pry bar. I don't know what's gonna be required. Philip Eng, his pace is still being moderately consistent. He hasn't fenced that car, so still BS competition are 40 seconds off the lead in their class. Not over for BS competition, and they started in 5th, qualified 5th. They're running in 3rd right now. That's no embarrassment at all.
No, there definitely isn't. And BS competition, they're doing a good job. I mean, P3 is a pretty good job for them. And Philip Engel staying in this car for such a long time and still delivering some consistent lap times, well, shows you the quality and the caliber of the man, because Nürburgring, just clocking in a few lap times over here is quite tricky enough. Doing it for hours and hours and hours and hours in the same car, that is a mighty ask for anyone, let alone for a professional racing driver. So good job there by Philip Eng in P3, and yeah, I mean, for them, they were battling it out for P2 a while ago with the other car that we had over there, the Marla Racing team, but still P3 isn't too bad. MSI Esports is around, 2 minutes behind them at the moment.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see sort of 3 cars walk away in this category, and no one else quite matches the pace. No one else seems to have a sniff at the win here. I say it and I repeat it, that these 3 cars, all of them, have, a dog in the fight, a chance at the win here, should anything unpredictable happen, should they manage to find some golden bullet on the strategy as the track warms up, which isn't quite happening yet. Still 18.3 degrees Celsius, but some of these places around here, like miss there and coming in towards Versiphon, you can definitely see the sun on the track absorbing some of those rays. Maybe we'll start to see it heat up. And one thing that actually I believe happens is that my official track temperature reading is from the pit lane, And maybe the angle of the sun means that bit's still in the shade, but there's definitely sun out in significant quantity other places around the track.
Yeah, and the thing with the Nürburgring is it is such a wide and such a diverse track. So the rating may be 18.3 in the pit lane, but at some place at the carousel it may be completely different because of course they're facing in completely different directions. So that's the beauty of such a long circuit, that you get a great degree of variety and a lot of differences. And it has happened so many times that it has been raining in one part of the Nürburgring and it's dry in the other. So it's a bit like a rally stage pretty much, where you have to pretty much make a compromise about what place do you work on the most. So let's say if it's a bit dry on the straight and slightly wet, let's say, in the certain corners, you have to pick between, okay, which part do I prioritize a bit more? And that's the beauty of the Nürburgring. It's such a wide track, it's such a long track, and that's what makes it so special. Now let's focus our attention on the Eclipse Sim Sports car in the Porsche category, for the Cayman Cup. And is it just me, or does this car seem slightly damaged from the front?
Well, they are the last car running in class, and I'm not going to give them the Core Sim Racing award of you could trade that back in at the dealership for 90% credit. Yeah, that Eclipse car, good on them keeping that thing running, but not a single panel on the front there is quite what you would expect. This is the second time in as many days I've been commentating on Dylan Burse. So he's been a busy bee this weekend, as several people have. Behind the wheel of the Eclipse Sim Sports car, not how he would quite want it. Last lap for him in that car, an 8-minute 29. For reference, that's about 10 seconds off the race leading pace, and all credit to Dylan Burse. I imagine a significant chunk of that is coming from potential aerodynamic damage on the front of that car. Porsche Cup is, I believe, the category where we've got the least number of cars still running, so if that trend continues, top 5 just from keeping the car out of the garage and on track, who knows what could happen.
Exactly. That's what happens in endurance races. It can be so much about attrition at times that just finishing makes you a winner in the end. So that's an incredibly different task. So for them, yeah, just staying on track is going to be quite an ask. And we've seen time and again that when the temperatures rise up and when the tire temperatures rise, so that's when the grip falls out. And so many people struggle at that point of time. And especially at a track like the Nürburgring, where the margins for error are super low, you need to make sure that when the temperatures rise and when the tire temperatures, they grow up, and that's when you lose the grip, you still need to maintain the car on the track, because who knows, maybe just by finishing you could get a podium if it's too bad.
Arjuna, we've got 5 retirements in GT3, 6 retirements in Porsche Cup, 6 retirements in GT4, but only 2 retirements in TCR. What is it about the TCR car or the TCR teams that they're staying out of trouble, or what's keeping all the TCR cars in the race when it seems like we've lost half of the field in every other category?
So I'm going to choose my words maybe a bit carefully so that none of the other classes maybe get irritated with me, but
that's not gonna happen.
That's not gonna happen.
Get the flame shield, Arjuna.
Some of these TCR cars have just been very careful and very smart in traffic, whereas we've seen some of the other classes making a bit more aggressive moves. Now that's not the only reason why we've seen better attrition in the TCR class. Now the TCR class was built with a new damage model, but because some of the older cars in this session, you can see the BMW flashing the lights in the background. BMW, a car that does not yet have that new damage model. So the Audi TCR, it's on a slightly more basic damage model, a bit more robust in terms of taking the damage, and that's going to help it just help these teams survive the 24 hours a bit more. Something else to consider, the TCR car, obviously the slowest car in the field. Now when it comes to traffic management, that makes things a little different, and maybe that is helping them stay out of trouble a bit more. But also when you do go into the barriers, you have a little bit less speed, and when you hit the barriers in a GT3 car at full speed here, unfortunately it's almost always going to result in significant damage and repairs to the car.
We've got our eyes on Max Esterson right now because he is flying in the Vendaval Sim Racing blue car. Fastest TCR last lap around. He's closing Full Send Racing and Cohen Klopman, but he's not going to get there because this is the final lap of the stint for Full Send Racing. I'm definitely going to expect to see Full Send in the pit lane this time before Max Esterson can get there, but he has the hammer down, and you can see it was 6 seconds, it's 5.6 now. He has a lot of speed in that TCR car. Full Send will pit this lap, Craig Setup Shop and friends will pit the one after, and Vendaval Sim Racing will find themselves back in second place. And they'll know how many pit stops they need to get to the end. They'll know how many pit stops Full Send and Craig Setup Shop and friends need. And with the fact that Vendaval were coming in a little bit earlier, there's the possibility they might need to make up some of this time on track if they're forced into a splash and dash those other teams don't need later on. At the moment, I'd say Vendaval Sim Racing Blue are going to have second place covered, but they can't afford to let up lest anything happen, or the number of laps of this race is unpredictable as a timed race. At this point, we've got guesses and estimations and pen and pencil workings of how many laps we expect, but it's not set in stone until we see the white flag, and that confirms that the end of the race will be the lap after. Until you see that white flag, you can never be fully sure how many laps you're going to have to complete, especially if you're not the overall leading class and you're wondering whether the leading GT3 may or may not put you a lap down at a certain time.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky situation, this, where you have to manage everything in the strategy. And yeah, for Vendaval Sim Racing, as you mentioned, they could pretty much have P2 covered, but towards the end they could have to go for a quick, hard run over there, so that they need to make sure that they get everything covered in. And yeah, it's going to be tricky to identify when you have to stop, and managing the stops accordingly, because it's a time race in the end. And as for laps, you know exactly how many laps you can do with a certain amount of fuel, certain amount of tires. But as for the time, well, it differs a great deal on how the track evolves, whether it's fast, whether it's slow. So that element is going to be super tricky to find out, and it could lead to a lot of variable strategy and deciding strategy on the go pretty much as the race progresses. So that could be one fun thing to watch out to towards the end. But yeah, for now, the Vendaval Sim Racing Blue car, which seems to be very blue indeed, is having P3 covered off. They are closing in on the Craig Setup Shop car, just a little bit more lap by lap, 9.7 seconds that separate them at the moment. But yeah, it's a long race, and there's still a lot of things that they need to consider. And as the track gets warmer up, and as the lap times will continue to rise, that is when things get even more different. And it could be a bit more challenging to decide the strategy for the TCRs as well. And yep, Arjun has just pointed out that there could be a driver change for Full Send. Arjun.
Yeah, so it's Ollie Peacock who's taking over for that Full Send 85 car. So I think now we are going to see some of the drivers starting to come in and get new, fresh drivers into the car. So Stilian Chepelevsky, he's going to be coming down into the lane this time around. And that Apex Racing team, sorry, not Apex Racing team, Stilian drives for Apex Racing team, but currently driving today for Craig Setup Shop and friends. And I would have to assume they've been doing single stints a lot of the time, and also double stinting here and there. I think Stilian's going to stay in for a double stint, though, I've got to be honest.
We'll know in approximately 25 kilometers time. Pit stop done there for Full Send Racing. First laps out for Ollie Peacock. Shouldn't be too much dramas for him. Stilian Chepelevsky inherits second place, if only for a lap. His last lap, a 9:08. Esterson managing a 9:05 dead on the last lap. So again, it's this situation of Max Esterson has the speed, he's closing in on cars, and just before he can catch them on track, they dive onto pit lane. Maybe that's how you'd want it. Apparently, I've got to put on the weatherman hat once again. Welcome to the beautiful Nordschleife. 8:34 in the morning, sun continuing to rise higher in the sky from our sunrise of just past 6 a.m. Tidal variation is low, surf conditions are looking good. Air is 17.5 degrees Celsius, but we're starting to see the track creep up ever so slightly to 18.9 degrees. It seemed like forever at about 17.8 degrees Celsius. Now the thermometer is rising, the mercury has gone up the teeniest, tiniest margin. We're going to keep seeing that happen, though, for the next hour. I think we've started to reach that point. The track temperatures will start to take off, Arjun.
It's It's still only 8:34 in the morning here, guys, and we've got 7 hours still to go, so expect it to bake the track as the sun just starts to get higher in the sky. And we're looking at Stelian Chepelevsky. You can see the rear end on that car sliding around. It's been sliding around for a lot of the stint here, guys, and we've, even made the joke that maybe a bit of his rallycross background coming into play here. But I just like to point out, guys, if you don't know who Stelian is, he's got a great YouTube channel where he talks about sim racing rigs and a lot of that. He's got one of the coolest rigs I've actually seen ever. He's got a combined VR rig which he uses for driving with a triple monitor setup for streaming at the same time. So Stelian's doing well in this race, and yeah, just go check him out on YouTube. Some great content that he produces there.
His pace has started to drop off just a little bit, but still, consistency is going to be the name of the game for these TCR drivers when it is still all so close in this battle. Second, third, and fourth. I feel like Craig Setup Shop have full send covered off for the minute. Their battle is going to be between them and Vendaval. This is going to be an in-lap for Stelian Chepelevsky, and I did hear that you guys had some ideas about what they might do for the driver lineup at this stop in that car.
Well, I don't think they'll be looking for a driver change, would they, at this particular point in time? I think they only recently had a change, so I don't know. I'm not very sure about that element. But speaking about drivers and changes, there's a lot of people in the chat speaking about Max Verstappen. So, yeah, Max Verstappen will be racing in the 911 Cup category for Team Redline, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, that should be fun to watch out for. And lots of Dutch fans over here waiting for Max to come on in. And, yeah, if Canapino's in the car as well at the same time, expect a big rivalry between the Dutch and the Argentine. That should be fun to watch.
Had a look at the previous driving stints in the Craig Setup Shop and Friends TCR car. Craig Williams drove 2 stints, then Jack Sedgwick drove 2 stints. Stelian Chepelevsky's coming to the end of 1 stint. If they keep that leader driver in for 20 lap strategy, then Chepelevsky will be staying behind the wheel. They have had some drivers in for single stints earlier in the race, though. In fact, I see last time Chepelevsky drove, it was only for a single stint as well. So there's 2 ways to look at that, what they might do in the car, and we're going to have to wait and see on that one.
And while we wait to see in that battle, we're following the 69 car, Ayakan Guvan, currently at the wheel. Another real-world racer currently competes in the Porsche Super Cup, I'm pretty sure. And he's currently leading. He does have to come down the pit lane. He does owe us a stop. In second is the Porsche 24 by Team Redline car, Gianni Vecchio, currently at the wheel of that one, the Porsche Esports Super Cup driver. So we're going to get to see here, guys, a battle between 2 Super Cup drivers, one obviously in the real world, and then the virtual driver as well.
That's the beauty of sim racing.
Indeed. Based on the previous stint lengths, looks like this might be an in-lap as well for the Team Redline Cup car that we have our eyes on going down the Dodingerhur. Only really 1 braking zone away from the pit entry, but that belies the fact that it's like 3 kilometers or something from start of the Dodingerhur towards pit entry. He's picking up a nice toe, though. He'll appreciate that one.
Yeah, he definitely will be, and he's just going faster and faster and faster. And Ayakan Guvan, the man is super, super quick. I mean, I saw a bit of him in the Team Redline races that happened a couple of weeks ago. And boy, that guy can push really, really hard. So Guvan, he's a good sprint driver, and he's showing it at the moment that he's good in the endurance races as well. For now, in the Porsche 911 Cup category, as he comes into the pit lane, it's going a bit well. I mean, they've had a bit of attrition going on, as we now see Guvan make his pit stop. But yeah, not a lot of cars running in the Cayman category, the 911 category in fact, so it's a bit tricky to manage things over here. But still, the Redline cars still dominating here. Team Redline Cup car of Guvan in lead, and the Porsche 24 driven by Team Redline, driven by Gianni Vecchio at this point in time, in second place. So for the Caymans, it's all pretty much settled, it seems.
Leader's time on the lane. We had from the lead of the Porsche 911 Cup category, the other Redline car. We also had your TCR leader in Sim RC on the lane, who we've talked far less about than second, third and fourth, just because of the very, very handsome lead that they have. Not seeing a driver swap for the Team Redline Cup car that's going to end up in second place helping the red line 1-2 lockout in this category. There was a driver change though for the leading TCR. Going to be Diogo Pinto now in Sim RC. So I haven't seen him yet in this particular segment of the broadcast in his commentary stint. So some drivers around the world waking up, getting back on their computers and getting back in the race after maybe handing the less desirable hours off to some of their teammates.
Well, they don't even have to necessarily be less desirable, David. Like, even in this booth itself, I'm, on the west coast of America. You're obviously based in Australia, and then Sumo's in India. So, we can really work around everyone's locations to build the best schedule that works for everyone. Everyone's convenience to the maximum effect. Now, unfortunately, I say that, me being on the West Coast, I'm unfortunately going to have to get back in the car after this commentary stint and do a double stint from 1 to 3 a.m. in the morning. So it doesn't always work out perfectly, but that's something you can do in the virtual world that you can't do in the real world. When you're at Le Mans, everyone has to deal with the fact that someone has to drive at 3 a.m. for them. But in the virtual world, we can try and get away with it and maybe, play around with the schedule a little bit more.
Sumil, did you have something to add to that?
Yeah, it's an amazing thing, this. The sim racing pretty much has united everyone from around the world, and we just saw a good discussion in the comments about what time is it in each part of the planet. So there are some people watching it in the afternoon, as I am at the moment. There are some people late in the night, some people in the morning. It's just amazing to see people from so many different countries, planets, cultures, all coming together to watch a good, hard sim racing race going on over here. I think that's the beauty of iRacing, and especially considering what's going on around the world, still coming in to enjoy some good racing. Yeah, I think that's unparalleled. And now our focus shifts to the team Redline Black car of Maximilian Benecke, currently in the lead. He's done quite a good job at the moment. I mean, he fended off the other car of Canapino, who had a lot of fans. That was the Mahler Racing Team car. And Sami Matti Trogan, well, he got around 9 seconds close to Team Redline Black, but now he's fallen back around 24 seconds behind. So for Team Redline, it's all smooth sailing and all easy going at the moment. They just need to bring it in cleanly and safely.
Yeah, more pit stops in TCR as Stelian Chepelevsky is going to stay behind the wheel of the Craig Setup Shop and Friends car for another stint. How close is he going to be to full send racing? Those guys were very close earlier. I think Craig Setup Shop have it covered off. We are going to take our last RaceSpot fan immersion of this segment of the broadcast. Going to find the number 186, Sami Matti Trogan's on the second stint of these tyres. His second stint in the car, in second place, Mahler Racing Team. Let's ride on board. Second place in the GT3 around the best racetrack in the world, Nürburgring. Welcome back. RaceSpot coverage of the 2020 iRacing 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, powered by VCO. Just been riding on board there with second place runner Sammy Matty Trogan for Marla Racing Team. And, well, he is running in second place. The man in the lead is absolutely flying. Maximilian Benecke has just set what I think might be the, well, per my timing screen, fastest lap of the race so far. His best of this stint, 8 minute 02.5. He's got a new set of tyres on that car since the last stop, and he's doing absolutely everything to demonstrate to Marla Racing Team and BS competition that Team Redline Black are going to try and take this win. And clearly, for this particular car, this particular lineup, Maximilian Benecke is their standout driver, and standout is exactly what he's doing right now, Sumil.
Oh, Maximilian Benecke, the guy has been flying through. I mean, that lap time that he posted over there, 8 minutes 2.586. It's an insanely quick lap time. You just don't put a lap time like that every so often, especially when the track is warming up. That is super quick, and he's just asserting the dominance that Team Redline Black have been having so far in this race. I mean, he's doing a superb job, and heading into the last part of the race, pretty much the last 6 hours, he's establishing a good lead for Team Redline Black to protect in the final part of the race. Well, Maximilian Benecke, he's been in the car for a long time, 6 hours if I'm not mistaken, and to produce a lap time like that after being fatigued and still doing such a good job, that's a mighty good effort by Benecke, and to be very honest, he has been a standout driver.
I've checked the numbers to absolutely confirm that that is Team Redline Black's fastest lap of the race so far. That Ferrari has run longer than 17 hours at this point, and then they pulled that one out of the bag here in the final third of the race, approaching the final quarter of the race. With speed like that, with consistency like they've got, and a damn near pristine looking Ferrari 488 like they've got, Arjuna, what can possibly stop Team Redline Black at this point?
Well, the only thing is potentially maybe some technical issues or a commentator's curse, and we're going to be hoping up here in the booth that we haven't just done that for Maximilian Benecke. I think, guys, we just saw what might end up being the fastest lap of the race. The track's slowly starting to warm up. It's creeping up now, 19 degrees Celsius, 66 Fahrenheit. But Maximilian Benecke, on his next time in, he's not going to take tires, and that's going to cost him a little bit of speed. So as the track warms up, the fastest driver on the track right now, and indeed in this entire race so far, has really put down a benchmark that I don't think will get topped.
But guys, exactly. You can keep up with that at 24.racespot.tv, which has our live timing, and you can see the lap times and exactly how much pace Benecke has at the moment over everyone else, Simil.
Yeah, I'm so sorry just to cut in there, but guys, just speaking about Team Redline Black car, of course now with the temperatures rising and now that they've set a fastest lap, you think there's any chance at all for the others to get back in? Because, I mean, of course, there are a lot of expectations pinned on the other car, that is the Marla Racing Team of Sammy Matty Trogan, and with Canapino also driving that car, we've got a whole lot of fans sitting right behind them. Now that the gap is around 36 seconds, do you kind of expect them to come back and maybe fight back towards the end of this race?
I mean, that's the question that's going to take 6 hours 46 minutes to get answered right now. I mean, Redline, a lot of European-based drivers, for them, they're sort of coming back into the zone of some of their drivers have had some rest, some of their drivers are more alert now, and I think we've come through the night where weird things happen, and I think this is kind of crazy to say with more than 6 hours still to go, but starting to look like the home stretch for a lot of these teams. Certainly, we're looking at our top three of Team Redline Black, Marla Racing Team, and BS competition, because the other fourth place running BS competition cars now 4 minutes off the lead. So realistically, has to be one of those three for the overall GT3 win. Still some battles to be fought in other classes though, but for a lead battle, this one's exciting.
Oh, certainly is. And we've got a lot of good fan questions coming in as well. One from Paul Bryant. Can the cars develop mechanical problems like in a physical race, broken gearbox, punctures, brake failures, etc.? I think Arjun will be the better person to answer this one.
So Paul, a lot of the mechanical failures, not replicated in the same way. But at the same time, like I've said earlier in the broadcast, the drivers have to deal with some other stuff. So while you maybe don't have to deal with brake fade over the course of a 24-hour race and potentially having to change brake pads midway through the race, some of these drivers have to deal with connection issues, hardware failures. We talked about it earlier, Team Redline, they were leading the 24 hours of Spa last year with a full lap. And then Max Verstappen's brake pedal fails and he has to stop and tow the car and someone else has to get back in. So you never know what's going to happen here, and there's a lot of drama that could still play out even if we're in this finishing stretch of the race. And just a reminder, guys, we've got 45 minutes here still to go, and then Radio Le Mans commentary team are going to jump back in and they're going to take you to the end of this race in what hopefully will be a very exciting finale to what's been a great race so far.
Yep, indeed. Our coverage being broken up into 4 6-hour segments, and I can see that the renowned voices of sports car racing all around the world, John Hindhoff and Radio Show Limited, Radio Le Mans, getting ready to bring that coverage to the end. Got 45 more minutes of our coverage here, myself, David Haynes, Juna Kankapati, and Sumil Arora, Tyler Maxson, producing this 6-hour segment. At the end, still be produced by RaceSpot with some voices I'm sure you were very, very familiar with. There's been a little bit of drama at the front of the GT4 field. This car, of course, sim racing that has been beyond dominant for as long as we've been broadcasting in this segment. A handy lead they had. Have just left pit lane after a 5-minute 45-second pit stop. That is well beyond normal, and it's cost them the lead of the race. Sorg Rennsport Esports currently being scored in the lead with Yannick Danish, and I wonder, is there any lingering damage on that car? You can see the impact must have been on the front left side of that car. Everything else looking just fine, but at this point in the race, when you had a lead of minutes in hand, not what they needed at all.
Yeah, exactly, and this is exactly what we spoke about a few minutes ago, about expecting the unexpected. And of course, with a race that is so tricky to drive on, and the Nürburgring circuit, as we all know, is super notorious, and mistakes like this can pretty much compromise your whole race. But thankfully for the Core Esports team, there are still 6 hours and 42 minutes left for them to make a good comeback. But still, as we have seen time and again, even a lead of minutes, you still aren't safe enough. It can really be tricky for you to get the car home. That's an underrated achievement, to be very honest. And now for Core Racing, it's now time for a good fight back to get back to the lead of the GT4 category. Should be fun as they now pass the carousel and on for a good comeback.
Yeah, I would not rule Core out whatsoever. They've got Carly Jansen driving right now. The leading car, Sorg Rennsport Esports, isn't far away from a pit stop. Meanwhile, this is an outlap for Core Sim Racing, so cycle those pit stops through. It's possible Core Sim Racing might get back to the lead shortly. The car and its balance is certainly looking fine now. The repairs appear to have taken their effect, but it's a far cry from where they were before, leading by more than half a lap, approaching putting a whole lot of their class a lap down. Arjun, I know you've had a look at what the incident was for Core Sim Racing that necessitated such lengthy repairs, and I think it's a story that a lot of Cayman and GT4 teams will be familiar with.
Yeah, very interesting incident, to be honest, and like you were pointing out, they had an almost 8-minute gap to the second place car, so they were absolutely demolishing the competition. But coming through Flance Garden 1, the jump, we just saw it in the live pictures actually, so a little bit in the just a few corners earlier. If you're looking at the live pictures, they were coming over the jump, and unfortunately as the car landed, it speared to the left onto the curbing, and that just dragged them straight into the wall. So some significant damage, and they also lost quite a lot of time waiting for cars to clear the track and let them rejoin safely. So for Core Sim Racing, that 304 car, some big drama with 6 hours and 40 minutes left in the race.
Yeah, that Flansgarten, Stefan Beloff S section there is 5th gear, 6th gear, very committed stuff in these GT4 cars that don't have a lot of downforce. The suspension, very tough across all of the bumps, the rapid changes of direction, the vertical curvature, and now Carly Jansen goes 4 tyres into the grass on his way onto the Dodingerhø. That is nowhere near the excitement they would have had with their previous incident, but it just goes to show that I think there's some anger now, some nerves with the core sim racing team. This is not the smooth driving we'd seen from them for hours and hours on end that saw them grab that lead. Suddenly there's pressure, there's tension, and there's expectation on core sim racing, Sumil.
Yeah, for core sim racing, it's going to be a hard ask to get back on track once again, because although they did have a lead of around minutes, that one tiny mistake, that one crash and the ensuing pit lane chaos that they faced has compromised the race by a great margin, and for now it's just all about pushing hard and maybe getting back to the track position. Yes, they can, you can argue that they can trump Sorg Rensport in terms of strategy, but for that you still need some good lap times, and a lead of around 22 seconds. That's a tough one to get back to. So for core sim racing, if they do maintain the pace that they had so far this weekend, they can particularly get back up again, but it's still going to be a pretty hard task considering that we have 6 hours left. Should be fun to watch what happens in this GT4 category, as we now finally have a question that I think we haven't been able to answer for quite a while about the technicalities behind the driver change. So Alex Core has asked that question. So how does it work really? How do drivers actually change their cars? So maybe we can have David Arjun explain the same.
Well, you have all of your team members, hopefully separately in these times, logged on, connected to the iRacing service, registered under the same team, and you'll be sitting waiting patiently at your computer. Your teammate will bring the car onto the lane, park it in the pit box, and then they'll select to get out of the car. That then makes the car available for one of the other teammates to get back in. You'll have arranged and decided who is driving when, so the other driver will be ready and waiting on the pit lane for that car to come in, and then takes 20 something seconds to perform the driver swap, but you always see it happen with a pit stop, some other kind of service, so it's very, very rare that the driver swap is the delay in the pit stop. Normally it's the fueling and the tyre changing, so you don't see any time penalty in these cars when you do or don't take a driver swap relative to the baseline of the pit service you're taking. Interesting GT3 action going on. Team Redline Black have just taken their pit stop. Maximilian Benecke, fuel only, back out on track, and he's only just ahead of the BS competition car of Philip Eng. Will be picking up quite a bit of slipstream in that situation as well, but Redline Black, having made their stop, come out ahead of BS competition, who still need to make a stop at the end of this lap. Shows the kind of advantage that Redline Black have been able to eke out over the last couple of stints, and the mammoth effort that Philip Eng has put in. He's coming towards the end of 4 hours behind the wheel of the BS competition 89.
Incredible effort from Philip Eng to keep the car safe for 4 hours. Now, there are a lot of people in iRacing, who maybe do these VLN races solo. Most VLN races are only 4 hours long, and they may be thinking that maybe that's not that impressive, but the pace and the consistency and the cleanliness that Philip Eng has been able to show in 4 hours of driving has really impressed me. He's maybe not had the outright pace to challenge someone like Mr. 10K, Maximilian Benecke, but he's still shown that for someone who is jumping into this virtual world with a lot of real-life experience, he's been able to translate all of that knowledge and all of that experience and learn all the things that are slightly different in the virtual world and really adapt and pick up speed.
Race driver is race driver. You put someone in a race,
yes.
You give them a wheel, you give them a set of pedals, and the instinct kicks in. The similarities are marvelous, and through Vipperman there, tough break for Philip Eng, who's doing so good trying to follow in the slipstream of Team Redline Black. Cars kicked a bit wide, maybe wasn't cooperating with the curves. Do you know what? It's been 5.5 hours of this segment of the broadcast. I think I'm aware of that, and certainly the tyres are also coming to the end of their usable life on the BS competition 089 BMW. It was 7 laps initially, then they refueled the car, and he's coming towards the end of another 7 laps. So several hundreds of kilometers on that set of tires for Philipp Eng. You saw in that moment there, he's realizing that it is about time for him to bring that car onto the lane, put a new set of boots on it. Also, presumably a driver swap for this BS Competition 089. I wonder who they will have.
Yeah, Philipp Eng has been driving for such a long time, and the level of consistency that he's maintained throughout this stint has been superb. It's been incredible, Philipp Eng. But now I think, yeah, it's about time for a driver change. He's been in the car for far too long, and maybe a new driver will refreshen things up and maybe give the car a new lease of life. But guys, time for the drum roll. Cue it up. Max Verstappen has joined the session. This is going to be fun.
Max Verstappen, one of the drivers in the Team Redline 911 in the Porsche Cup class. We'll keep an eye for when he potentially gets behind the wheel. Still plenty of time left in the session for him. No rush. There is still a lot of this race to go. BS Competition, Philipp Eng headed for pit road this time, and Mahler Racing Team also on the pit lane as well. Sami Trogan, is he gonna jump out? Someone gonna take his spot? Keep my eye on that one. It's typically been the Mahler Racing Team way to swap every 2 stints. He hasn't found his pit box yet. He's got to do the long run all the way down the pit road to the GT3 pit stalls, which are near pit exit. Pit entry's got more of the GT4 cars. That is going to be a driver swap here, Arjuna. Who's going to replace Sami Trogan? It's going to be Dominic Stabe.
And Dominic hasn't been in the car since lap 43. He did a double stint all the way back then, so he had some good pace. He was down in the 805s at times, so maybe he's going to be able to take the challenge to the Team Redline car of Maximilian Benecke. Obviously, Maximilian Benecke on slightly older tires now, as Philipp Eng also in the box. And let's see, he's going to also do a driver change as Lauren Heinrich, who's going to take over from him in the 89 BS Competition BMW.
Whatever refreshment Philipp Eng thinks he deserves, he does deserve after those 4 back-to-back stints there. Lauren Heinrich, obviously, another very quick driver who's going to take over from that car. And if you're BS Competition, really, you've got to think, how are we going to be able to cover off Mahler Racing Team in this? They were a handful of seconds ahead. You see the car drops for Mahler. Dominic Stabe is out and away. There's still 20 seconds or so of service left for BS Competition. They were neck and neck, and we had that fantastic battle between Canapino and Eng not long ago, but since then, Mahler Racing Team has looked the stronger team.
And I would suspect now, Philipp Eng having completed that quad stint with 6.5 hours to go, I think he's not going to get back in the car, and I think Lauren Heinrich and Alexander Voss are going to take that BMW all the way to the finish. And now let's see what the pace comparison is going to be between Lauren Heinrich and Dominic Stabe in this first little part of the 6-hour sprint to the finish. I think it's going to be interesting if that Mahler Racing Team, they have Alex Arana, they have Agustin Canapino, they have Sami Trogan, they have so many drivers from which to pick from for the end of this race. They probably also got fresher drivers, having been able to use more of their driver lineup over the course of the race. So I'm very interested to see this battle here between the Audi and BMW.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And for Philipp Eng at this moment, he'll not be driving, he'll just be opening up a cold can of beer and enjoying after a fun stint. That was a long one by him. But the fun thing here is the Audi of the Mahler Racing Team, and guess who's driving it? It is in fact Dominic Stabe, and the last time I commentated on one of his races, it was the Neo Endurance 10 Hours of Barcelona, and Dominic Stabe was dominant for the Williams eSports team. This guy, you put him in an Audi R8 LMS and he's going to be dominating. He's a supremely fast driver. And for the BS Competition car, well, they got a big good stint from Philipp Eng, but they need to do something miraculous to get past him. with 6 hours and 30 minutes to go. Trust me, this battle is going to go down towards the end. And if this ensues, the team red line black car will be having a major advantage, because when these two tend to fight it out and when these two will be wheel to wheel with each other, that's when the red line car can pull away even further. For now, I mean, of course, it gets a bit nervous when you see the other cars getting a bit closer to you, but these sort of battles makes it just a tad bit easier for Team Redline. But still, it's the Nürburgring, anything can happen here.
Yeah, indeed. Never ever count your chickens in any kind of endurance racing before they hatch, and especially around the Nürburgring. We've seen, you know, it looked like Core were untouchable, unmatchable, unreachable at the lead of their category, and then disaster struck. That's still with 6 hours to go. Looking at Lauren Heinrich on his outlap here, and that Hudson back is absolutely not where you want to catch a TCR car. His tyres would have still been a little bit cold on the outlap here in his GT3. That probably also didn't help trying to work his way past. Eventually he has done so, and he's going to be in pursuit of both Dominic Stave and Maximilian Benecke. One thing I noticed at that pit stop, Mahler Racing Team and BS Competition before the pit service both had 5,000 iRating drivers in behind the wheel. They've gone and replaced them with respectively 8,200 and 7,100 iRating drivers. They've brought the big guns back in to try and do whatever they can to battle each other and also keep up with Team Redline Black.
Actually, full credit to Philip Ang then. You know, 5K iRating.
Oh, he held his own.
Yeah, but for someone, there are a lot of drivers, David, who they get into iRacing, but if you're not a Lando Norris or a Max Verstappen, for example, you don't join a Team Redline and really invest yourself in the sim racing community. So for Philip Ang to do 5K, that's a great performance. But like you said, we've got Dominic Stave and Lauren Heinrich in now. So two really major powerhouse GT3 drivers. And the gap's now 30 seconds, so it did extend a little bit with Sammy Matty Trogan at the wheel there, slowly pulling away from Philip Ang. But I'm now very curious to see how the gap stabilizes. Maybe Lauren Heinrich able to maybe close in a little bit.
And it's been interesting to watch these top three over the last couple of hours with the Redline car on the opposing pit stops for the double stint compared to Mahler Racing Team and BS Competition. We just had a stint where Maximilian Benecke on a fresh set of tyres was absolutely lightning, while Mahler and BS started to struggle towards the end of a double stint. Now it flips for the next stint where Benecke's had his car fueled back up. The tyres have seen one stint and are going to continue to wear down, and now Mahler Racing Team BS Competition, new drivers, new tyres, might be able to fight it back. In the other categories though, this is one we've had to keep our eyes on because it's suddenly come alive in the last half hour or so. The GT4 category, Core Sim Racing, their repairs done, trying to hunt down Sorg for the lead. Since we last checked in on this, Carl E. Jansen has pulled 2 or 3 seconds out of the Sorg car, which is also not far away from a pit stop.
Yeah, the Sorg car...
Sorry, Sumo, go ahead.
Please, Arjun, go ahead, please. Sorry, my bad.
No, I was just going to say, so Sorg Ren Sports Esport, they're on their 10th lap of the stint. We expect them to come down this time around. But for Core Sim Racing, we talked about the big accident they had. They had a 7-minute lead at one point in this race, and they're now having to fight back hard. And, you know, maybe they were in a bit of cruising mode with that big gap. And we've seen them also get onto the grass a little bit here and there, David. They've been pushing the limits hard, trying to close this gap in as quickly as they can.
Yeah, Carl Jansen is one of those drivers. He gets in his zone and his focus, and he is brutal, maybe occasionally at the expense of precision. There's no way he doesn't want to be the guy in that team to drive their car back into the lead. It does look like this is going to be the last lap to the stint for Sorg Rensport Esports. They're going to pit, that's going to put Core back into the lead. And then they've got to work out their strategy. Can they hold onto it from there?
Yeah, that's going to be a tricky question to ask, to be honest. We still have a long time left in this race to answer that one, but for Sorg, I mean, they inherited the lead in a bit of a tricky situation, to be honest, because they were in second place cruising along, and then the unexpected happened and the Core Sim racing car crashed. And that's when you get put into a lead, and in that sort of situation you really need to think about how you can manage things out, because the strategy, well, normally you can't stay on the same strategy, but will it be good enough to keep you in the lead? That's the question you need to ask. So for Sorg RaceSpot, yeah, they need to think about that a little bit more, try to alter their strategy, try to see what's what. But at the moment it seems that the Core Sim racing car is closing up, and not gradually, they're closing up mighty quick. So for them, they will be under a bit of a pressure for, I think, in the next 45 minutes or something. But yeah, it should be fun to see how they manage that thing out. But for Yannick Donesh, if I'm not mistaken, if I haven't butchered it, yeah, it should be a tricky stint for him, because the Core Sim racing car will completely be on him in the next few minutes and so. So to manage that element while not coming under a great deal of pressure is going to be a tough task. But still, they've done a good job, and even getting the car home into P2 will be quite a decent finish for them, to be very honest.
Cannot undersell how difficult of a car this GT4 machine is around this circuit. Probably the car in this race with the least downforce. It's not the lightest car in this class, and the tunability of the suspension is, well, in its ways limited. You see it in the body language, the pitch and roll of the car as it goes around, especially this section of the course. Lots of changes of direction, lots of sharp curves, lots of crests. It is a car waiting to bite you the second you stop paying attention, and that is endurance racing. It can be so easy to have a second's inattention. This car will bite you hard, as Core have learnt.
And you can attest to just how difficult, as they get on the cross a little bit, the Core Sim racing car just behind Sorg RaceSpot's eSport. But David, you can again attest to just how tiring this car can be. You did a double stint to start off this race, and I've seen a lot of teams in this class, because you can do tires and fuel at the same time, they've been choosing to single stint their drivers at time. And that, with the longer stints of these GT4 cars, about 90 to 100 minutes, that just helps keep the drivers a little fresher in what is an extremely mentally challenging track to drive.
We see that often in the real world, where at Le Mans some drivers will be very happy to, triple stint, quad stint, drive 2.5 hours, 3 hours more, and here at the Nurburgring they just do the driver swaps more often, because the body fatigue is a little bit more. There's sort of less long straights running. It's the mental fatigue that is absolutely killer around this place. You can't take a breather. The traffic is far more difficult to manage than it is at Le Mans or Spa or many of those other typical and well-known endurance circuits. The cars are all challenging, and this circuit for multi-class racing, for endurance racing, just pushes all of the drivers and the teams to their limit.
Yeah, I think the key word that we need to mention over here is typical, as you correctly spoke about, because in a track like Le Mans or Spa, yeah, they're challenging in their own rights, but Nürburgring, but that's a completely different ball game. With around over 100 corners over here, it's so hard to remember even which way the track flows. I mean, I don't really have a good clue about which corners go about, so just for the drivers, managing this one is such a mental task. So many corners, and they flow in such a different way, knowing your braking points, knowing where to brake, and managing things like the tire temperature, the air temperature as well. It is one of the most challenging endurance races in the world, as now finally the Sorg RaceSpot car is into the pits.
Yep, and they've got a very similar pit stop to what I've got, where they've got to cut right across the Armco to find their pit stall there. Yannick Danish on the lane for Sorg RaceSpot eSports. Here goes the driver swap, going to be Christian Bug to take over that car. Core Sim Racing and Carl E. Jansen go through down the pit straight and into the lead. They've still got 7 more laps to run on their stint. So Core Sim Racing back scored in the lead, and they're going to hold on to that for a little bit longer. Not a lot of other action to speak about in GT4, unless Huizinckveld and Burst are closer than I've remembered. but there's still plenty of action to happen in the final 6 hours. And yes, I'm seeing that. We had a bit of a battle between these guys. My goodness, it must be 2 hours ago or so. And the Hoisingfeld car we thought had a bit of straight line speed damage was trying to get past. Well, through all of the pit cycles, some driver swaps here. Hoisingfeld back into 6th. Simeon Lynch driving the Burst Esports Rio Toro car back into 7th. So suddenly it's close for 1st and 2nd in the GT4 division. Same two for 6th and 7th in this class. And still, these two teams are on exactly the same pit cycle, exactly the same pit strategy. If nothing changes, they could still be fighting each other for position all the way to the end of this race.
Yeah, and with 6 hours and 30 minutes to go, you can expect that to happen. Well, the interesting thing that we've seen here is that battles, well, they have just lasted for such a long time. Some battles have lasted for, let's say, 10 minutes, some for 30, but some have gone on for hours and hours and hours, and that is such a fun thing to see about these races. In fact, the Nürburgring 24. And we have a message in the chat saying that the MSI esports car had an issue, I think. So just checking back on them, the MSI car, the esports blue car, is in the pits currently. Mark Perez in the car number 75. Not sure if they have an issue or what, but they still seem to be in the pit lane for some reason. Maybe a scheduled stop, perhaps.
I don't believe so. The MSI esports blue car was running back and forth between 4th and 5th. Now back, being scored in 6th place. They've been on the lane there 10 minutes. That suggests some rather significant repairs, and the lack of some of the body panels on the front of that poor Ferrari also suggests a significant impact with something. Let's try and take an angle that lets us have a look at that car. Here they are coming into the lane potentially. They join another damaged, potentially parked up Ferrari. That is a handful in a straight line. There is not just body damage, there must be massive suspension damage. We've wound the tape back. We're seeing if we're going to find it. Oh, that is a big scrape against the wall. They were following the core car coming towards Stefan Beloff S, and that's a place that, well, that's actually where the core car came to grief in their own incident a couple laps ago. Distraction potentially, 2 tyres on the grass at a very, very high speed section of the track.
Yeah, great job by Tyler to be able to get us that replay. The Stefan Beloff S, that first little entry to it, Lance Garden 2, it's a little bit of a jump, and again, another car having a little bit of an issue going over that jump, and they are now down on the pit lane, and that looks to be some serious damage to that car. They may not get out anytime soon, guys.
Well, there is a very, very fascinating and intriguing 6 hours, 18 minutes of this race still to go. We're getting close to handing off the broadcast to some voices you'll be very familiar with, some of the best in the business, the voices of sports car racing, Radio Le Mans and Radio Show Limited. As we get ready to do that, let's have a look at the order, how they run. Team Redline Black, Maximilian Benecke starting to move this race into Team Redline's court. They have a lead of 1 minute 5 seconds over Marla Racing Team, being driven by Dominic Stabe. Then it's a little bit back behind the road for the leading BS competition car, the 089 Lauren Heinrich. Then another BS competition car in 4th, further 2.5 minutes down the road. That one's being driven by Bruno Spengler at the moment. He's just gone into his 2nd stint on those tyres, 2nd of his double. MB Esport Racing have moved up into 5th with the dramas that have befallen MSI Esports Blue. They might still be able to get back out there, but at the moment they're 2 laps down, being scored in 6th. Won't be long before Trans-Tasman Racing in 7th might be able to move up a spot. That's persistence paying dividends once again. And then 8th in class as a retirement there for VRS Coanda Sim Sports. Arjuna, take a look at the Porsche 911 Cup category where we still have a battle for the lead.
Sure, it's quite strung out now, but it's Porsche 24 driven by Redline. They lead by 5 seconds over the Team Redline Cup. Then you've got R8G Esports, the last car in the lead lap. Then a bunch of cars laps down, HM Engineering, SDL Esports by Logitech G Black. The second HM Engineering car, Eclipse Sim Sports, and TQ Engineering. That's your top 8 in the Cup cars.
Let's go to GT4, where there's been some intrigue there. Core Sim Racing are back in the lead ahead of Sorg Rensport Esports GT4. Team RSO in third. ASD Elite Yellow in fourth. DRS Wave Italy have fifth. Team Hoising felt 301 in sixth. Burst Esports Rio Toro close with them in seventh. And OTR Esports E2G in 8th place. TCR, our final category. Sim RC leading that one. They still have a minute in hand over Vendaval Sim Racing Blue, Full Send Racing, Craig Setup Shop and Friends. Then it's Team Hoisinkveld Geodesic Racing, Lada Sport Rosneft Esport Racing Team, XVR Sim Racing in 7th, and then Pure Sim Racing in 8th. I'm David Haynes. I want to thank you so much for joining us for this segment of the commentary of the 2020 24 hours of the Nürburgring, powered by VCO. Tyler Maxon's been our producer. He's done a fantastic job. Arjuna Kankapati's joined me all the time from here. Sunil Arora joined us as well. Thank you guys so much for joining me, making this an entertaining broadcast. We've got 6 exciting hours from the Nürburgring remaining. Wherever you're viewing, remember to click over to the final part of the broadcast to join the fantastic talents of Radio Le Mans Radio Show Limited, produced by RaceSpot. Thank you so much. Enjoy.